I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Also, a warm welcome to all of you. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome all of you today to BW Education World presents the 7th edition of the BW Education World's Top Education Brands. This conference brings together the gamut of school and also higher education together. This pivotal event will feature high-level dialogue and also strategies, as well as be a platform to recognize and also celebrate the best education brands in our country. BW Business World, under the visionary leadership of Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and also founder of Exchange for Media Group, continues to be the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be deeply integrated into both the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. And in today's digital age, BW Business World has expanded its reach significantly in the online space as well, making it a trusted source of information and also insights. To stay updated with the latest trends and developments, we encourage you to subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines, which I promise you offer a wealth of knowledge and also insights. We have exciting offers for all our attendees today. To get more details on the same, you can visit the registration desk outside from where you got your bands. And the upcoming issue of BW Business World looks at the exciting space of quick commerce and also e-commerce as they undergo transformation in India. We would love to give you a sneak peek of the latest issue as well. Can you please have the magazine, AV? Today's event is also being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. We invite you and also urge you to join in the conversations of the day and also share your insights using the hashtag Top Education Brands. And let's also give you a quick dynamic view of a community as well. Can you please have the community AV? I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our education partners are Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, IIM Amritsar, Scope Globe Skills University. And our event partners are Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. And now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome all of you and to also deliver the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Anurag Batra. Please.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Malik, for starting the day. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the BW Education Top Education Brand Summit. In the evening, we have our awards, but just to contextualize what we are doing, we do this initiative. I met Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, and Monday I was with my friend Shiv Kumar, who currently serves on 7 educational institutions board, and we were discussing him. I had the good pleasure of interacting with Dr. Singh deeply when I was on the MDI board, and for a brief while he was at the MDI. I wish it was longer, but whatever happens for good. I can see other education leaders, some I know from their photos and their profile and the work they've done in the domain. You're truly leaders and you're building the destinies of students. When we started the Top Education Brands Initiative, I remember having a conversation with Priya that the education brands that are there are brands that never shout from the rooftops that they are brands, because of the kind of academicians they have, the kind of track record, and more importantly, the kind of students they attract and the learning they provide. They become the brands that they are. And the beauty about New India is that today new education brands are being built. They're being built through technology. They're being built through traditional methods of learning. And the last 6-7 years was the era of edutech. I think finally the dust is settling on edutech, and the business models of edutech companies are becoming more and more realistic and palatable to the environment. And the edutech startups have started to provide education in a way that is deep and at price points that really build inclusive education. While I was preparing for this, I said to myself that what are the brands that stand out in the last few years that have come up new? And there is a certain business school in Gurgaon started by a young entrepreneur whose parents have built a university in Punjab. And that business school has done well. It has a long way to go. I don't think I would like to compare it with top-notch business schools, but in whatever little time, this initiative, which is nestled in Gurgaon, has done well. And he has tried to build a differentiated business model and pedagogy there, and in a very short span of time, build some kind of traction for the institute. When it comes to education, education is only about 6 parameters. One, it is about the intent. America could build large educational institutions because industrialists took a long-term view on education and did it as CSR or philanthropy. So the intent matters. What is the intent of putting together an educational institute? Second is the quality of leadership. And again, we've debated this in the past, that at an educational institution, there is an institution called Ashoka, where the academic duties and the business duties are segregated. Should a leader, these two should be segregated. Again, there is a split verdict on it. It works for certain institutions, it doesn't work. But it's a good, for some institutions, works very well. Third is the quality of the director, leader, whoever is leading. Fourth is the most importantly is the academicians. Fifth is the process of selection of students. And sixth is learning, which includes what the academicians do, what is the research, what are the linkages with our institutions. So when we talk of the brands of educational institutions, they're built over a period of time. If you look at certain universities that exist in India or look at certain universities that exist abroad, they've been built over a period of time because of the kind of alma mater and the kind of learning. Institutions are not just about placements. Placements are a byproduct. They happen. Institutions are about learning. Any environment that can create learning and is able to then provide outlets for utilizing that learning, which could be placement of further education or PhD in certain cases, are the institutions that go on to do well. I don't want to stand between you and the panel, but I can only say that in India, there is a reset happening in education. When I say talk of the reset is about integrating technology. In COVID times, we talked to the word hybrid a lot. Some of us thought that traditional education will come back and will come back with a bang. That happened. But technology and learning using technology has come to stay. Especially business world operates in a CXO ecosystem. We are a B2C product. When it comes to various sectors, industries, more and more upskilling of leaders is happening through technology. But there is no substitute for face-to-face learning. There's no substitute for a discussion with a professor. And I'm sure the online education will evolve, but I have a very grim view of online education. I've had friends, I won't take their names, but who are pursuing MBA, they didn't do an MBA while they're having a beer with me. I don't drink them. I was drinking my green tea and they're answering an online exam at 7 p.m. I'm not saying every online student is like that. Online has a value, but teaching in a campus, in a classroom with a professor with whom he or she that you can engage, ask questions, take feedback is never going to go away. So the top education brands that we've selected today through a jury process are brands that in some way are integrating the best of the traditional education, but are also embracing what the environment and technology has to offer. It continues to work on this 6 parameters that I talked of in terms of intent, leadership, director, academic bench strength, quality of student, which is determined by the process, and most importantly, the learning methodology and the learning processes. The outcomes in placements are important, but if the first 6 are right, the 7th outcome happens. So I hope the winners that you see today are winners that you respect, you benchmark, and are able to provide some kind of inspiration, or at least there are practices that you can learn from them. There is something that you can learn from everyone, and there is something that you can learn from every institution. They have a DNA that has something in it which can be picked up. I want to end by saying that while I am talking about education, I do want to end by talking about 3 things, which is sleep. You know, I keep saying that we must sleep 8 hours a day, and I keep talking about the fact that India is a sleep-deprived country. If we sleep well, we are healthier, we are mindful, we eat better, we are kinder to ourselves, kinder to everyone. In India, the average sleep time is 6 hours. For good quality sleep, we need 8 hours away from our mobile phone. Second is kindness. I saw Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh introducing, I heard his voice. I got excited because when I interacted with him, I was a recipient of his kindness. And, I'm sure all of you are kind. I tell myself to be kinder to myself and to be kinder to everyone I come in contact with. And the reason I'm talking about kindness is we are a world that has become too much about individual achievement, about me, whether it's the political leaders, business leaders, founders, leaders at all level. And I do talk about this gentleman called Nadav Ben Yehuda, who's an Israeli climber. In 2012, he set out to climb the Mount Everest. He would have been the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. But while he was between the base camp of Mount Everest and Mount Everest, he encountered 2 friends of his, one dead, who had started the ascent with him, and one on the verge of, being hospitalized. And if he didn't get medical attention, possibly not live. So Nadav had 2 choices, either to go up and achieve his lifelong ambition of becoming the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, or save a friend's life. Guess what did he do? Yes, he saves a friend's life. That's why I'm talking about him. And in life, while we all have goals, we all have individual accomplishments to do. I think if we can do a little bit for others, we'll feel happy. We'll feel good about ourselves. We go to the temple because we feel good. We recite the mantras because we feel good. We touch our elders' feet. We feel good, right? If you feel good about yourself by doing the right things, I think that's the best state to be. And the last thing, you all are leaders. You lead educational institutions. You lead education initiatives and brands that are making an impact. Donald Trump is wrong about a lot of things. He's also wrong about climate change. Climate change is a reality. We are in the end of August, and already for the last 2 weeks, I don't switch on the AC. In parts of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, summers are coming 4 months in advance. The wildfires in Europe, in Australia, in America. Climate change is a reality. So in whatever we do, if we can build courses on climate change, whether you are in K-12 or you're in higher education, most of the leading B schools don't have a course on sustainability. They don't have a course on ESG. We talk of ESG financing. So as leaders, as influencers, as people who have a certain influence on a community, both your students, faculty members, in whatever you do, raise the climate consciousness, raise the focus on ESG, bring in communication and sustainability. As a household, the amount of plastic waste, we order D2C product, they come in 3-4 layers of packaging. The amount of solid waste that we are creating is huge. So clearly in whatever you do sleep enough. That enhances health, that keeps you mindful, and you're kinder to yourself and everyone. Second, while you do what you pursue, and it is okay to be ambitious, to have goals, and I'm saying this to myself, help other people. It's not to people like you. I'm sure you do it. And last but not the least, in whatever you do as leaders, bring climate consciousness, sustainability consciousness, and ESG consciousness as part of the curriculum and in every other way that you can imagine. I wish you luck. I look forward to seeing you in the evening at the BW Education, top education brand. Professor Sas Budde, who is the chairman of, former chairman of AICT and now heads another very important body in education, is going to be here and he's going to talk about where is education headed, what is the future of education and how to build a top education brand. And there is too much competition. Brands are built over a long period of time, but the seeds of building top educational institutions starts now. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I just realized that, of course, we're going to start the day while they were going to be setting up the stage as well for the panel discussion. I just figured, and so also says this, whenever you get a chance, do clap either for yourselves or for your colleagues who are going to be walking up or for anybody. Just smile. It's a good, happy morning. Let's try it once. एक बार आप अपने जोर से ताली बजा सकते हैं. I think for a reason that you managed to make it on time amongst the heavy traffic. Anybody who's come from Noida? The gentleman here, the two. Gurgaon? Anybody who can take me back home to Gurgaon? That's why he has. But no, thank you for making it in time. That really means a lot to us. Your presence here, having a house full in the morning itself, the first thing, that's the first sign of confidence ki, haan, you're doing the right thing with the right people. So thank you. And while the stage is being set up, I shall introduce the first panel for today, which is degrees or skills. What matters more in your career? I will ask the same question after the session. But to begin with, what do you think? How many of you feel that degree matters more? By just a show of hand? There's one. There's two. There is three. No, sir. Okay. So degrees, there are 3 or 4. How many for skills? Skills matter more? Maximum of you. And how many of you feel कि दोनों चाहिए? दोनों चाहिए. Like how तो चाहिए ही चाहिए. But still, I prefer this more. Okay, I shall ask the same after the panel as well. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome our panelists, Colonel S. Chakraborty, Registrar, Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Tiruchirappalli. Joining them is Dr. Mahima Gupta, Dean, IIM Amritsar. Joining them is Partha Chatterjee, Dean, Academics, Shiv Nadar University. Joining them is Dr. Praveen Kumar S. Dean, Commerce and Management, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research. And this session will be moderated by Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt and BW Business World. Let's please welcome them collectively, everybody, to the stage.
We need one more.
Yes.
Can it go there? Please. Thank you, Aditya, for this. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for making time for this. A warm welcome to all our panelists. Today, we are having a discussion on skills versus degrees. And personally, I feel both are very important. And as Dr. Batra said, the universities, the humane touch, the discussions with professors is something that's not going away. We are seeing AI coming in. We are seeing advanced technologies coming in. We understand that it has an impact, but we would want to know how it's impacting not only students' behavior, but also your faculties, your structure of teaching, right? Also, according to a PwC report, it says that around 60% of jobs are going to go away because of automation. And it's a real thing that we are facing today. You being professors and groomers of the leaders of tomorrow in India, we would want to understand how students are reacting when it comes to skill versus degrees. Platforms like Google are kind of claiming that we offer certifications and degrees which are 6 months long, a year long, which have a same quality. They claim so that it has the same quality that a 4-year long or a 3-year long degree course. It is still debatable in my view. And in this panel, we would like to understand how will it grow and evolve in next 5 years or 10 years. In your opening remarks, I would want to know what are some of the changes that you have observed in last, let's say, 12 months or 24 months, let's say, and how has been the students' response? How are faculties responding with majority of the changes we have seen? Can we start with the lady on the panel? Professor Gupta, please.
Well, first, thanks, Business World for giving me this opportunity, and I'm really feel honored to be a part of this esteemed panel. So I think it's two things you asked. First, what degree or skill, what is the student's perception? And secondly, how students are handling this AI tools and all. So first, for degree versus skill, I would like to say that whether degree is important or skill is important, it depends on the trajectory of the career a person is. For instance, a person who is thinking of educational degree after 12th, they are looking for a strong foundation. They are looking for some sort of base which gives them good entry points in the corporate. They want a good networking opportunity, and all these things come from degree. It cannot come from short intervention, 1 month, 2 months, or even 10 months. Whereas if we compare it with the persons who have already done one degree, who are already in their workspaces, they want to evolve, then they look for these opportunity where the skill enhancement can happen. So I would say that both are required at different stages of careers. But yes, if we look at the degrees, now going forward, there might be more intervention where pedagogies are evolved, which are made more learner-centered, which are more experiential. So all these things, all those inputs should be incorporated in the degrees.
Good to know. Now, when coming to you, Professor Singh, I mean, we understand that this has been the traditional norm that we are seeing in terms of universities, students teaching. Now, the question is this going to disrupt in coming future? 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? And in addition to this, how are we going to fill the gap between academia and industry? That is something I would want you to touch upon and tell us how it has been in the last 12 or 24 months.
Thank you very much. Madam Risham.
Yes.
Thank you. And my respect to all dignitaries on the dais and sitting in front of us. And thanks to Business World, Dr. Patra and his entire team. You see, I will respond to that question, but the title of this discussion should be always in the mind in the beginning at least. And what is that? That degree or skill? Exactly, I'll read that. Degree or skill, what matters more in career? See the whole perspective. I'm painting two pictures before you. One is boat race in Kerala during Onam. Long boats are there, and each boat is competing with another boat. But in that boat, 2 rows of sailors are there. Long boat, 1 row, another row. Now these 2 rows are not competing with each other because sailors of both the rows are sailing the boat in the same direction. Other picture you imagine, tug of war. One team pulling the rope in one side and other team pulling the rope in other side. My question is that that why we put this question in the title itself, which is more important, as if we are painting degree versus skills as tug of war. And I'm trying to draw your attention, invite your attention towards this whole phenomenon as, let us say, boat race, where both the rows are sailing the boat in the same direction. Why I'm saying you, in one of the discussions, which happened after NEP came into picture, and I was also a member of one subcommittee for implementation of one part of NEP, and a question came, did anything NEP document missed, which is very important and it should have been there? Now, it was a difficult question on the spur of the moment. But you know, God is always kind to professors. God gives ideas when you stand on your knees. And especially when we stand, we become more creative. But anyway, now we are sitting. My answer was that NEP missed one golden sentence which should have been included there in the NEP document. And that golden sentence is, based on my deeper experience of a student, not as a professor, but as a student, that NEP should have documented that we will bring back the same dignity to graduation level degree as the dignity it was enjoying in 70s or 80s. Why I'm saying so? Because graduation degree has witnessed very much dilution. And we say, okay, this is graduation, you do post-graduation, then you will become skillful. So bringing back the dignity to graduation level degree, it means strengthening the degree level education should have been, or would have been, still more emphasized. Dignifying the degree level programs where after doing the degree, students could declare, my education is sufficient, now I do not want to do post-graduation, because the crowd towards post-graduation is too heavy, towards PhD also it is too heavy. So it is Onam boat race vis-a-vis type of war. Now coming to the present situation, in academia or in industry, both are witnessing fast changes. The change is just like one wave comes on the seashore and creates a kind of geometrical shape on the seashore, on the sand. The another wave comes, destroys the earlier and creates a new kind of shape. With that speed, things are changing. But in that change, academicians must find, amidst the change, what is that perennial value, or let us say purpose of education that must be preserved. Now, what are the changes taking place? Change taking place because of, let us say, technology-driven economy, where every professional course at least has to gear up towards the required changes. And especially, I'm a student of management, and we deal with MBAs. And MBA basically is a course which is market-driven, unlike, let us say, botany or physics or Sanskrit or history. So we have to gear up for those situations. But to industry friends, I would like to say, too much expectation. Please don't mistake me. Too much expectation that your graduate should be industry ready. Sometimes I lovingly challenge them. Are you saying that my MBA should be ready for the first job that you are going to offer? Is that the purpose of MBA? MBA purpose is not to prepare a skillful person for management training level. MBA is a leveler. MBA is a degree which should prepare you for managing director level also. So industry persons and academia, they need to come closer and understand each other's, let us say, needs. And in that case, with this ephemeral nature of information-based knowledge, where we are less emphasizing on wisdom and knowledge, more on the skill and information, we have to be careful that what are ephemeral and what are perennial values. So to begin with, I think in next round I will say something more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What Professor Singh is trying to say is that the skill and degree cannot be versus race. These two things are together, and it seems like we're in the right direction. Also, to your second point, that you said that they're expecting you to be, the expectations are too high, and industry and academia needs to be closer, come closer, work together. I would want to come to you again to discuss it in detail. I'm coming to you, Professor Chatterjee. Now, how are you looking at it, skill versus degree, your first take? And in addition to that, how are you expecting the changes going forward? as far as we spoke to two panelists on our panel, we understood that there cannot be versus. What's your take on this?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I completely agree with the view that was expressed right now. That, I think it's part of the world that we live in today, where we see much more fractionalized world, much more conflicts probably, that we try to pit things one against another. But really, it's not, right? Particularly skills versus degree. Because first of all, let's think about it. When we talk about skills, what do we mean by skills itself? And that itself is something that we need to probably think a little bit harder and define harder in a world that is changing. Right? A few years back, the kind of skills that we would have talked about or would have been valued is no longer valued, as you pointed out in your beginning remarks, that the things are changing, and some of the jobs that were there, those are no longer going to be there. So if we are just going to focus on skills, which is devoid of other aspects of education, then we're not going to be able to build our citizens, our future workers, to create, to innovate, and to lead. So we cannot just take skills out of education and see that in vacuum, right? At the same time, if you think about education itself and degrees, and using it interchangeably, education and degrees, let's call it degrees to be more precise. The way we have been thinking about degrees and building degrees, that itself has to be re-examined in this context, right? That what are we trying to do? What is the role of a degree? And again, in this space, can we just think about a degree where there's no skills, right? I mean, Professor here talked about some business-facing degrees like MBAs and some not, but actually there is nothing like a degree which is not market-facing. Why would a student just go and get a degree that will not earn a livelihood in the future, right? There cannot be a degree just for the sake of it. So we need to re-examine and understand what is it that we are doing. And in this, again, we need to go back and understand what are the kind of skills that we're talking about in a world that is changing, in a world where there's AI and all of it that's coming in. So for example, a kind of a skill that we would want very much in the people who are going to face a very uncertain future is this ability to learn continuously. Because we really don't know that what we are teaching today would continue to be valued in the same way as it is. But what we can do is we can prepare our students to ensure that they are able to learn things, right? Thinking about AI again, we need people who can ask questions, not only solve problems, right? Can we think about that as a skill? It's a very, very critical skill. And can that be taken out of a degree, right? Can we prepare a 6 months thing or something where we can just prepare our students who are able to do this, learn, relearn, figure out new things continuously. And second, also ask right questions. And similarly, can we build a degree where we are not imparting these things? We are just giving them some vertical knowledge or some particular tools. Can that degree be valued? So I think the future, as I see it, is a complementary of both the things. It's a combination of both the things, where skills will be valued for sure, but the set of skills itself is going to change. And therefore, we as educators have that duty in some ways to build degrees where we can accommodate this kind of a fleeting sense of changing world that we live in and the kind of skills that will be valued, and think about what is it that will be valued and bring it to today's education. And therefore, I think it's this marriage of both skills and degrees that's going to survive. And either in vacuum is not going to be valued that much.
So, Professor, are you saying that because of all these changes happening, universities and professors and leading faculties are required to relook at this structure? They are required to reinvent that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I wouldn't say reinvent. There are a lot of these things which were happening, but we really need to re-examine to certain extent that how we are doing things, right? For example, I will give a particular example that I'm very attached to. I've been building a lot of different kinds of degrees at my university, but bringing research into undergraduate education. And that also goes back to this point that can we elevate the status of an undergraduate education? Why do we want to bring research into undergraduate education? And that's also there in NEP, right? It's not because we want to prepare these students for PhD, because only a very small fraction of an undergraduate population will go on to do PhD. But precisely because we want to impart this kind of a skill where they are able to identify problems, they are able to ask questions, and then bring it to a point where it's solvable. Whether they can solve it or not at an undergraduate level, that's a very different, right? We are not expecting them to come up with innovative solutions, but at least that bit, because in any job that you do, that's going to be a critical skill. Because if you are just going to think about very repetitive things, AI is already doing it.
True.
Right. So I think we need to rethink in that sense. That
so clearly, there is a need, there is a call to relook, reevaluate, and then reinvent. And this is not a blanket call. The professors, the leaders in the industry will see how will it work out. Now, coming to you, Professor Kumar, what's your first take on this? How do you look at skill versus degree? I mean, so far we're not seeing versus here anymore, but what's your take on this?
Vanakkam, everyone. Thank you so much. Super thrilled to be here. Any disruption is going to cause displacements. Any disruption. From industrial revolution, we have been seeing this where machines replaced us. Thereafter, computers. Today, artificial intelligence. Life is going to go on. Disruptions are going to go on. But this is a very disruptive era. We see disruptions practically in everything. The self-educated entrepreneurs have always made us think, what degree did Dhirubhai Ambani earn? How did he build this empire? I remember in one of the press conferences just a while before he died, he was asked this question, what is the secret? How did you do this from scratch? No family background, no degrees. How did you do this? He simply, in his own inevitable style, said, guts. This cannot be taught in a B school. The degree can't give you this. Or let's take Sridhar Wembu from Zoho. He says, we as a company are not going to consider degrees. Your academic credentials do not matter to us. Elon Musk of Tesla also says similar things, saying that as long as you're able to do this, we're not going to be really bothered about the degrees. However, a degree is an academic rigor. It is a foundational concept. Of course, the foundation itself will not suffice. We got to build over this foundation. We got to build the skills along with the changes in the technological models and the business models. The National Board of Economic Research says, in their study, there is a very significant and strong correlation between higher education and cognitive development. So Indra Nooyi acknowledges that it was because of a higher education that she had that global perspective to solve problems of PepsiCo when she was heading it. Sundar Pichai, also acknowledges it is because of his intellectual acumen that he has sharpened his strategic and decision-making skills. So I think the degree will always serve as a foundation on which we build with agility and adaptability. Thank you.
I mean, very pertinent point. And as a part of my job, I get to meet and interact with a lot of entrepreneurs. I cover startups at BW. And this is something that's really common between all of them, expecting no line of academics, the degrees, this and that. But the question here is, will they really take up the students who have no background in academics? This is the real question. And I mean, it's debatable, but to your point, degree is a foundation that's needed. And above that, we can build up our skills. Colonel, I'm coming to you. What's your opening remarks? I mean, if you have a different take on this.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and especially a big thanks to Business World for having us here. And I could not agree more with my co-panelists here, though Professor Praveen has just sprung a surprise by saying that there are so many entrepreneurs who have actually not taken recourse to their degrees, but have actually made a name for themselves in the market. There are so many examples that he has quoted. I will also quote from my personal example, because I am coming here from BITS Pilani, and BITS Pilani has always been a pioneer in setting the two, like our Professor Singh has told earlier. It is a perfect blend of degree as well as skill. So there is nothing like imparting the skill while you are giving the degree. So that is what was the stern belief. In fact, I myself am an alum from BITS Pilani, and way back, this practice school concept was started in 70s. And that is now full-fledged in functioning today. We have 2 practice schools. That is practice school 1, that is after second year, which is a summer internship, and then which is a longer duration, that is 6 months / 1 year, depending upon the stream. So that is done by pure science students, engineering graduates, also higher degree students. Now the good part or good aspect of this, as our moderator here pointed out, is that you can't step into that world without a degree, and you can't have a degree without the skill. So that blend is perhaps what we are looking in, and there I am very happy to say here that of this last year itself, our students, when they went for their internship, they got more than 100 crores as internship money. So that itself shows that the industry appreciates the degree, also is ready to train these people.
100 crore is a collective figure, huh?
100.
I got excited.
Yeah, but then individually also, a student, when he is in the final year, earns up to 2 lakhs per month. So that is the highest. And the average or the minimum is 40,000. So that speaks volumes about the industry's demand as well as the student meeting their aspirations. Now, coming back to certain things, which again, I will just share my thoughts with the co-panelists, that you said about that PhD and entrepreneurship. We are a startup factory in the desert. So even in the US, when they do a total study, Stanford recently did it, the maximum number of startups that were founded was by BITS Pilani. We are currently at number 3 after IIT Delhi and IIT Mumbai. But notwithstanding that, now we want to incorporate the entrepreneurship in our curriculum. So we have now started something which is called a PhD drive. That means when you do your PhD, at the end of your PhD, which will be around 4 years, you will have something which is a patent, and you will have some startup idea, and you will go into startup straight away. So that is merging again the two. That means your degree and your skill. You have a PhD degree and you are already into a startup. So there are certain good and brilliant examples which Pilani is doing. We are also doing a lot of corporate thesis. We are also into projects, industry projects and things like that, which I will come and elaborate later. But to start with, I am very happy with my co-panelists that everybody agrees here that there is no friction between the two. Actually, there are two merging concepts. One is the degree, another is the skill.
Good to know, Colonel. I'm coming to you, Professor Singh. Now tell me, if we continue traditionally teaching our students, continue with what we have been seeing last 50, 60, 70 years, how universities are working, the pedagogies, but how will it impact the employability going forward? I mean, you just said that industry has high expectations, which in some way is fine. But there's also a point which you would also agree that there is a need to have a collaboration between how skills and degrees can have a marriage or have a collaboration. How, if we continue traditionally, as I asked, two part of my questions. One is, how will it impact the employability going forward? And to your earlier point, academia and industry needs to come together, work together more for collaboration. What is needed there? So two parts of my question.
So first part, on my left side is Professor Mahima from IIM Research. She is expert of quantitative techniques. So it will be very dangerous for me to utter anything about operations research in front of her. But I'll tell you. First question is, if we keep teaching in traditional way, what is going to be the future of the students for them?
Or how will it impact employability? I mean, in terms how industry is expecting students to be, how will it impact?
Number one, if we teach something for the sake of that thing, employability will be less. I'll give you an example also. And if we teach anything, and I'm very happy that you said, there's no need to say that history will not take you employability and MBA will take. Anything must ensure that it leads to, let us say, proper engagement and employability. But if I teach operations research, starting with linear programming, standing on the blackboard and saying that there are two functions, one is objective and one is constant, or there are many constant, one objective function. There is one way of teaching, and I will study, understand that concept, will write in the exam, and will get some marks. But I give you an example, my teacher in operations research, his first class, and he said, dear students, there are 8 windows in this classroom. Remove the curtain and small groups, you stand before the window and see outside. Something that's visible. Is there any problem outside visible? So one side there is a paddy field, other side there are roads, other side. So students came that there are certain issues which, if addressed in that context, the things will better in the frame which is visible to me by that particular window. That is the better condition they described. They said this is the objective function. Now think about what are various constants, economic constants or legal constants or administrative constants or absence of inner drive, that is a constant. And what can be mathematicalized? I mean to say, all those constants which can be captured by mathematical frame, they become your restraining forces. And then let there be now tug of war between objective and restraining forces and find the optimization. So that was a very good way. And you know, my teacher, when he started discussing tan theta with me and tan 45, he had given this example of Delhi. And he did not say tan theta is equal to that perpendicular divided by base. And if there is tan 45, it will be equal to 1. He gave example like this in class 9, I remember, class 8. When you are standing before Qutub Minar, how you can have a good estimate of it? What I'm trying to say, I'm not giving example. I'm saying anything is connected to life experience. Your knowledge can be tested in the laboratory of life. Then only it is worth education. So he said, when you stand before Qutub Minar, go to a distance where probably the distance, that angle that you are making by your eyesight, looking at the top, is around 45-degree angle. Then you measure the distance of your point where you are standing from the base of the Qutub Minar. That is the estimated height of Qutub Minar. Because tan 45 will be equal to 1, and you are making 45-degree angle. Base will be equal to height. So you can measure the base. You can't measure the height because you can't become tall, no? So measure the base. And that is a good estimate of height. So unless we teach that everything that you're reading or studying is connected to some use in life, the teachers must develop. That's the point.
Very practical.
Second point is that, you see, now I'm working in Tamil Nadu, and there, Tiruvalluvar wrote 2000 years back, Tirukkural. And in one verse he says, your two eyes are only mark of wounds. आपकी दोनों आंखें सिर्फ घाव के निशान हैं. Your two eyes are mark of wounds. If your one eye is not giving you a skill, which is arithmetics or let us say digit oriented, mathematical skill, and other eye is not giving you a skill, which is basically language skill through all social sciences and humanities develop. I mean to say, any student, imagine from class 5 to class 12, these two skills are very essential. We can talk about managerial skill later on. Sir is colonel, and I learned from defense organization, and I was interacting with them. When a major becomes lieutenant colonel, lieutenant colonel becomes colonel becomes brigadier. Every time there is leadership skill, let us say orientation classes or interventions. Because what brought you here will not take you there. What brought you as a leader at HOD of any university will not perfectly match you with the same skill set, a good vice chancellor. And Dr. Anurag was also saying about leaders, and I would like to add to that tune that leaders must grow gracefully. And if we are reaching at the top, we must have the skill of giving or orientation of giving. Unless we are a good giver, we can't be a good leader. So, various things are there. And I'll just quote, I'm just quoting this. These are very classical examples. Hippocates was written by Narayan Pandit. And what he's saying about skill, he says, Kampyati yena cha vritti, yena cha loke prashastate sarve, sa gunah tel cha gunina, raksha sambardhaniya cha. It means those skill sets which give you livelihood, and the same set also gives you accolades, appreciation. Such a skill set should not only be protected, but should be developed on daily basis. American Management Association says there are 23 interpersonal skills only on which every manager of the world should be trained, and every manager of the world deserves 69 days of training only on interpersonal skills, and the magic figure he gets 69 is 23 multiplied by 3, 23 different sets, different contexts of interpersonal dialogue, and for each context, 3 days training. So, skill versus degree is not only whether degree should contain all the skills. I would say that degree program is just like this. If we say, oh dear, your designation is general manager, but please take care of your designation and you must behave like general manager. Now, once I say you are general manager, the person should know that what is the meaning of general manager. There is no need to say you must have the skills and values of general manager. When you have degree, we must be able to know that that degree also actually encompasses as all the skill set. So there is no type of war, but I will suggest, and last point in this now, that in any BBA or MBA or BTech or any program after +2, please see that 15%, because degree will try to give you every skill set, but still it will fail. So about 15% of energy and resources should be invested in colleges, institutions, universities to build skills which are not covered by syllabus. Because syllabus cannot cover everything. That is why. And that's why second question comes that in this demanding time, dynamic time, as sir also said, that different skill sets could be needed. And once let us say we pass on the efficiency responsibility to become efficient to AI or machine learning, because in the future, human being will keep passing on certain works which are efficiency oriented to machine, let us say. In that case, human being has to keep reinventing what further skill one has to take, what one has to take up. So not only degree and skill should be married, but sir and ma'am, with your permission, skills and values also should be married, because only skill and no values, then it is basically unguided design.
Lovely, very well explained. Thank you, Professor Singh. If it deserves, we can do it loudly. Professor Gupta, what do you say? Do you feel or do you find that the need to reinvent the curricula, the syllabus? How would you look at this evolving in the coming future, let's say 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? Do you see a need to change or reinvent the whole curricula? I'm not keeping a blanket cap on this, but what's your take on this?
So I would like to put it in this way that if we want to make our education, our offerings more effective, how we can do that? As my co-panelist just mentioned, it's not that earlier whatever we were doing was wrong. There were some good practices, there were teachings, there were professors who were trying to connect with the real life. But now the task is, how do we leverage on what good things were there and how should we evolve in the current times? So if we need to see it in this way, so I think we have to think it in terms of an ecosystem. And if we look from for education perspective, ecosystem comprises learners, faculty, education institutions, and government. So it has to be a synergistic approach where we come together, find out how can we make our learnings more effective. So let's say if we start from government, so there's a lot of focus through NEP that we should relook at our education system. We should try to evolve our systems. There is a guidance on multidisciplinary offerings. There is a guidance on continuous evaluation. So there are a lot of things which are being mandated by the government, and they are approaching different educational institutions to do that. Now, who will be doing this? Who will be orchestrating all these changes in the institution? That comes to faculty and leadership in the institution. So there, what we have observed that there are certain policies, but in order to drive it down to the lower levels, we need a lot of leadership and cultural inputs there. For instance, let's say when COVID happened, most of us have to shift to online medium. There were a lot of apprehensions in the faculty and the student that how effective that medium would be. And from the inertia and apprehension came fear. So there, the point is, in order to bring into effective changes, we should put focus on appropriate faculty training, appropriate apparatus. Through this, changes can be made. Now we come to the most important stakeholder of our education system, that is learner. So I would reinforce what my co-panelist just said, that it's not just skill, it's not just a foundation, it's about value. So I'll just quote one Sanskrit shol, Vidya dadati vinyam, Vinya dadati patratam. So the point here is we should work in such a way that our students have humility to understand that they need to learn. Then only they would be capable to understand all these things which are being taught. Because the point here is not what should be learned. The point is we should learn to learn. So the point here, orientation should be that we engage those kind of discussions with our students. We ourselves as faculty, as administrations, are open-minded that yes, it's not an end. What we know is not all. We have to keep on evolving.
This circle back to Professor Singh's point, skill plus values that cannot go away, right? Now, Professor Chatterjee, if you can tell me in 3 specific points, and it's always tough, but I'm expecting you being a professor, you can do it. 3 specific points when we look at academia and industry collaboration, what is needed to be done? We know that we're facing disruption in all across segments, sectors. Industries are expecting students to be well-versed with what they're expecting in their respective fields. Now, when we look at academia, the syllabus, the curricula, what is needed to be done? It's just not the syllabus, but from a broader perspective, in 3 points, what's needed to be done?
Well, that's always something that professors do to ensure that the students are attentive and all. Give me 3 points, right? And that's what she's doing. Yeah. No, but look, in terms of this whole intersection or interaction both in between industry and academia, I think there's a lot that needs to be done and can be done. To begin with, I think the first point I would like to make is that there is a need to reset expectations from both the industry and the academia. I was part of CII subcommittee once where we looked at exactly this kind of a question that how can we bring industry and academia together and closer, particularly in terms of doing research, right? And in India, that's almost absent. And part of the reason when you talk to industry leaders and when you talk to academicians, they are going to tell you very different things in terms of what they expect in this relationship. If you talk to an industry person, and I'm talking about now not only undergraduate programs, but PhD, all of it, the whole gamut of higher education, the expectation is that academia will solve their problems, right? That they have certain problems, they are facing certain challenges in either, it can be in very real space like manufacturing to very abstract space like dealing with people or environment or something like that, right? So industry thinks that, okay, we are facing these problems and academia should have answers to that. Academia, if you talk to academicians on the other side, that, okay, what do you want from the industry? What is it that you expect from the industry? The answer often seems to be that, oh, I have an excellent research agenda and I want the industry to fund it, right? So there is this conversation that's happening in parallel. Industry is ready to fund, but only for certain projects or certain questions that they want answers to. Academia is ready to work with the industry, but again, to answer questions or research agenda that helps them. So that's the first bridge that we need to build, that, okay, where can we bring them together? And maybe there is a role for building big projects and things like that, where some of this fundamental research can be done, but also industry can get certain answers to them, right? Their questions. So this is a tough one because how do you build that bridge between this expectation and that expectation? Much easier thing, and coming to, since you said 3 points, and by the way, in terms of expectation, let me, add to this. Well, I was talking about research, but it's also to a certain extent about degrees, right? And that's what Professor here mentioned, that the degree is not to train them for their first job, right? The industry expects that they will come ready for their first job, but the degree is not necessarily that. It's not going to give a manual to students to say that you read this, you learn this, and you go and get the first job and you'll be successful. The degree is to prepare students for their lives, right? It's to prepare for a career which spans 20, 30 years. So it cannot be just tailored towards the first job, right? But at the same time, for the industry, there's a problem, right? Because if the students come in and they still have to train them again, then that's a costly thing. So again, maybe this is my second point then, that, again, in terms of this bringing the industry and academia together, we need to bridge this gap also, that, okay, how can we in a degree ensure that they have the right skills, the right tools, the right thought processes to succeed in life and build a strong career.
My apologies, Professor, I'm interrupting. Can we please keep our phones on silent? It disturbs the flow. Thank you so much. Back to you, Professor.
So that's the second bridge, I think. One is what I talked about in terms of expectation, in terms of research and solving problems. The second in terms of preparation for the job market. And the third, I think, is something that goes to, what has been happening in the higher education sector over the last 10, 15 years in particular. I think the industry is doing a lot in terms of building institutions and universities through philanthropy, through, other ways of funding. And we have seen that really changing the landscape in terms of how higher education is shaping up in this country. And we as a country are very fortunate in some sense because we have a huge base of young people, right? The Western world, the developed economies, they are facing a different kind of a problem today where their population is starting to fall. Their birth rates are below the replacement rate. And India is going to get there in 20 or 30 years, right? But we still have that bit of time to invest in our young population. And that cannot be done only by the government or only by the private space, but I think a combination where an industry, the public, all of them come together and ensure that we have the right resources so that we reap this benefit and it does not go waste. Because as an economist, I worry a lot about whether our country is going to become a more developed country within this next 20 or 30 years when the demographic transition is going to complete. So I think the role for an industry and academia is again to ensure that we have this whole infrastructure, both in terms of physical infrastructure as well as human infrastructure to train and prepare our next generation for that.
Wonderfully explained. And it's not something that's not happening at the moment. Currently, it's not something that's not happening, but we look forward to a richer collaboration between academia and industry. Now, Professor Kumar, you mentioned about a lot of startup examples, a lot of entrepreneurs, what's happening in the industry. In opening address, Dr. Batra also mentioned goals, aspirations are real, and more so for the young graduated students. If in any anecdote you would want to explain this, how are students reacting to this industry expectation or a state wherein they're weighing skill over degree? How are students reacting to this, and what change are you foreseeing?
As educators, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build an ecosystem which is more inclusive and open, that creates the desired outcome. So peer learning, peer evaluation, internships, case-based learnings. So the connect with the industry, with the community-based learning. These are some new dimensions that we have added. So what is intriguing is when IBM or Google or Amazon says degree is not important for us, the academic credential does not matters to us. Technically, this is possible because learning is open. They always have micro credentials, micro learning. We also acknowledge that, and we also credit those learnings as well. However, the credibility of a degree is irreplaceable, especially for certain professions like medicine. Can a doctor say, I have super skills, but I do not have a degree? A surgeon, it would be a nightmare when a surgeon says, I do not have a degree. Law, academia, for us, the credibility comes from the degree. So as I've told, the credibility is there. Added to this credibility is the advancement of skills, which we are trying to create an ecosystem. I would see Dr. Devi Shetty as a beautiful example. As a doctor by profession, look at the healthcare system that he has created. Millions of Indians get quality healthcare at a very affordable price. So this is the type of learners in different professions that we educators are trying to build. Thank you.
Colonel, now tell me, if we are expecting in any near future, in 20 years down the line, 10 years down the line, can we expect a student to step out of university and next day join the company ready? Will a student be able to match the industry standard expectations?
Yeah, so this is the demand and supply chain. If the student is unable to match the requirements of the industry, he will not find a job. That is number one. But to continue to where I just wanted to add on, is that in the futuristic scope of things, we have to understand that this ABC will all would have heard this is the academic bank of credits where there is multiple entry, multiple exit. So if the student is not ready, he has to go out and then come back in again after acquiring that necessary skill. So in that, I will just add that there is a C, which is the continued learning, which everyone here agrees that this is a lifelong learning. You have to be self-motivated and you have to be volunteering to learn. And that is the skill that will give you that edge, that competitiveness and the employability. You have to have that distance learning, which is also the digital learning or e-learning, where UGC has come out with the Swayam plus courses. So that is one edge that you will possess. You will have the E, which is our experiential learning, which I just spoke about, the practice school, the thesis and all that. And finally, you should also have the futuristic bent of mind, because the futuristic learning will keep you in that company for a long, long time. So you have a degree, but you do require that skill set, and it is always worthwhile to continue to hone on and sharpen your skills. Thank you.
Any closing remarks before we actually close from any panelist you would want to add? Any closing remarks?
There are three types of teachers, 1, 2, and 3. Say type 1, those who do not cover the syllabus.
Do not cover the syllabus.
If not syllabus proper.
I am afraid now.
No, nobody is there in this room. Like that. Type 2 are those who cover the syllabus and cover well. But they need not to be saturated. Third type is waiting for them. Third type is one who uncovers the syllabus and helps students to discover the further source of knowledge for lifelong learning. And my last point is that we should make our degree robust, still fully knowing that at no point of time degree will fully ensure the total degree. तो अकबर इलाहाबादी ने कहा कि संभले कहाँ वो अब मेरी नजरों की फोर्स से, नजर मतलब विजडम, संभले कहाँ वो अब मेरी नजरों की फोर्स से, कॉलेज उलझ कर रह गया सिलेबस के कोर्स से. So we have to have good degree, still we have to keep going beyond degree. That's my point.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, panelists, for making time for this. This discussion has been really insightful for me. I am going away with so many takeaways. Thank you so much for making time for this. Back to you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Resham, for moderating that. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. To ask the same question again, any changes on your viewpoint? What matters more? How many for degree? No, of course, I know. I'll come to you. As in for degrees first. अब चारों के हाथ मुझे एक आपके हैं सर. Skills and of course both. Okay, both wins. Badhiya. While they clear the stage, up next is the address by our chief guest. Sir, the chairman of All India Council for Technical Education. Let's please welcome on stage Professor T.G. Sitaram, everybody.
So, namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. we had a very interesting question at the end of the session. I only walked in. So that is, degrees are better, or sorry, degrees are skills. So what is the vision from the Ministry of Education? So let me tell you, first of all, very good morning to all of you. And today, more than everything else, innovation will be the heart. The activities for the nation is very important, is the innovation, and the entrepreneurial acumen is also very important. While innovation drives the progress, skill development ensures that progress is inclusive. In a rapidly changing world, shelf life of these skills is becoming shorter. Today, it is not enough to possess technical knowledge. One must be adaptable and continuously learning. This is the message. With this message, I would like to start saying that, you see, today we are in a very disruptive world. The emerging technologies, whether it is quantum computing, AI, artificial intelligence, generative AI, are changing the way we live, we work, and also we see our future. These artificial intelligence is taking the roles of the skill, or it is mastering the skills which we never even could imagine. So today, ChatGPT or any of these tools with quantum computing at the speed at which it does is mind-boggling. So just to give you a simple example, when I joined All India Council for Technical Education, I'm a professor at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Okay, I was the director of at IIT Guwahati, led the institution, the Indian Institute of Technology, to the next level, which because it's the youngest, one of the youngest IITs. From there, once I came to AICTE, and the same time ChatGPT was also out. That was sometime in September, November of 2022. ChatGPT was released for the common man to use it. So I joined in December. So one evening, when I had some free time, I'd asked ChatGPT to tell me about what AICTE does. So All India Council for Technical Education was an advisory body to the then British government in 1945, then continued to be there till the 80s. In 87, when large number of engineering colleges started mushrooming in the southern part of India, starting with Karnataka, and then Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, all joined, the Kerala, all joined. And that time they thought that there must be some control. Okay, that controlling factor came in. During 87, was enacted by the parliament. AICTE was made as a regulator. So to regulating the engineering and management education in the nation. And you know the story of technical education in the country. So we started during British time in 1850s. The four iconic institutions, where Sir M. Visheshwaraya also studied in one of them, which is in Pune, College of Engineering, Pune, and then Gindi College of Engineering, and Thompson College of Engineering in Roorkee, which is today IIT Roorkee. And then the fourth one is the IEST, which is the Bengal College of Engineering. Okay. So these four, then, we were so just laid down and didn't do much later. And these were maybe enough at that time, we don't know. The answers are not known to us now. But after independence, we started with IIT Kharagpur in 1951 and went up to the 5 IITs by 1961, and 1994 was the IIT Guwahati. And then 2000 or 2001, Roorkee became an IIT, okay, which is the story of IITs. And today we have 23 IITs in the nation, and many of the triple ITs, and then many ICERs. So if you look at the technology and the science and technology, today India is a force to reckon with. Why I say that is, whether we like it or not, whatever we ourselves are not confident, we call, oh, all IITs, AICT institutions, there are no teachers, quality is not there. Anybody who talked, this is the story. Narrative is completely out of place. But what they don't see is, today we are the leaders in space technology. Today we are leaders in defense technologies. Today we are leaders in nuclear technologies. Please believe me, some of those places you go and see everything from a bolt we have done ourselves. Why? Because we had an embargo by the whole world on these technologies. Okay. And today I was there in HBNI, their foundation day, that is Homi Baba, the National Institute, which has 11 institutions, but I was in Mumbai, had a chance to first time in my life to see all the reactors, what we have built. Fantastic. And the usage of the nuclear technologies is not for creating a war. It is for the benefit of the mankind. You should see kind of agricultural products, the technologies being utilized is mind-boggling. Congratulations to all those engineers. And I don't need to tell you the story of space. The whole world is mesmerized. The way we went to Mangalyaan at a cost less than a movie of a Hollywood. Okay. And similarly, Chandrayaan, when even the top-notch companies failed to land properly in the South Pole, they tripped over. But our rover landed right on spot. And the way they're planning, because we just celebrated their space day, the National Space Day on 23rd of August. I was with Dr. Somnath. Their vision is very big. It actually pushes the boundaries for our knowledge. More than what we conquer, I think it pushes the boundaries. Friends, the question today with the kind of growth in the research and innovation sector, what we have achieved. Today, our institutes of Indian technologies, what we have created, either through space technologies, defense technology, and also wherever, or in all these, role of education sector is very, very clear, everywhere. Okay. I was just trying to tell you how many we graduate. Every year, 1.5 million engineers graduate. We are the largest producers of engineers and managers in the whole world. I can confidently say today, looking at even their qualities and all that, is a big question, but we can say we have delivered engineering and management education, not just for India, for the whole world. How many? From 80s, if you look at it, that's when, 87, when AICT became a regulator, and 80s, they were very early, a lot of private engineering colleges started in southern part of India. So we have created close to about 30 million engineers. And you see any company in the world, not just in India, you will only see at least one of them, either CTO, CEO, or the top level managers are all engineers from India. One degree, he has to have it from here. And it is very proud moment for us that with the gross enrollment ratios of 28.3 in the higher education, we are able to achieve. And today there are more than 2,000 companies in India having a global capability center solving the problems of the world. And you must be astonished to see why Exxon Mobil and Shell has established their capability centers in Bangalore, where there is no oil there. But they are serving the whole world from sitting there with our engineers. So it's a proud moment for all of us to look back and see. I just give you some numbers also to sensitize that these are very quality engineers. Because you might, some of you, how many are engineers here with an engineering degree? Maybe about 30%. So why I ask that question is, today, as a nation, our emphasis was on engineering and management education because of the parents, or our society itself, I can say. Because everybody wants to be an engineer or a doctor. And in engineering, we were able to create large number of seats and accommodate large number of people, but in medicine, we were not. Even today, we have hardly about 1 lakh doctors' medical seats in India. That's why when war broke out in Ukraine, we saw all our students there. Now, it was astonished to see people also go to Ukraine to study medicine. It was not known to any of us, actually. Let me tell you honestly. Only we came to know only when war broke out. So we have to save them. But, education, I have taught mostly in 7 countries, full, because I did my PhD from Waterloo and then to Texas, Austin for 3 years. And then I have taught in Australia, taught in Hong Kong, okay, and then Japan, full 1 year on my sabbatical. I will tell you, our students are very talented. Young people of the nation are very talented. They have a fire in the belly, but they may be having some deficiency. You need to give them an opportunity. That opportunity is now the government of India has given to many of them. But we have a big challenge in front of us. That challenge is 26.5 crore children are getting into our school education. So as a nation, we are the young nation with 75 years of independence plus 75 plus years of independence. So we are able to put most of our children into school. So our gross enrollment ratio in school education is close to about 95%. That is class 1 to class 5. But story after that is not very promising. Because by the time they come to higher education, that is after class 12, it is only hardly 4.3 crore children are in the higher education. That means out of 26.5 crore children in the school education, so how many dropouts are there? Large number of dropouts happen in the middle school, high school, and then college. That is the pre-university. Okay, large number. So we are able to put only 4.3 crore children into higher education. And if you see the growth of that gross enrollment ratio in 2000, before 2000, we were maybe sleeping. After 2000, a lot of things have happened. In 2001, our GER was 11%. Okay. And today, our gross enrollment ratio in higher education is 28.3%. That means we have grown 18% in 24 years. What is our dream? As per the National Education Policy 2020, our dream is to become 50% gross enrollment ratio by 2035. That means another 10 years or 11 years. We want to grow 22% when compared to. So that means if you look at the number of universities, I can go on telling you the numbers. We have done exceedingly well in the last 24 years. Okay. That number of universities today, we have close to about 1,200 universities, 45,000 colleges accommodating these 4.3 crore. Challenge is when we want to achieve this gross enrollment ratio of 50%, that means another 4 crore children are going to come. They are there, actually. They are not there. We are the youngest nation in the world. And there is a lot of aspiration among the people. And today we are also the 5th largest economy, bound to become the 3rd largest economy. Automatically, we have the money, okay, to come in. But to sustain this growth in economy, we need to do well in higher education. Look at the stories of the developed world, whether it is Israel, South Korea, Japan, have gross enrollment ratio in higher education 95%. America is not left behind, it is about 75%. So to go from 50 to 75% by 2047 is a big, big challenge in front of us. So where do the other students go? That's where the question came in, skilling. So it is nothing about degree, because degree is going to remain with us. Maybe not so much of importance to that, but degree, we need to somewhere, say, okay, this fellow is this. Okay. So it's going to remain with us, but the emphasis will be on skilling. The skilling now today is the concept of skilling has changed. It is not like only the plumbers, electricians are the skilled people. So let's see how Government of India has seen the skilling sector as in the future, in the last 10, 15 years. So in 2014, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship was started. First time. We didn't have that ministry. And then 2019, what did we do? We said our MHRD, Ministry of Human Resources Development changed it to Ministry of Education. And the same minister was heading both the ministries, MSDE as well as. That means there is a very clear understanding there must be a sync between the higher education and skilling. And the skilling is going to be the future skills. It could be domain skills, it could be digital skills, it could be personality skills, anything you call. The skills are very, very important. And in this changing scenario, mundane things will be done by the machines. With quantum and generative AI, I'll give you an example. As I told you, when I started, tell you that story. When I joined, I asked this ChatGPT. It told me so many things about AICTE. 30 pages came out. I was not very happy. I wanted to be on top of it. They said, write a poem about AICTE in 4 stanzas, everything you should cover. Believe me, in 20 seconds, a beautiful poem is encompassing all the programs and activities of AICTE, what it does as a regulator, as a facilitator, what it does, teachers training and skilling, and all these initiatives was there in the poem. I can read it out, it is there. I would like you to try this out. Log into ChatGPT or download the app and look at it. Ask the write a poem about AICTE. But why I'm trying to tell you the story of the poem. See, what has been told to us as youngsters, the poet skill cannot be acquired. It has to come through genes, your genes, or if to acquire that, you have to slog for 15, 20 years continuously. Similarly with musicians as well. Okay. When I went to Taiwan with a delegation, so many students had put up a project show for me. Okay. Very recently. The one boy had developed, one project was caught my attention. Boy developed a robot playing a guitar, but he has also integrated AI, artificial intelligence, generative AI actually into that. That means he showed in front of me composition of the music, and the robot played that music. And every time he showed, there was no copying from anywhere. Okay, it's very original. You might have seen today many of the pictures Soros does artificially, and nothing, no picture. You can ask that tool to put anybody you wish in your mind on a horse and with a kind of a jacket, and it will come original pictures. Okay, they are not copied anywhere. So that means these machines with quantum computing and generative AI are taking the roles of a poet, musician, and an artist. That means these are the skills we thought that we can never acquire. We have to slog for 15, 20 years. But this machine is doing it in 20 minutes, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. So is it scary? No, I don't think so, because these are the tools we ourselves are still developing. This is in the progress of development. We don't know what we are going to see in the future. This is the beginning. Okay, this is only some samples. So there is going to be a complete disruption, like what we saw mobile technologies or computers did for us in 80s and 90s, and we are now looking at generative AI and artificial intelligence going to do for us. So what we should do, we should be ready. We should embrace these technologies. Should not be scared of them. Everywhere we should use. But to do that, we have to change everything. We cannot conduct the same way examinations were done, because otherwise he will submit a answer done by ChatGPT. Because I will tell you, even hardest exam is solved correctly by ChatGPT. Hardest exam, even in US, one of the competitive exams, they have given, it's better than human beings it will do. So in such a scenario, I think we need to skill, upskill, reskill all students, teachers, not only them, even many of us also. We need to upskill ourselves, reskill ourselves. It's a continuous learning, continuous process. Skill development for empowering the workforce of our India tomorrow has to be done very sincerely. Otherwise, will be not relevant. What does AICTE has done in that? So we have 2-3 examples I'll give you and then I'll stop. AICTE has been in the forefront of this shift. As a director of IIT, one of a philanthropist came to me from US, Texas, okay, Rahul Mehta. he asked me, Professor, I wanted to start a school of data science and artificial intelligence. I'm going to fund it completely, but I want you to start. He is a Indian origin person who went with a backpack when he was 17 to US, became a very successful entrepreneur. Okay, never got any degree, but he had amassed a lot of wealth and he wanted to give it back. So he had by then started IIT Kanpur, and IIT Kanpur director called me and I was director at IIT Guwahati. So we started in 2021, we started a school of data science and artificial intelligence. So we were thinking that we are the first one, because many of us, many times, we'll only compare with Stanford or Harvard. But believe me, by that time, All India Council for Technical Education had already started data science and artificial intelligence program in several thousands of colleges, not hundreds. And first graduates came in 21. Because 2017 AI data science program was started by AICTE with the curriculum development. What do we do there? We actually ask a lot of IIT professors and international experts and then industry people to sit at All India Council for Technical Education here in Vasant Kunj, and they discuss, deliberate on every curriculum, the current curriculum, and develop the complete curriculum, not the structure, even the curriculum. And we release that as called model curriculum. Okay, that means we don't want to enforce that forcibly. We want them to adopt them willingly and affectionately and see the merit of them. So similarly, we have done for semiconductors. Believe me, semiconductor, that was based on the request of the government of India. We developed that. One of the best curriculum, even IITs are adopting it. And this curriculum, 425 plus colleges have taken this program, BTech in VLSI. 15,000 graduates only in VLSI are going to come out in 2 more years. That means India wants to become a semiconductor nation, not only products. So we need to focus towards products today. We have to become a product nation. To become that, skilling is become very, very critical, and that flexibility have to be building in. So National Education Alliance for Technology is one such program what AICTE has brought up, wherein we have more than 100 plus edutech companies offering different kind of programs. Some of them free, some of them you have to pay fee, but we do have a scholarship scheme for the needy students. And then we have also insisted that those companies who wanted to offer their program through our portal, NEET, they have to also give, if they select 4 paid students, they have to give 1 scholarship free for a needy student, poor student. So like that, we have created the NEET portal. Please, if you have not seen National Education Alliance for Technology, this is not NEET, which is a fiasco, all of us know. Okay, this is NEAT. This is one very fantastic initiative. We are in the 4th round now. We invite any edutech company to be a partner to us. And the another important was the Swayam Plus. All of you know Swayam, which we started at IITs as a NPTEL, National Program of Teaching and Education Learning Materials. And today Swayam is the largest MOOC platform in the world. And we have made that Swayam Plus, inviting all the private companies also to be on that. So this is the Ministry of Education's another MOOCs platform where students can take courses, and both UGC, AICTE has given flexibility up to any course may. 40% of the courses they can take through online self-learning, either through NEET or through Swayam, and get credits and then transfer that credit to their degree program. So that very flexibility we have made. And examination also was an issue earlier. Only either NTA has to do it or IITs have to do it, or the 9 partners have to do it of the Swayam. But now we have done away with that also. We can ask the universities to do their examination themselves when the student learns self-learning through the platform themselves. 40%. Very recently, I have also started, many of you know, working professionals program for engineering and management, which is beyond office hours, but very controlled, very good quality institutions. And these are all good institutions who are offering the working professional program with a flexible way. That means they don't need to take the entire thing, but they will not get a part-time degree or a evening degree. They will get the regular degree as per the national education policy. That means the student who is studying in the evening will also get the same degree as the regular student. Okay, but this is a very unique program. If you want to know more about it, please log into AICT website on working professional program. Look at it. There are 400 plus institutions are offering, good performing institutions who run the daytime, the regular courses for regular students. The same degrees are offered in the evening only with 30 seats for working professionals. So another new program we brought in, which is called Proficience. That means all courses in all my engineering colleges will be thrown open to common man. When I say common man, he could be a working professional, he could be a retired person, he could be he or she could be a housewife. Okay. What they can do is 10% supernumerary seats in all my good engineering colleges. For example, AI course you want to take from X college in Hyderabad. Okay. So you can go and register yourself if your house is nearby and attend the classes with regular students. Take the assessments and then examination with the regular students. It's only 10% supernumerary. Just to give you an idea, if a class of 60 is there, we'll only add 6 more seats. So there is no infrastructure cost, there is no teachers cost, everything is already there. Only six into so many courses in the nation, 3,600 colleges, okay? And each one has a different programs, civil, mechanical, electrical, computer science, all courses are open. So this Proficience will be launched in next week. It's already approved and everything is there. We are developing a portal so that at one location, everything else is available. In skilling, AICT's ideal labs are one where we wanted students to do hands-on experience. So we have given a lot of 3D printers, Raspberry Pis and chips and everything. And we also conduct what is called as Smart India Hackathon. Many of you know, we have launched this year as well. Large number of students participate. The outcome of all this, very positive. 10,000 patents have been filed last year alone by the college students. 6,600 startups have been created. And many of them went on to become even unicorns, at least 2, 3. I can identify them and show them. So that's where the skilling is going. And also our internship, we have made it mandatory. Internship, we have made it mandatory every school. Not only just making mandatory is, as a regulator, we have done it, but as a facilitator, we have created a AICTE internship portal, which is having 75,000 companies on that portal, and 2 crore students are registered. And you might ask, where are the 2 crore students in engineering and management? There, it is open to all of them. That means even the degree college students are also, we have allowed them to register and take the internship so that will lead them to an employability. Very recently, we have started AICTE career portal, which is 7 lakh across the world. The jobs are available now. So students are registering. That career portal is very beautiful. Why? Because it not only provides an opportunity to see where are the jobs, but it also allows you to print your resume using AI chatbots. We have used extensively the artificial intelligence. And also we have created communities where they can ask mundane questions, what kind of salaries, what kind of questions, interviews can, and what do I do? How do I improve my resume? What has been done by AI chatbot? AI chatbot prepares you very beautiful one, but he may not be ready to answer that question. So all that can be trained on that portal. So made an effort. So, and we also specifically address the rural engineering colleges demand for employability. So finally, to say skill development is linked to employability. So degree is going to remain, but students, how we can make these skill courses part of the curriculum, that is what we are working. And we are extensively seeing that whatever skill courses they take or whatever courses they do should be creditized and should be part of the curriculum. They should not be spending additional time on learning those life skills, which are very important for them. So it's a debate is not about degrees or skills. Both are highly integrated. So we could see that in the government initiative as well. Even this year, 2024 May, the Ministry of Skill Development has an independent charge minister, but however, he is also Minister of Education, looking after Mr. Jain Chaudhary. So that clearly shows the vision is integrating skilling with higher education. This is very, very important. So I will not take much time and I'll stop here. If you have a couple of questions, I don't mind answering them from the ministry. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat. Any questions there? Yeah, please. Everyone. Everybody is interested. See, he will not get a degree or anything. He will get only a certificate. Okay. If you are able to, for example, you have registered tomorrow for another degree, but you can go with this and say, ask your university or a college whether my course is eligible to be transferred to my degree. So you can ask that question, but it is left to them. We are not interfering, but we have given very clear that it has to be evaluated and creditized. Yeah. I'm a regulator only for India. Thank you.
I have been dealing with children, school children, especially class 6 to 12 for almost 40 years now. और गांव में हूं मैं, मजदूरों के बच्चों के बीच हूं लगातार. शहर के स्कूल तो मुझे रेयर केसेस में मिले हैं एंड आई वाज ट्रांसफर्ड. वहां मैं देख रहा हूं कि हम स्किल्स के लिए एक्सपर्ट्स को ढूंढ रहे हैं. गांव में हमारे पास प्लम्बर बनाने में, गांव में हमारे पास छोटा आदमी है, तो हम कैसे, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अगर किसी को सिखाना है कि प्लम्बिंग ही सीखनी या बिजली का काम ही सीखना है, तो वो उसकी सर्विसेज क्यों नहीं हायर कर पा रहे जो वहां लोकली अवेलेबल है. ही कैन कम, ही कैन टेक क्लासेज, ही कैन टीच कि भाई ये बोर्ड कैसे खोलना है और कैसे कराना है. तो कोई इंसेंटिव उनके लिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का
है. That's our country is a very complex country, very big. Okay, so today, Ministry of Skill Development. I should not be talking on behalf of MSD. I'm not part of that. Please let me understand. I'm only giving you because I know the numbers. Today, 11 crore children have been brought into that fold in skilling. Please be aware of that. Okay, I also told you the efforts what is going on. It is not just the top level. At every level it is gone. World skill competition, हमारा बच्चे जीत रहे हैं. How that is possible? There is an effort is going on. Lot of effort has been put, but has a work is complete? No. There is lot of things. How? I will tell you. 26.5 crore, may only 4.3 crore coming. The remaining are, where are they going? They have to be in skilling. They have to leave. So we have a lot of work still pending. But a lot of work is happening, and many state governments are also involved. I was going to several of the government tool rooms. Particularly, I had a chance to go to government tool rooms in Karnataka. Every district has a tool room. Mind-boggling. They have done fantastic work. Okay, lathes and very state-of-the-art. They have training people on that. Okay, they are also linked that vocational courses. We have also brought a policy that those who are taking vocational courses can be integrated to degree. So that means degree embedded vocational program also we are giving an opportunity. Working professional is another opportunity. Proficiency is another opportunity for those kind of kids. So there is opportunities of plenty. And recently MSDE announced even loans for this. Okay, loans for this. It means if the poor person doesn't have an opportunity. So the whole emphasis is on giving accessibility and giving equity. So I think, effort which is going on at this moment, at this speed, which continues, I think will be definitely make the skill capital of the world. India as the skill capital. Thank you.
Can we take this offline? The last we'll take. That's okay.
I'm leaving.
Professor Saab, thank you. Thank you for enlightening us. I must appreciate the initiative of BW for bringing all of us together. I have a different question. Please, enlighten us. Any courses for visually impaired, one, spatially abled. I have been in their service for last 49 years now, away from the profession. Having spent.
Very good question, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Very good question. Thank you very much. I'll just tell you whatever I know. I was just recently there in JSS Mysore. Okay. Visually impaired student. This is not new program. This is a very long established program. Students, the blind kids, okay, and are being allowed to do jewelry designing. We are giving diploma. AICT has approved a diploma program for them. And more than that, after seeing this, my previous chairman has gone and given 4 crores to build a hostel for them. Okay. And this is not one institute just of a kind. There are at least 15, 20 institutions we can highlight in different parts of India. And if you want a list of that, it is available with AICTE, and where we will make them. And we made all our campuses accessible. Okay. Mandatorily. Without that, we don't give approvals. That means for a blind and the disabled people, it is a disabled friendly. There is a lot of work yet to be done. I'm not saying that everything is successfully implemented on ground, but that is a very sincere attempt, and it's linked to the approvals. And many of them, many institutions are modifying their infrastructure for disabled friendly, and there is a big emphasis, and definitely that is one inclusion we need to bring. Another inclusion is the women inclusion. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for sir, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. For sharing with us your views, your experiences. Thank you. It's now time to move ahead with our next panel discussion on NEP, progress made on skilling and instruction in vernacular. And while they set the stage up, I shall introduce our panelists, and then of course we can invite them on the stage together. Well, joining us to share their views on the same, we have Rajesh Suranaji, Director, Magnus Global School. Joining Rajesh is Ravi Kumar Bhardwaj, Education Officer, Department of Secondary Education. Joining them is Kanak Gupta, Group Director, Seth M.R. Jaipuria Group of Schools. Joining them is Sneha Rathore, CEO, Stanford Group of Schools. Joining them is Akhilesh Chaturvedi, Principal, DPS Maruti Kunj, Gurugram. And the moderator for this session will be Vinesh Menon, Co-Chair, CII National Education Committee and CEO of Ampersand Group. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. I will only see one man clapping and I see one lady clapping. And I'm waiting for others also to join and then clap for them and welcome. I will see 3 now. For our friends who are at the back, would you love to sort of welcome our friends on the stage by giving them a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you.
Okay, to all those who are sitting and listening to us, thank you. And good afternoon to all of you. I genuinely wish we had given Professor Sitaraman some more time. I think it was a great session. We've happily given up some of our time, but anyway, we'll go with the flow. I think it was a very insightful morning, 2 sessions, both the first session that the panelists had as well as Professor Sitaraman. Both the sessions we heard NEP being mentioned a few times. And yes, that's really what we're going to be talking about. Yes, that very 62-page document that got released in 2020, got cleared by the cabinet in 2020. And I'm sure all of you are aware that we have been talking about it multiple times, especially in 2020 when COVID struck. That's when I think a lot of conversations happened in the first 1 year of that release. And we're still talking about it. But the difference, I think, really is, and I don't know if you all have read the document, towards the end of the document, it actually says how to make it happen. And there's a lot of talk about how to make it happen also. And that's something that's getting discussed today, which is why this conversation is a little different, because we're actually going to be talking about progress of NEP. And that will be interesting. And within progress, I think they've further sharpened it to two areas, which is vernacular instruction and the progress of that, and skills. Skilling, of course, we have already heard two very, very good panels. I'm sorry, one panel and Professor Sitaraman talk about. And I think the real idea is to understand, when you talk about progress, to understand three broad areas. One, and I must say this, interpretation, because that is a big problem sometimes when you read these big documents from the government. Then, of course, there is implementation and challenges thereof. These are the three broad buckets that we'll try and talk about. And of course, a great panel here to discuss that. Among us, we of course have a panelist representing the government. It's a great mix. There's a panelist representing the government. We've got one school professional leader. We've got two school owners, and we've got the academia. So I think it's a great mix, and I think it should be a good conversation. And my condolences to those who are not here and listening to this very, very interesting discussion. I'd like to start with Sir Raviji. I think I want to start with you, because you asked some very pertinent questions. Aap government se ho, and therefore, whenever we have somebody from the government sitting with us, all eyes first come to you. So question simple is the interpretation part, because within these two, I think we'll talk about vernacular instruction first. But उसमें बहुत सारे gray areas हैं. At least in the whole interpretation. In fact, there are some clauses 4.11 to 4.19, and I picked up some key words from those clauses. It says vernacular instruction to be implemented wherever possible. That is one underlying word. Then it says high quality textbooks in local languages should be done. Then it says bilingual where there are language barriers. Then it says, ये सब एक के बाद एक आते हैं, 4.11 to 4.19 में एक के बाद एक आता है ये. Then it talks about investments, lot of investments to bring language proficiency in teachers, which is a good thing. Then it also says all languages as per the 8th schedule should be known. Then it says 3-language formula. Then it says no language will be imposed on states. ये भी बोल रहा है. Then they say 2 out of 3 languages should be native. Then it says at grade 6 and grade 7, the child can decide to change their language so long as 2 languages are there. I mean, sir, if you have this kind of a positioning, how do you interpret this? Because that is where the problem lies in the ground, as I understand. How do you interpret exactly what is vernacular instruction as per the NEP in schools? And may I say, I'm loving this.
Thank this wonderful team for giving me opportunity to be here. I have been attending all these conferences on my own for almost 10 to 15 years as of now. Government does not send me to these conferences. As I've been working with government. Before that, I worked in private sector as well. I was in member IPSC schools before.
Yeah, ऐसा रख लीजिएगा. Just keep it like this.
I started my career with very good public schools. I was in DAVs, I was in DPS, I was in member IPSC schools. And then out of sudden, I got so many government jobs that people pushed me. अरे तुम्हें मिल रहे हैं जॉब, जाते क्यों नहीं? So I joined Navodaya. I taught the Navodaya during 89, and that was second batch school. I was in Meghalaya, interior place, newly constructed district, William Nagar. I joined there in December, and I left it somewhere in April. 4 महीने में 2 ऑल इंडिया पोजीशन वहीं से थी. एंड देन आई केम बैक टू राजस्थान. वो उसकी एक पूरी कहानी है. एंड सिंस देन मुझे लगा कि हम कुछ करेंगे, यहाँ पर करेंगे. लैंग्वेजेस की बात चल रही है. गवर्नमेंट ने इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स आई थिंक वे बैक काफी समय पहले शुरू कर दिया, क्लास 1 में इंग्लिश कर. व्हेन वी हम लोग जब पढ़ते थे तब तो क्लास 6 में ABCD सीखते थे. एंड नाउ व्हाट हैज हैपेंड, क्लास 1 में इंग्लिश है। और अभी रिसेंटली 2 years ago मैं जयपुर के किसी बहुत प्रेस्टिजियस स्कूल में था, जो गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बड़ा स्कूल है, जहां स्किलिंग भी थी, जहां स्टाफ भी था, जहां सारी लैंग्वेजेस थी। कैन यू इमेजिन, राजस्थानी। एक लेक्चरर को हम पे कर रहे हैं मोर देन 1 lakh rupees पर मंथ, एंड सी टीचेस हार्डली 10 स्टूडेंट्स इन क्लास 11। राजस्थानी, उर्दू। पॉलिटिकल एंगल ये था, किसी ने कहा कि नहीं, इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल नया नया बनाया है इसको, अभी इसको इम्प्लीमेंट क्लास 6 से कर दो। और मैंने कर दिया। लेकिन वही कहानी वो थी कि क्लास 9-10 में भी हमारे पास जो टीचर थी, वो गवर्नमेंट के दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट्स पे काम करती थी। हार्डली देयर वर 20 स्टूडेंट्स इन उर्दू। तो इस जब गवर्नमेंट बात कर रही है कि प्राइमरी लेवल पे मीडियम इंस्ट्रक्शंस हम ले जाएंगे, एंड आई एम बीइंग लकी कि मुझे बचपन से लैंग्वेज में बड़ा शौक था। हिंदी, संस्कृत, इंग्लिश तीनों में ही बहुत पसंद था। मैंने कहा एम इंग्लिश पहले कर लेते हैं, नौकरी मिल जाएगी। तो आई डिड इट इन 85। और फिर मैंने संस्कृत से भी मास्टर्स किया। एंड ड्यूरिंग माई टेन्योर एज ए टीचर, इंग्लिश टीचर, मैंने हिंदी में यहां से मास्टर्स किया जयपुर आके। आज तक मैं बड़ा हैरान हूं कि पिछले ऑलमोस्ट 34 years आई एम इन राजस्थान। इंग्लिश टीचर्स को पढ़ाते पढ़ाते मैं ही इंग्लिश भूल गया। Forget about Hindi and Sanskrit. For almost 6 years there was no lecturer in Sanskrit. तो मैंने कहा क्लास 11-12 में पढ़ाना है, मैंने कहा पढ़ा लेंगे। आई हैड एन इंटरेस्ट कि चलो वो जो पढ़ा है वो भूल ना जाए। और वो संस्कृत को पढ़ाते समय मुझे लगा कि हम लोग मास लेवल पे, रादर राजस्थान इज वन ऑफ द स्टेट्स जहां संस्कृत का डिपार्टमेंट ही अलग है पूरा, एंड दे आर रनिंग स्कूल्स लाइक एनीथिंग, जो भी क्लोज होने जा रहे हैं, और किसी को संस्कृत का सा भी नहीं आ रहा है, एंड दे आर ऑल 100% पास। तो लैंग्वेजेस के साथ जो हमने मजाक किया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद हम फिर करने जा रहे हैं अभी, जब हम एलिमेंट्री लेवल पे। मेरे इंग्लिश टीचर्स तो वो मुझे फेस ही नहीं करते। मजदूरों के बच्चे पढ़ाता हूं, उनकी माएं प्याज उगाती हैं, बच्चियों को मैंने तैयार किया। अभी लास्ट 1.5 साल मेरे एक स्कूल में बीते हैं, और वो कॉर्पोरेट लेवल की ट्रेनिंग मैंने उनको दी है। अभी कभी मौका मिलेगा तो मैं वीडियो शेयर करूंगा उन बच्चियों के। दे आर सो कॉन्फिडेंट एनफ कि हमें सीखना है। व्हाट आई डिड, बिल्कुल सिंपल सी चीजें। असेंबली को हमने टूल बना दी। एवरी डे छोटे से छोटे बच्चा भी हमारा असेंबली में आके जो बोलना चाहे, इन वॉट एवर लैंग्वेज जो उसको आती है, चाहे लोकल में ही बोलता है, वो लेट हिम स्पीक इट आउट। वो पोइम बोलना चाहता है पोइम बोले, वो कोई स्टोरी सुनाना चाहता है स्टोरी सुनाए। इंग्लिश में कुछ हम उसको डेली 3 सेंटेंसेस सिखाते, बस 3 मल्टीप्लाइड बाई 20। 1 महीने में 20 दिन तो स्कूल खुलता ही है, तो 60 सेंटेंसेस तो सीख ही जाता है ना वो, जो डेली के काम में आ जाता है। सो दैट वाज द वेरी बिगिनिंग, जो हमने सोचा कि हम इंस्ट्रक्शंस, क्योंकि बच्चों को इंग्लिश आती नहीं है, कंपलसरी है क्लास 1 में। टीचर कोई नहीं आती मेरे तो गवर्नमेंट। रादर आई एम सरप्राइज्ड कि गवर्नमेंट ने जो इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स किए, ऑलमोस्ट 5 years have passed कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट को राजस्थान में, एंड दे आर स्टिल सर्चिंग फॉर कि कोई 35% वाला मिल जाएगा तो हम उसको इंग्लिश टीचर रख लेंगे। दे आर रनिंग इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स। आई हैड अ वेरी टफ टाइम कि टीचर्स को सिखाऊं कि बच्चों को सिखाऊं। इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स हमने रन किए हैं, उनको स्टार्ट किया है, और हम एक ब्रांडिंग बन रहे हैं। गांव में क्रेज है, अरे इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल में पढ़ाना है, फ्री में एडमिशन मिल रहा है। द सेक्रेटरीज आर टेलीफोनिंग मी कि नहीं भाई ये बच्चे का एडमिशन कर दो कैसे भी। अब ये गांव में क्रेज है, इंग्लिश मीडियम का क्रेज है। अब गवर्नमेंट कह रही है उसको, बच्चा तो अपनी भाषा में सीखना ही चाह रहा है, बढ़िया सीखता है। सबसे पहली जो चीज है कि हमारे पास पहली चीज जो टेक्स्ट बुक है वही नहीं।
तो सर एक ही स्मॉल इंटरवेंशन, जो सेक्रेटरीज आपको फोन करते हैं वो क्या आपको बोलते हैं कि आप किसी तरह लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाओ, या ये आपका इनिशिएटिव है कि कोई
नहीं,
रूल?
ये गवर्नमेंट का इनिशिएटिव था। गवर्नमेंट कन्वर्टेड हिंदी मीडियम स्कूल्स इनटू इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल्स। उन्होंने कहा कि हम इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल चलाएंगे एट पार विद प्राइवेट सेक्टर, एंड दे सेलेक्टेड पहले 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 33 स्कूल्स वर स्टार्टेड। देन उनको लगा पॉपुलरिटी बढ़ रही है, फिर उन्होंने हर मेजर तहसील हेडक्वार्टर पे एक स्कूल को कर दिया, और देन फिर एमएलएस की डिमांड आती है कि इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल होना चाहिए, तो उन्होंने कह दिया किसी भी टीचर को हु कैन टीच इन इंग्लिश वो आ सकता है। इनिशियली इट वाज वेरी फेयर जॉब, दे सेलेक्टेड अ फ्यू टीचर्स जो उनको विलिंगली, जो दोज हु वर कमिंग, कि चलो हम इंग्लिश में सिखाएंगे, और इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल का अलग से पोस्ट सैंक्शन कर दी, बहुत लाइमलाइट में बहुत सब कुछ हुआ, लेकिन पर्दे के पीछे कहानी वही है कि स्टिल यू हैव द पोस्ट, यू डोंट हैव टीचर्स। मैथ्स को इंग्लिश में पढ़ाने वाला नहीं है, सोशोलॉजी सोशल स्टडी को इंग्लिश में पढ़ाने वाला नहीं है, और फिर हम बात कर रहे हैं अगर उसकी, एक बहुत ह्यूज गैप है। जो बच्चे खुद ही पढ़ना चाहते हैं, आई एम ऑनर्ड टू से कि इस पूरे 30 ईयर्स की जर्नी में मैंने कम से कम 15 आईएएस आईपीएस मेरे स्टूडेंट्स वही गांव से निकाल दिए विदाउट एनी कोचिंग। यहां एम्स में बच्चे हमारे 200 बैठे हैं कम से कम, जो मेडिकल हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं बीएसएफ, और उसमें आज भी लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल पे लोग पहुंच गए जिन्होंने मैंने एज ए टीचर पढ़ाया, वो अभी एज ए हेड एज ए प्रिंसिपल ज्वाइन करके बैठे हैं। तो ऑफकोर्स टैलेंट इज देयर, द ओनली प्रॉब्लम इज कि हम थोड़ी हिपोक्रेसी कम करें। गवर्नमेंट तो बहुत ज्यादा कराती है हमसे, बहुत ज्यादा कराती, और बीइंग अ गवर्नमेंट जॉब हम वहां मंच से उनको बोल भी नहीं सकते, जो मैं बड़ी हिम्मत करता हूं, डेयर करता हूं सामने आके कि हाँ मैं मंच से भी बोल लेता हूं। एंड आई हैव बीन कमिंग टू दीज कॉन्फ्रेंसेस कि देखूं यहां क्या चल रहा है, कुछ नया चल रहा है। हमने स्किल सिखाई है, क्लीनलीनेस ड्राइव हम पूरे बच्चे ही करते हैं, वी डोंट हैव पियोन्स इन स्कूल्स, वी डोंट हैव क्लर्क्स, सारे काम हमारे बच्चे ही कर लेते हैं। हाउ टू पुट द चेयर, जब भी हम एक प्रोग्राम करते हैं, ऑलमोस्ट मैं हर प्रोग्राम में 1-2 सीईओज को बुला लेता हूं, दोज हु आर नोन टू मी, और हम जो भी टैलेंटेड बच्चे हैं क्लास 3 ऑनवर्ड्स, उनसे कह देते एक को आप गोद ले लो, दैट्स ऑल, हायर एजुकेशन की। तो स्किलिंग हम कर रहे हैं। हमने इस बार गोबर से दिए ही बनवा लिए, आई लर्नड इट समवेयर इन जयपुर गौशाला में, और मैंने कहा चलो बच्चे कुछ करोगे, एंड देन आई रादर कंपेल्ड माय टीचर्स कि यार मार्केट से गोबर के दिए खरीद तो इन बच्चों से ही खरीद लेते।
So just to
स्किलिंग,
हाँ, I know, वो स्किल से थोड़ा सा वो वर्नाकुलर पे डाइल्यूट हो रहा है, so I'm just trying to close something. So one, you are agreeing कि NEP में vernacular instruction के बारे में that policy had to come in, that you're agreeing.
Yeah.
You're also agreeing that this is not a kind of a rule that has been put कि अगर English medium school है तो उसमें राजस्थान में सिर्फ राजस्थानी पढ़ानी है, it can be taught, it's no problem.
That is there.
But you're also saying that there is a gap and children
Huge
are keen to learn in local language.
There is a huge gap कि एक टीचर नहीं है हमारे पास, टेक्स्ट बुक नहीं है, इवन इफ हम चलो लाइब्रेरी में मटेरियल करा दें तो वो मटेरियल इज नॉट अवेलेबल इन दैट पर्टिकुलर लैंग्वेज।
Sure. So that's a different problem, sir.
Yeah.
मतलब that is more to do with the school, resources.
देखिए, किसी भी लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम को अगर हम वर्नाकुलर में पढ़ाने जा रहे हैं या सक्सीड करने जा रहे हैं तो मटेरियल तो चाहिए ही चाहिए।
Okay, I understand. From that
मटेरियल ही नहीं है, एंड देन टीचर इज नॉट देयर, तो फिर हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे करने जा रहे हैं?
Right.
That is the issue.
Got it. So we'll come back to you, sir. We'll come back to you. I think you've given a very good insight into exactly how the government sees it.
Yeah.
And जो आपने बोला था वो आपने बोला, sir. None of us have said it.
Policy
very
is
happy that you said it.
Policy is fantastic.
Yeah.
This is the real picture.
Yeah. So no, thank you for the opening comments. Snehal, I'm just coming to you. What I like about Sanford is that it cuts across all parts of the. You're right. If you look at the new NEP policy, it cuts across the foundational years, formative, the middle years, preparatory, foundation. It's all there, because you have preschools, you have got schools. Have you noticed any connection between preschoolers being taught, let's say, vernacular, and its effect on how those children are as they get into schooling? I mean, have you done any analysis around this, or do you think this is more to do with mostly for the government schools, because government के जो interiors of the government of the India है वहाँ पे I think there is a requirement to do this, but maybe in private schools it's not that much an issue. Have you done any study on this area, and therefore connected to the progress, if any?
So first of all, thank you so much, BW, for this wonderful gathering that you put together. It's really informative for all of us. And coming to the wonderful question also. So first of all, what I feel NEP ke liye to, because I come majorly from the early years, so after NEP it's a Diwali for us that finally early years has been recognized as in formal schooling, that it's a important part of schooling, those
3 to 6 years, which we were always talking about, ki sara foundation yahan le hota hai, why aren't we talking it about? So I'm really happy that NEP has finally taken that into consideration at a large scale also. So now coming to vernacular also. So we have schools, preschools and primaries in different parts of India. And what I see in terms of language is that schools, of course, English is something that is very, very common. So that has to be taught because that's how, from the preschool, the children who are going to the formal school, that's how they transit. So English is something very common. But second language that schools in preschools and in formal schools, the private schools are adopting is the local language. So suppose we have schools in Karnataka. So we do get this sort of a requirement that, we want in preschools also to have a book in our local language. So that is also something after NEP that we have started working upon, that of course the NEP also talks about the local languages and implementation of it. And as of course what sir said, it is also in terms of resources, it is a scarcity because now it is talked about so much about local languages and all of those things. But as an educator, what I also feel about languages is, when I travel, I would like to speak in Hindi to most of the people, right? I mean, Hindi jo hamari matrbhasha hai, I would like that I go and I talk in Hindi to the other people than English. But of course, language is a barrier because in most of the state, it's the local language and it's the English language. It's never the Hindi language which is given the priority. So I feel that this is something that even as educators, we could take it as a thing to focus upon, that at least basic Hindi, basic understanding of our national language is there, whether it is not mandatory to be there in schools. So, and apart from this, what I want to connect is, as you said, in NEP, from how we transit from preschool to, secondary and then to colleges. A greater problem, so सुबह से हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं skills की और degrees की, and I would like to say something on that also. So शुरू से, I think India as a nation is very degree driven. That is for sure. हमें degrees से बहुत प्यार है. So we love it that स्कूल से बच्चा निकलता नहीं है, माँ बाप बोलते हैं कि क्या करना है, either do MBA or do engineering or something like that. Degree le lo, skill is secondary, right? And that's how even schools function. So as a large, our mindset is very degree driven, no matter how, we talk about skill set and what skills need to be there in our children. So by and large, no matter how many NEPs come in or how many documents that we do, as a society, we really need to change our mindset towards skilling up our children. Because right now also, we're talking about that entrance exam जो colleges के होते हैं, उनकी जो requirement होती है, वो school में बच्चों को prepare करना पड़ता है to clear those exams. For us, for the preschoolers, we have to prepare the child for the entrance exam of the secondary school. Right? So it's a chain that follows. Now, all of this is grade driven. We don't say that university में जाना है तो आपके जो grades हैं या जो credits हैं जो secondary school से आप ला रहे हो, वो सिर्फ subject driven नहीं है, वो skill driven भी है. या आप preschool से बच्चा secondary school जाता है जब, और फर्स्ट क्लास में ही हम बात करते हैं इंटरेक्शंस की, इंटरव्यू की, कि बच्चे का इंटरेक्शन होगा, इंटरव्यू होगा, तब फर्स्ट क्लास में फॉर्मल स्कूल में एडमिशन होगा. देयर आल्सो वी जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट कि सिलेबस बच्चे को आता है या नहीं आता है. सो नो मैटर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट इन क्लासरूम वी आर डूइंग लॉट ऑफ एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग, but that activity is not actually translating into some sort of credit, which is actually impacting the entire skill learning in the education system. So that's something that I think we should give it a great thought on.
Okay, so what I'm picking up is that on the skill side, you feel progress is not there as much. On the language side, you really believe that it's starting to happen. But I'm going to put you in a spot. Karnataka, you have a school.
Yeah.
You're going to teach Kannada is the local, one of the local languages. In your school, among 30 children, let's say there are two children from Rajasthan who are Rajasthanis. Now what happens?
So that is a challenge. I'm telling you, it is a challenge.
I'm just trying to make it a little.
Agree.
Because that's where the issue is, right? Sometimes,
Yeah,
the
it is
moment
a
you
challenge.
start.
It is a challenge. Like I said that, Hindi is something that is not at all focused. And if it's a Karnataka school, then they say that Karnataka, we have to teach the language. And we have had incidences that the children are from Delhi, NCR or somewhere, and the parents don't want to teach the local languages, right? But I feel also there is no harm in learning one extra language. I have seen in kindergarten, there are children who know 4 languages by the age of 4 years. And that is just by the exposure of what people are speaking in their, surroundings. So learning more languages is not a problem. The problem is actually the focus which languages are being focused in the school. So adapting a new language is not a problem, I feel, and especially in early
I just happened to see the timer. I didn't see that earlier. I thought you're getting more time, but no, we'll come back to you. Kanak, I'm going to come to you. And the reason I'm coming to you is because your institution is actually spread out into the country. It's in double digits. And it's also spread out in tier 2 and tier 3 towns, right? It's there in places like Bonda, and there are some places which even I can't even pronounce. There's so many interior, which I'd like you to actually talk about. Now, my question to you is, just pick up from what Sir has said, from what Sneha said, and translate that down to how do you get this moving down to the hinterland of India? So obviously a school in the urban city handling this would be very different from what is going to happen in a school in a tier 2 city.
Absolutely.
So therefore, what is your experience in the whole progress of this whole space of vernacular instruction in schools? And of course, we can come on the skilling side after that.
Sure. So, Vinesh, I'm glad you use the word progress, because progress is a word which is so masked. It hides itself. Whenever there is progress, there is always expectation which is beyond. And I'm so glad that you use the word progress when it comes to skilling and when it comes to languages. You're right. We run schools in tier 2, tier 3 cities. We run about 60 odd K-12 schools in places like Gonda, Bahraich, Balia, Rasada. Growing up, having studied in Calcutta, having lived in the US, lived in the UK, I did not know these cities existed in India. And when we started our expansion journey, we've been in education as Jaipuria for the last 7-8 decades now. And we thought, I'll tell you how dumb we are. We thought that Lucknow is a small city. हमें लगा था गोरखपुर बहुत छोटा शहर होता है. And when we traveled to these places, we realized what real India is. We realized what the aspiration level of a tier 2, tier 3 student in India is. And it's phenomenal. It's just, I feel as an educator, this is the most exciting time to be an educator, because there is so much progress that is happening. There's so many challenges, but there is so much fulfillment as well. I feel as an educator, my role is not transactional, it's societal development. Therefore, skilling becomes important. Social capital is changing, but the metrics remain pretty much same. Social capital in especially Hindustan, मेरे पास कितने पैसे हैं, मेरे पास कौन सी डिग्री है, या कितने hours हैं, और तीसरा अब आ गया है that how many social media likes do I have. But other than this, it's pretty much been, these are the metrics that define us. It's important for us to disassociate the mandates from what is important. I'm glad NEP talks about 50 hours of skilling. I'm so happy it talks about it. If you as an educator are looking at that as the upper limit threshold, then you need to rethink your role as the purpose of an educator. It should be the bare minimum what you're doing, because it's important not to do a task-based upskilling, but to do a development-based upskilling. Speak to your teachers. What are the development plans that you have? Speak to your management. Speak to everyone. How can you upskill that? There is one more aspect, the parent. Usko pata nahi hai that he's an 80s and 90s parent. Times have changed tremendously. How do I bring an 80s, 90s parent to understand that, times have changed, careers will be very different. the schools will add value, so will higher education. Those are issues which I find very interesting, and that is why we participate tremendously with upskilling of every educator who's associated with us. And we don't mandate it on hours, we don't mandate it on tasks, we don't look at it only from the purpose of that ye reports khatam karni hai. When it comes to vernacular, I am so excited about it because this is a challenge that, I'm fairly confident that we will not be able to solve very easily. Like you said, in Karnataka or be it in Tamil Nadu, we run schools in down south in Telangana. The language is Andhra, Telangana, Telugu is spoken. They would like it to happen, but what I really like is when you speak to the parents, they have adopted Sanskrit as the language at our schools in Warangal and in Hyderabad. It's just so exciting for us. We are probably one of the few schools that does Sanskrit as a subject from pre-primary levels all the way up to grade 12. Conversational Sanskrit. It's important that we understand that this language is not for marks. This language is not as a subject, but language has to read your own texts. Read and understand where are we coming from and where will we go. I think for us, so the vernacular challenge, I don't think we've solved yet, but I'm so excited that this is a challenge that I would be involved with coming times. I think NEP has given us a bit of hint and roadmap. I don't think the NEP is very it holds us back on doing things. We as educators need to understand that our responsibility, our roles are beyond. It should not be that, because the NEP said 50 hours, we've done 50 hours of training. If the NEP said that there should be skills assessment, there should be skills assessment. We should not look at it from that perspective. And especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities, well, India is a country that does not change every 100 kilometers. I promise you, India is a country that changes every 50 kilometers. And every 50 kilometers, there is so much of change in Lucknow, I run about 9 schools. Every school has its own personality. And every school has its own requirement. And it's just so exciting as an educator, I feel, for us to do. I'm also looking at the timer. I think others have to speak as
So
well.
what you're saying is that one, just like how the India system has brought in a policy which states can then start adopting, adapting, and customizing it to their requirement because it's a concurrent subject, education. So also at your institution, the Jaipur institution, you have a central policy in place. And then as you go into the different schools across different parts of the country, you're allowing that flexibility to customize it to the local requirement.
Absolutely. So 2 points on that. I think how a policy comes is, there's a philosophy, then there is sensitization with promotion. You do certain experiments with it also, and then, you take a mass opinion and you make a policy. I think most educators have gotten it wrong, where we think that, the policy is a top-down approach and it's a mandate. I think you and I have both been involved with the parts of the NEP, writing of it and everything, ideation. We know it that it did not happen that way. We know it as to how many drafts it went through. We know how much public consultation we did. And it came as a policy to the educators to take part. I think that is where the sensitization needs to happen. That is where we need to understand that this has worked. A lot of the suggestions have worked. A lot of the suggestions are still open for discussion. For example, bagless days that NEP talks about. Wonderful suggestion. I would love to have that at every school in our country. Let's look at that. We should allow the tweaks because India would differ, because quality requirements would be very different. We should allow tweaks, not just on region specific, but I think as we go along, what I think today is right, if I reflect back and I see that, it is still right, great. If it is not, I as an educator should be open to it. That, yeah, okay, it made sense then, it is not making sense now. Let's change it. I think that's important.
I agree. And I think to your talk about bagless, I remember an example in Maharashtra, the corporation schools, nearly about 1,200 of them decided to convert, replace the textbooks of 10th standard students with tablets and got the entire content into that. It's a corporation school, 1,300 of them. So clearly that intent to make a move is there. But just like I think you mentioned how big India is, how diverse India is, it's very difficult to quickly understand progress because a small progress happening in a small little town, we cannot become a reflection of the larger country's progress, but you can't ignore that. I think that's where the trick is.
And I think it's an interesting point where, it's very generic to say that, India has technology problems. Like, I was not invited to the wedding, but I think Ambani's done a good job with providing internet to a lot of remote places. Like, when we go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, we do get internet. Yes, there are challenges there, but it's not as bad as it is perceived out to be at times.
Sorry, the last time I saw this, it said 8 minutes. Now it's saying time's up. I think there is a problem in this machine. It's impossible. Or we have fantastic speakers. One of the two. But I'll just come back to you, Kanak. I just want to go to Rajesh ji. Rajesh ji, अरे ये पहले वाला panel में तो नहीं था ये sound. Rajesh ji, I see what I noticed about Magna Schools is that it's beautifully. I went through your site. I saw all the services that you're offering. For some reason, I didn't see anything about skills. I didn't see the word skills. I didn't, and the fact is, Jan 23, I think there was CBSE had sent a formal letter to all the schools asking your, for adoption of skills. And there are close to about 100 skill subjects, if I'm not mistaken, across middle and secondary schools. So is that a conscious decision, or you just didn't update it, or what's your thought in this area?
Talk about skill separately from education or separately from degree is something that I'm not very comfortable with. It is part of it, right? So we are doing skills from grade 6 on. We have skills in grade 6, 7, 8, which are the basic skills that we need. We have subjects integrated into 9, 10, 11, and 12. Like we have skills of AI is a subject runs in our school from grade 9 onwards. And so we are focusing on that skills. But the way I look at skill is, like suppose I'm teaching pottery in grade 6. I don't know how many of you will actually call that as a skill to be developed or give it to their own kid. But the way I look at it, pottery, if a child is doing, it opens up imagination. It opens up planning. It gives creativity, which is required for any job or any profession they will get into later, right? So skill we are doing, we are consciously doing it. We are not advertising separately that we are giving skill education. It is part of the school curriculum, and every student has to undergo it.
This is very, very, very heartening to hear this. It's very heartening to hear this. But one point which I picked up from this gentleman, Anand of Super 30, he was talking about how skills, yes, schools are trying to give skills, but he always says that the environment given for that skilling system is not the same as the real-time skilling environment. For example, let's take carpentry, let's take electrical. He says that out there, even getting the, your sweat dripping down and having your shirt removed and actually putting yourself into that is what a child should ideally go through. Whereas in a school environment, it's probable that wo sab nahi hai. The child is getting a nice little environment to do his. So your pottery, for example.
I'll just add to that, which I thought of talking about it. See, when we were kids, we used to learn how to even stitch a button. We used to learn doing small carpentry job at home. But today's world, the parents are only making their kids sticking to the books, right? And those things that we learned in our childhood, it is not about doing that job in the future. It is about gives you the confidence. It gives you the ability to take up anything that comes your way and get it done. It gives that confidence. So those small things that we used to learn when we were kids is now, because of the parents' pressure on the education and the marks, are going away, and the kids are actually not being involved into it. So I definitely agree with what we just talked about, Mr. Anand of Super 30. It is not. I really don't see skill about learning a particular skill. I look at it as a life skill. Learning different things and applying to it. Because when you talk about a skill, like we talked about a lot in terms of, are these graduates ready for the company to work on? Tell me, are each of these companies same? Each company has its own processes. Even if I talk about two manufacturing companies, one may be using a different process, but both are manufacturing car. So how can you make someone ready for the job on day one in a company? You have to make them train as per the company's processes. So what is required is how skillful I am to pick up that. How quickly can I pick up that? So my analytical skills, my understanding of the processes, we need to develop those skills. So that the moment I get into the environment, I spend a very less time to become productive.
Very interesting. I think that's useful. Akhilesh, I just want to come to you because you are the principal of DPS in one of those units in Gurgaon.
Right.
And Kanak mentioned about how parents need to get also initiated into this whole process. Now, clearly, there will be a difference between a Gurgaon parent and a parent of, let's say, Gorakhpur. Are you facing any specific challenges from parents of your school in trying to initiate some of the areas that NEPs wanted, or are they wanting you to do it faster? Or are they saying कि जिस तरह चल रहा है चलने दो, because too much of this can also disturb the ecosystem, and child will not be able to do what they want, which is marks and IITs and IIMs. Taking nothing away from the IITs and IIMs.
So, luckily, the school from which I'm heading right now, like I have got good parents and good teachers and all those things. So, like the challenges comparatively, like as sir has said, like facing there are the lack of teachers, lack of knowledge and all those things. So basically, since my school is from the DPS and we have got all sorts of arrangements, like where there's a lot of training is there when the teachers are there. And the school which I'm heading, most of the teachers, they have got about 20 years of teaching experience in the same school. So now, say what happens in the city like Gurgaon, where say the parents, like most of the executives' children are coming to us. So initially, like what I have noticed, like prior coming to the NEP and now the later on the NEP, like initial more focus was only on the academics. I'm sure, like all, when we talk about the private schools, everybody is have a project-based learning, experiential learning, learning by doing. Now, so like what was happening initially, like there was a lot of pressure on the school where the child stand as far as the academics is concerned. The parent, they used to come and they simply ask like, okay, what is the position in the class? First kaun aaya? Mera bacha first kyun nahi hai? And all these things. Another thing which is there, like see, when you are in a school, all teachers, they do not communicate only in English. So like there are some of the teachers when they are teaching and then they are going to say like Hindi and all. So like then there was a lot of complaints. Okay, that teacher uses Hindi in the class. So after coming into the NEP, so probably this has helped us. Like we have taken this, like, oh, now this NEP says this, the language is important one. So your child should understand the local language also, your child should understand the national language also. And the another thing what we have done, we have a foreign languages also. So we try to like say good morning and all, say like maybe the child is able to say good morning in Hindi also, good morning in Sanskrit also, good morning in Japanese also, good morning in French also, good morning in German also. The French, German, Japanese are 3 languages which I am doing. So basically this kind, so like that has helped me in that, say like. Now when we talk about the skilling, say like we, as the NEP says, we started skilled subjects in grade 6, the AI has started, and then from next year we'll be starting the design thinking. So normally, say like what I did, so we need to take the parents into the confidence first. What we are going to do, that the message was already conveyed to the parents. And luckily, some of the parents, they came by themselves and they have given a good contribution. And teachers are already there. So like that's the way the thing.
So I expected that. So in your school, it is AI and design thinking. In his school, it is pottery. That is the diversity. AI too. But you mentioned pottery, so I'm picking that up. Because I'm just trying to show the diversity that exists. And how, whether it is a Gurgaon school or a school in West Bengal or a school in some of the places that you mentioned, Kanak, or in the government school of Rajasthan, the fact is that there is a change which is happening. I think there is a definite systemic momentum that is being set in. And like you all said, I think NEP can only be seen as a great guideline document, a document that sets the direction. Now, implementation of that cannot be possibly centrally driven. And that has to be really a progress which each of the institutions has to look at in their respective cities.
But implementation is going to be comparatively easier by taking the name of NEP. Normally, see, like that's the one of the tools that is being used.
I agree. Like, but the first question I asked is an area which is still bothering me. We can discuss that later. The whole interpretation, because this interpretation, it's like seeing an elephant by a blind 5 blind people seeing an elephant and touching it. And starting to realize that this is all very, very different things. One touches the ear, one touches the legs. So that's the only concern. But I guess for that, probably we need more conversations like this. And I think beyond these conversations, I would urge Business World Education and other such similar conferences to actually record these repositories and make it into some kind of a book and start capturing these, because then it'll start getting easier for people to understand this. The time's up has been staring at me for a long time, so I really cannot get into another round of conversation, which I'd love to. Any quick questions for the panelists? Otherwise, we can end up. Any quick questions from yes, sir.
तो मैं 45 सेकंड में बता दूंगा। 7 भाषाओं को हमें जानने का प्रयास करना चाहिए, बच्चों को बताने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। पहली भाषा है मातृभाषा। मैं भारतीय मातृभाषा, दूसरी हिंदी, तीसरी कोई एक भारतीय भाषा जो आपकी मातृभाषा नहीं है और जो हिंदी नहीं है। 3 भाषाएं हो गई। चौथी अंग्रेजी। बिना अंग्रेजी जाने हम वैश्विक दृष्टिकोण को नहीं बना सकते। 5वां कोई एक विदेशी भाषा जो अंग्रेजी ना हो। 6वां संस्कृत। बिना संस्कृत जाने हम भारत के सुगंध को ले ही नहीं सकते। और 7वां प्रेम की भाषा। ये 7 भाषाओं का फॉर्मूला। और एक बात और मैं जोड़ दूं कि हम शिक्षकों को प्रयास करना चाहिए कि विद्यार्थियों को हम मिश्रित भाषा बोलने की अनुमति तो दें कि एक पैराग्राफ अंग्रेजी में बोलो तो दूसरा पैराग्राफ हिंदी में बोल सकते हो, लेकिन एक ही पंक्ति में हिंदी अंग्रेजी सब जो मिक्स्ड लैंग्वेज है। इसलिए जब भी मुझे इनविटेशन आता है कि आप एक भाषण दें तो मैं भाषा पूछ लेता हूं, हिंदी या अंग्रेजी। वो बोलते हैं सर मिला के बोलिए। हमने कहा नहीं, इसको प्रश्रय नहीं देना चाहिए। इस प्रश्रय ने हमारे जनरेशन के भाषाई दक्षता को बुरी तरह से प्रभावित किया है।
इसमें एक वर्ड भी है, हिंग्लिश। There's a new word which has got developed.
इंग्लिश को फेंक देना चाहिए अरब सागर में।
Thank you. I think the only risk here is that I think the problem that we face in the country is a big portion of the folks in the south are unable to really connect with the Hindi, and that's what is the bridge that we have to somewhere form, which is where the issue is. But no, thank you so much. Anyone else? Any questions? Yes, last 1 or 2 offline. One more question probably.
But so I teach at the school where Dr. APJ studied in Rameshwaram, the middle school in Rameshwaram, and I interacted with the students, 183 students there, in Hindi and English separately. So I have to differ with you. Thank you for this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, last.
What we are trying to build is we are building a AI-powered edtech for children.
Okay, ma'am, what's your question? If it's about the product, we can discuss it offline. That's a question. Yeah.
We are not building, we are engineering students and we are doing this as a project. So our project won prizes at IIT Delhi.
Ma'am, question.
Can this be implemented in real schools? Will schools be willing to do this? According to NEP,
So
they say
I'll answer that on behalf of the group. Any product which is being brought in today to schools, I think all schools are progressive in nature and they're open to listening. If that product is going to be useful for the outcome of the student, the teacher, the parent, these are the 3 primary stakeholders. And of course, it has this indirect benefit to the promoter, etc. I think they will adopt it, whether it is government or private. I've seen that personally, and I don't think there's a challenge there. We can discuss the product outside, but the answer to your question is absolutely yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I apologize. We want to give you more time, but they're looking at me and I'm looking at you. Just a chain reaction. Please, a picture. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much, Vaneshi, for moderating that. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very quickly moving ahead with our next panel discussion on empowering AI, cultivating the next generation of educators and also of students. And to share the views on the same, let's please welcome on stage Mr. Prakash Sahu, Associate Director Academics and Principal, Secondary Sai International School. Joining him is Dr. Pascal Chazot, Head of School, Mahatma Gandhi International School. Joining them is Raj Singhal, Co-founder and CEO of Footprints Childcare. Joining them is Rupa Chakravarti, Director, Education, Sun City Schools. And this session will be moderated by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange from Media. Let's please welcome them with your collective round of applause, everybody. Oh, we have many more. Let's start again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can either sit as per the pictures or just to confuse everybody, whatever works.
Thank you. What an insightful discussion so far. It's been a half day of, some wonderful insights on various facets of what's happening in the education, system. And we have, like, I can see 30 minutes, less than that. And this is the session just before lunch. So, of course, we'll keep it to the time. So the topic is interesting, something we are all talking about. It's become a buzzword, AI. AI has touched, of course, all our facets of our lives, and of course, education, students, teachers. I think everybody is coming to terms with what AI is doing. So let's delve into this conversation where we want to see that how it is changing the dynamics of education, how teachers are coming to terms with the use of AI, how students are using AI. So let me start with the lady on the panel, Ms. Rupa ji. My first question to you, all this buzz around AI, you see everybody is talking about it. How do we balance what it can offer with the traditional way of teaching? How do we balance it? Is there a fear that it can hijack the way the traditional teaching happened?
So good afternoon, everybody. We are between your lunch and this
dangerous,
panel. Yeah,
dangerous time.
So having said this, because I can see the time ticking away, I want to say that everything has its own place. When we say that traditional and when we say modern, I think the best, like Bertrand Russell said, the best is the middle path. Where we have a problem is the children are way ahead of us. And that is where we are facing problems in schools, because AI is such a tool, what with imagery, with text, with various other things, that we are not able to use it to the best of the children's advantage. Where we should be transformational leaders, we are unable to do that because the children know more than us. And I think William Wordsworth rightly said, the child is the father of man. And this is the time when it's happening.
Wonderfully said. I think, let me come to you, Mr. Sahu. Students are more prepared this time. They just have to type in 2 lines and they get the entire picture. How does this challenge the traditional way of teaching? I mean, how are you seeing teachers grappling with this kind of a situation? What should teachers do here, to kind of match the intelligence which students are bringing using AI?
It's quite interesting to see. I'm from Bhubaneswar, again a place where we are emerging with very big tech companies coming to our city, and now the pedagogy now becoming andragogy. It's more adult driven. So I've seen the education in Cambridge and in London. What I found in Bhubaneswar in London, students are absolutely same. Students are beyond. I think as Indian, I'm seeing we are better than UK. Now the question is, what ma'am said. I'm just going from there. There is nothing called traditional or modern. It's about how we are creating that mindset. We've been talking about mindset. This traditional is happening traditional, but the kind of training. Now, let me give you an example. Like in my school, I'm keeping 30 days, like 15 days term 1 and 15 days term 2, where my students from class 9, 10, 11, 12, they're going to take companies for the internship. So please remember, teachers has its own limitation. there's a generation gap for sure, what Mark said. But what we can do, we can create the opportunities where students will get trained. So there is no gap, there are gaps. So how we are bridging that gap in teacher training, how we are bridging gap in students' empowerment, that will decide the future generation, future education. So one other point to your question, sir. When you see the teachers, remember, the teachers has now becoming facilitators. The teacher's role earlier was, as a taskmaster. Now they're guides. So teachers and students are now participating in the same, journey. So teachers are also learning with students. Sometimes when you see the AI and the IT and the artificial intelligence, what is happening now? Teachers are seeking more help from students. So students are now becoming the mentor for the teachers. That's the situation what we've been creating in the school scenario. So looking at the current scenario, what is very, very important for all of us to make sure that we are not putting things in the context of traditional or the modern. It is more like a participative dialogic learning where students and teachers both are going as a participant and bringing a lot of new discoveries, new learning, and making sure that we all are together to make students' life better, and also at the same time, the teachers, please remember the teachers, they have a lot of space. How we can make that place, and students are doing a bigger role in that.
Of course, I think said it right. I think it's become more participatory in the way that, there's more engagement. It's not one way. Of course, the teachers also have the tools available, by the way. They can also type into and use AI. But before that, let me come to Dr. Pascal and understand how are you reading the interface between AI and what's happening inside education institutions? What is the current state of this dynamic? If you could explain, how do you see that?
Yeah. Bonjour, I am French. I don't have an accent. Everybody else has, so you will get it very quickly.
This is acceptable accent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the issue is that we are looking from the wrong way. When we say, what is AI? What is ChatGPT? It is technically it is LLM, large language model. Okay. It is something which is very fast, which can get everywhere in few seconds, get all this info. It's a super Google, which will give you a shortening. Now, it is a tool. This is a capacity. I am from the cognitive psychology, and which are taken a lot from the neurosciences. And in neurosciences, the assumption is that the brain is like a computer, because we have memory, we have all that, The assumption is wrong, because the brain is not like a computer. The computer is like a brain. And it's normal because it has been created by brains, But there is something very interesting when we compare these two things. That means that the computer is a super power, and ChatGPT even more, faster, of things that we can do as human beings. Okay, so we have to start from there. Now it is an increase of possibilities. So among the history of humanity, we have created tools which are helping us to do that thing that we can do, but increase the power of that. Let's say something very simple. I can pull 40 kilo. When it comes to 100 kilo, I cannot. So either we put several people, or I create a machine like, let's say, a crane, and my crane can pull 100, 500 kilo. Okay, computer is the same thing. Now, the question is that once we create a crane, does it take our job from people? Or does it help people to create new wealth, new activity? These are not taking the job. These are not taking what we... So in our profession, in education, this is, the computer, and ChatGPT is just the extension of it. It's like the crane. It's a tool for us.
Yes.
So obviously, in that there are two news, a good news and a bad news. The bad news, I will start with that, is that it's extremely powerful tool. And there are always dangers in that. There can be great danger. Like a crane, it is dangerous. But in the danger, there are also security which can be there. Crane, you will not go below the crane and wait for the thing to fall on your head. So in the same way, danger can be circumvented. And we are the archaeology of the computer. We think ChatGPT, extraordinary. You know, in the last 10 years of the history of humanity, we have made more progress in terms of knowledge, understanding, learning than in the last 200,000 years in 10 years. Okay, so this, but I will come to the good news. The good news is that we have embedded a supercomputer, which is our mind, which is our possibility. You know, the computer, it doesn't have emotion. Can compute, it is missing something which is essential to the. So it can have a sort of creativity, but it doesn't have imagination. So now, just to conclude on your question, what you have to look at is not what the computer can do and what AI can do. We have to look, and we have to use the super. It's a tool. Why to deprive our students? What we have to look is what AI cannot do. And this is the field where us as educators, we will have to focus upon.
Absolutely. I think we have to see it as an enabler. I think if it's not taking away anything. I don't think, I think it's just an intelligent version of Google. Like you get the context in the right way. Let me have your own initial remarks, Mr. Singhal. What has AI done to your school with the coming? I mean, how is your faculty? How are the parents? How are they reacting to it? What changes has it brought to your institution so far?
Sure. So, good afternoon, everyone. So I actually run two brands. One is the preschool by the name Footprints, and the other brand that I run is the Pragyanam. It's a formal school K-12 based out of Gurgaon. It's a recent, just a 2-year-old institution. So we're using AI on both the side and actually using quite a bit. I think we're quite ahead in our journey in terms of where we are in terms of AI. So let me start with preschool, where you would typically imagine AI would be not that much useful. So what we're doing is actually we are analyzing our CCTV feeds to be able to identify how many times cleaning has happened in the room and what was the duration of the cleaning. Are these cleaning matching the SOPs that we have defined? So instead of a human looking at the hygiene level, we're able to do that with AI, and we've been able to do that with 98% accuracy now. We're also able to identify instances where there is no adult in the room, because that's when the injuries and other things happen. So those are the things that we're trying to do in on the preschool side. On the formal school side, the adoption is little more challenging, because every time our experience is that you try to introduce a technology in the teaching fraternity, by default, there is a lot of resistance, naturally, because they've not used technology that much. So we've been trying to do that for about a year and a half now. And I think one thing that we've been successful to some degree is to actually create lesson plans using AI. So for example, our mission is to actually develop life skills in children. That's what we do at Pragyanam. So one of the challenges is that how do you convert a unit, let's say a Pythagoras theorem or anything, in a way that develops skill and actually becomes fun for children. That's where the ChatGPT kind of thing comes into picture, where a teacher has been trained to actually create a lesson plan, which is in the form of a game, and where kids will have a lot of fun, and they'll still learn what they need to learn. They'll still develop a lot of skills in that process. We're also now introducing a tool called CK12.org. It's a Vinod Khosla led venture company. So we're using that. And there, what we're trying to do is actually we're trying to give a lot of assignments to our students on that tool. And it generates tons of practice material for students. So if somebody is struggling in, let's say, a basic arithmetic or in algebra, they can actually lot of practice using those tools, and teacher get those data that this is where the,
I got it. I'm sorry. I want to ask more questions than those 16 minutes that are left. But of course, I think what you mentioned is really an eye opener that it's not just about the knowledge part. You can use AI tools for other things as well, which you are rightfully using. So this conversation opens more opportunities. Let me come to you, Ms. Chakravarti. So if AI is available for both teachers and students, I mean, are these conversations happening in the corridors of an institution, first of all? Do these conversations really matter inside, or are we debating it outside here? And these are future conversations. First, want to understand this. Second is, if a student can just, get the whole explanation typing in an AI, and a lecture can be prepared by a teacher using an AI. So, I mean, how do those roles, matter, become more relevant in future? I mean, how can a teacher become more effective without a technology if, the technology can offer what they used to do? That's my question.
Thank you. You asked two questions. I'll begin with something that is said, which is it is supposed to enable. AI is supposed to enable, not establish. As soon as it establishes, in the sense it becomes predominant, then it is not going to give that effect that's wanted. Because what is it that we want from it? That we give the mundane routine tasks to AI, and this is a dichotomy here, right? That we are becoming less critical, having less critical and creative thinking. No, they are supposed to do the mundane and routine stuff so that we can be more creative in our thoughts. Like, for example, as a teacher, I can tell you, correction work. So when we give them assessment, just give them assessment, and now it is just checked online. Forget about more of the subjective writing. So that, of course, there's still intervention, teachers' intervention. So that's the thing. So there's no discussion. It's all been implemented. We are an 18-year-old school. From day one, everything is on AI. So a lot of data comes. What we are supposed to do as people with gray matter is use that data effectively to enhance the child's learning, to use it for skilling, to use it for learning even vernacular subjects. So that is what we are supposed to do. And we have to use parents. Luckily for us in Gurgaon, because we have fantastic parents, the clientele or the parents are so much more ahead in their learning that you don't have to tell them. So you don't need to waste time discussing things. They are way ahead, many of them who are very highly educated. So I think not only in schools like ours, but even in the rural areas, I have gone inspecting in a rural area. I was astounded with the kind of facilities that man who's a farmer and has opened a school near Hisar, what he's doing. So let's forget that there is discussion, because the discussion is over. It's time for action now. So, and the second part of it is that we are using a lot of it to do work, AI, I meant to say. Like, I'll tell you about a child, grade 4. She was, in fact, interviewed by Mahadevan, and she was some single, I remember. And she used DALI to make this software from text to image, right? So look at where the children are. There's a child in grade 9 whose app has been taken by NASA because he mapped the shortest route from the moon to Mars. And I could go on and on.
Right.
So,
right, absolutely. Mrs. Sahu, do you, I mean, is there this conversation with your teachers that, look, this note is prepared by AI, what is your contribution? Do these conversations happen?
So, just to give you the clarity, there is no such framework. I've done a lot of research. Again, alumni of Cambridge, I've done a lot of research on AI. The point is, no such framework has been created. So there's ethical issues, there are issues in terms of how to bring the AI. Now, the three things I need to bring over here. One is the content, which teachers they're taking and students they're learning.
The second is skilling, what ma'am just talked about. And third, which is very, very important, assessment. So the two areas where the content, there's a school in Austin, they've been doing 2 hours of content through AI. There are no teachers. The teachers are being mentors, and they've been doing AI in the classroom. And what's happening? Assessment you can do through AI. But when it comes to skilling, the teachers, they have a bigger role to play. Without teachers' participation, you will not bring that content to the understanding of the concepts. So if you say it's happening in corridor, it's happening in the staff room, it's happening in the classroom, it is now the integral. Now the way students they are looking at the content. Now what is happening? Let me give an example. What we've been doing in the classroom, we are now, people are talking that we are using chat GPT for creating lesson plans. But what we're doing, we are giving content to the students beforehand. They're studying, they come back. Then the teachers, they have to be ready to see what kind of questions to come. Now, ma'am was talking about the creativity and critical thinking. You have to go beyond of students, connection with the concept. They'll come up with a practical oriented questions, which teachers to be ready is not, and teachers to be trained. So now a training program, what NEP has been talking, we have to go, I think, 5 years ahead to bring those training programs to the teachers. The training program on AI has to be absolutely unique and classic for teachers. How you bring it, that then a framework to be talked about, more deliberation, discussion, dialogue needed for bringing AI to the classroom.
Right. Dr. Pascal, do you think teachers and even students, they need to be trained and given special workshops that what is the best way of using AI inside the institution? Are you doing anything on that front?
Well, I think a lot of things has been said already, and I will try to answer your question with very practical, actionable that we can bring in our school. And of course, it reflects the way we are looking. So I put the framework before. There is what the AI can do and what the AI cannot do. And there is what the AI can do today, but we don't know what AI will do tomorrow. And I can tell you there is a huge revolution coming in face of us. We don't know when it will come. It will take 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But then it is not a progression. ChatGPT will be a kid in front of it. The revolution is the quantum computer, which is big. And then we'll have a quantum leap happening. I don't want to enter into the detail, but when we are in education, we have to look not only at today, these children, they will be in the world after 10 years, 15 years, and they will be in that world. So what we have to do is really not only looking at today's situation and making the best of it, but anticipating this future. So the 3 actionable I want to come to, 3 basic, there are much more, but first is on what AI can do, and the third actionable will be on what AI cannot do, and precisely where we will come. On what AI can do, you have mentioned the LMS, learning management system, using the teacher can use that. The children also can use not LMS, but CMS, and you can create a lot of things, okay, on that. Now, when you use that, there's something very important. This is technical, but very, very important that you have to know, and you have to look at the future. And for that, whatever you are creating, whatever you are doing, you have to look at the transferability. That means the format. So what you are using as LMS and CMS, you have to ensure 2 things. One, that they are SCORM compliant, SCORM, SCORM compliant. Otherwise, you will be boxed into something and you will not be able to evolve. And the other one is XAPI compliant. So these are technical terms. You can look at that, and I don't want to enter into the detail what it means, but that's very, very important. Do always use this compliance. Right. The second thing, which is more traditional in terms of pedagogy, that, ChatGPT will be able to collect billions of information, will make a shortening of that. But what ChatGPT doesn't have is, it works only on one system of the brain, which is the electric binary system, 0, 1. It doesn't have the chemical synapse system, which is analog. You know, in the Indian Sanskrit epistemology, we call that upamana. You know, the analogy. Okay, it doesn't have that. So, and it doesn't have ethics. It doesn't have critical thinking.
That's the dangerous part of it, yes.
It cannot make the difference between a fake news and a real news. So what is very important in education is to focus on the critical thinking. You bring critical thinking to your student. You bring tool of referencing. ChatGPT will never give you reference. So ethical, etc. This is the second actionable that I will bring. And then the third one, it is about what AI cannot do. And just a few seconds. What AI cannot do, it doesn't have emotion.
Out of context.
It doesn't have imagination. It can create to a certain extent, but it doesn't have imagination. It doesn't have passion, which is what's the most important thing in education. So what we have to do, besides use AI wherever it is powerful, it can help, use it and abuse it. But there's something it cannot do is to go to the deeper consciousness. Computers don't have consciousness. So use consciousness. And it is where mindfulness, meditation, going into the subconscious and opening door and understanding. You know, we just tell you, you know Ramanujan, one of the greatest mathematicians that this planet has seen. And if you have seen the film on his life, it is called The Man Who Knew Infinity. If you have not seen, please go to that.
Sorry, I have to interrupt here for obvious reasons because I have one more.
I know.
Right.
But just I finish from where this guy was getting his mathematical formula. He was getting in his dream.
Absolutely.
So this is unconscious. This is a power, and ChatGPT cannot go there.
I think one of the headline stuff that you spoke is that computers like mind. It's not the other way around. I think that really stayed with me. Quickly to you, before I go for the last question, Mr. Singhal, is are you training your staff in AI? Has that stage started already?
Yeah, so we're training our teachers to create an effective lesson plan using AI. We're also training them on using certain tools through which they can actually create assignments for children so that they can know which children is weak at what particular subject. That's what we're doing.
All right. Okay, but final question. We are on time. Ms. Chakravarti, starting with you. You know, AI, all of those tools are fine, but is there a fear of too much dependability on these aids, tech aids, which can even lead to, for example, potentially losing the ability that we have as teachers, as students? Is there a fear that we'll increasingly depend on this tool, which is giving you everything in just a fraction of a second?
I think every parent, every teacher, if you ask, they'll say, yes, there's a fear. For the simple reason, the reality is when the child stays up till 2 o'clock in the morning, there is a lot of fear. What's going to happen? Today, you can stop them, but the kind of addiction that's coming in a 1-year-old, forget our students. I have seen this when I was traveling by train. 1-year-old, the mother took away the phone and the kind of tantrum she threw, she doesn't know any better. But what kind of tantrum? So this addiction, which is coming from God alone knows where, is something which is palpable, alive there. One major thing which we may do, the harm we may do, the fear is there and the harm, is if we kill curiosity. That is a fear.
Because you can just type in your answers and you're ready in 5 minutes. So
yes,
that's the learning will get affected.
The curiosity, that's what drives us. That's what makes us passionate. Like he said, that's what makes us going and, keep learning.
Right. Mrs. Sahu, on that note, should there be a way we use AI? Because, a student can just type in the answer last 5 minutes and come prepared the next day, the learning is all over, So how do you deal? What's the best way to deal with this kind of a situation?
The answer would be to balance between, what you teach
how they're going to understand. So the teaching and understanding will go simultaneously. So ma'am talked about fear. I'm talking about how to make this AI as part of the life. Take that as a tool to develop thinking, creativity, critical thinking. That's possible. The only thing is how we can train our teachers, at the same time how we can train our students, and how we can train our parents. All three of them to be together, start evolving towards bringing AI to the classroom, AI to the home, AI to everywhere, and AI becoming part of it. What else, it will evolve. We cannot stop it. It will come to life. So how we are taking it, that mindset, the outlook to develop, and we have to connect with AI to bring teachers like more teachers, students like more teachers. What you asked, that 5 minutes thing they've been doing it, we have to develop that balance, to have that pain. Students that write it, we cannot stop it. But how to develop that balance and bring again the framework of compassion, conviction, and also going within and finding how AI can be a tool to their life and bringing consciousness and also working with subconsciousness together. That will create a new world.
Wonderful. Dr. Pascal, if I take this liberty and yeah, I'm just coming with a question, and then you can add to it. Can we call AI what it feeds to us a fast food for the mind? Because it's just it just gives you in a jiffy, so it really harms you at the end of the day, right?
I think again we are looking at this from the wrong side. AI doesn't give us anything. It's a tool. So like any tool, a knife is a tool.
I think we are praising it too much, is it?
Exactly. It's just a tool. A knife is a tool. You can make your kitchen, you can make your food with that. It can be very useful or it can be harmful. It depends on how you use that. AI has no consciousness, nothing. So to come back to that is what I've said before. Keep AI at its place as a tool, use it, learn how to use it with the danger which are there. A knife also, you will have to take the precaution and all that. Use it properly. But ultimately, there is no good thing and bad thing. It's only good intention and bad intention, only good behavior and bad behavior. But it depends what you do. So remember that not even the brain is just an organ. It's a mind, it's a manner, it's something which is much. We are in education is what we have to target. Go to that, the consciousness level. It doesn't have it. And then all the problem will be resolved.
I like Dr. Pascal. You have been putting it at the right place. I think it's a new shiny toy for us, Mr. Singhal. Do you think we are also overestimating? Like when the Googles and Facebooks came, and that time also we had conversations. What would happen to jobs? And the jobs never went away. Actually, I think are we also overestimating what it can do? And second is. Do we need to really fear that it can actually make us weaker because we are thinking will go away? Do you think?
So I'll answer the second question first. I think, when the information became far more available because of Google, etc., it only made knowing information redundant. It became more about skill. I think the similar thing is going to happen with ChatGPT. It is making information even more available to you. So I think the curiosity, etc., will only increase. Personally, I use a lot of GPT, and I think the ability to get answers quickly is only helping me to raise more questions. So I think my take is curiosity is only increasing with the advent of AI. The first thing, jobs. I think jobs will change. I don't think it will not have any impact on jobs eventually. The kind of jobs that were there in 80s are not the kind of jobs we have today. And I think going forward also the kind of jobs will change. You will see a lot of small companies, 2-3 people companies becoming very large companies because of AI. So it will actually democratize the word even more. 30 years back, even only a rich person could probably start a company. Today, anybody can start a company and sort of do a pretty good job. I think with AI, I think it'll further democratize. Anybody would be able to start, but the jobs will certainly have an impact, in my opinion.
Wonderful. This shows time's up already, and we're dangerously close to the lunch break now. I think I should conclude it here, but really thank you. But what comes out of this wonderful, fantastic short panel is that, of course, we need to put it at the right place, use it in the right way. I think it cannot really overtake the human mind. I think this is a challenge, but I think eventually the human mind will prevail. That's the Dr. Pascal highly kind of agrees with this. I think that's what it is going to be, right? But thank you. I would have loved to take a question, but I'm sorry, out of time. But thank you for this discussion. Thanks for that.
Hello. Thank you so much, Rohil, for moderating that. A big thank you to all our panelists as well. Uh, from food for thought, it's now time for food for lunch, for your food for your stomachs. It's 1:50. By 2:30, we meet again for our next panel discussion. Lunch is served in this very hall. Please enjoy yourselves. Thank you. Hello. May I please request all of you to sort of settle down? If any of your colleagues or friends are outside, you can also request them to please come inside so we can start now. We want to be back on time. We are on time as of now. We don't want to sort of get any period any longer. Business World team, if you can please make sure any of the audience members outside, prepare kar unko andar bula le, and you can start then. Thank you. Hello. A minute more and then we shall start. If any of your friends are outside, please request them to come back inside. For a friend standing at the back, I please request you to settle down. Thank you. Priya. Okay. Let's begin with the next one. Everybody had lunch? Everybody had lunch? Yes, no? Yes, lovely. Just to ask, because you all teachers as well, what's the most common food combination that bacha party brings in the dabba during lunch? Just asking. Like my mom gave me parathas and the achar. And Sunday probably a piece of bread. That's it. That was our bada khana. Any random? Oh, ma'am. अभी पराठे ही चल रहे हैं. हाँ, you're right. चलो, okay, parathas. Anything else that you've seen which is a common food combination? Or that frozen Maggi is also one of it, yeah? राजमा चावल. सर, आप बहुत privileged थे इसका मतलब. अगर आपको राजमा चावल लंच में मिल रहे तो. अच्छा, आप बना के देते हो. Love, I think we should come to your school once for lunch. Ours was a very fixed one. I studied in Sherwood, Nainital. Ours was a very specific and fixed lunch. आधा ठंडा होता था, वो अलग बात है. But a very fixed. So we were in Malital. नहीं हम तो wait, we were in मैं भूल गया सर. सर नैनीताल इसी पे रहने देते हैं. काफी ऊपर थे हम.
देश की परीक्षा कि मेरे बच्चे जो हैं मॉर्निंग में सिर्फ ब्रेड खाते हैं, मैं इसको कैसे दूर करूं? I was teaching at that school.
जी.
तो मैंने बोला कि आप ब्रेड भी रखिए, परोठा भी रखिए और कुछ और चीज भी रखिए. फिर देखो चेंज होगा धीरे धीरे.
हुआ सर उसके बाद. Good. बढ़िया. So that means paratha is still ruling. With that, let's move. Halaki, this had no connection with the next panel. This was just to sort of get a glimpse of how we are functioning. That's it. Our next panel, it's on career clarity in the age of information access. How schools can provide clear picture and guide students based on interest, aptitude, and personality. And with that, to share their views on the same, whether students need to be guided based on interest, aptitude, and personality, or what precisely will take them forward. To discuss all that and more, let's please welcome our next panelist. Sangeeta Bhatia ji, Principal, KIIT World School. Joining ma'am is Aarti Khurana, Principal, International Curriculum, Sharda World School. Joining them is Pradeep Paul, Vice President, Genesis Global School. And this session will be moderated by Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody, with your round of applause. हालांकि हम सब ने भी लंच किया है, तो either we can go here with applause or we can go there. Let's try and go here. Thank you. Also, just to understand, I hear this from, is it from us or from some mobile phone? Sir? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
There's a parallel discussion going on somewhere. All right. Great. I think this is a conversation that is so relevant because I've seen people who studied engineering becoming artists, you know. I've seen people who studied computer science become actors, you know. And I wonder, you know, what happened? They changed their path midway, you know, what happened? So it comes back to this, the schooling years, you know, when you really had to look at their interests, nurture them, you know, give them that clarity, but that is lacking, unfortunately. And we are here to discuss it, you know, and understand that are we doing enough now, since we call ourselves the most evolved, phase of education. We have tech, we have great teachers, great students. Is that conversation really taking place in schools? I want to start with you, Ms. Chadda. Do you think, you are spending enough time with students to understand their interests, their aptitude? What all is happening, if you could give me a sense of at your institution? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just going by this.
That's I hope these are working.
Yes, yes.
Right. So having spent nearly 28 years in the field of education, I'm still perplexed because, as you rightly said, large population of the students I taught, what they aspired during their nascent years never actually became a reality. So I was just reading an interesting news article day before yesterday where a doctor who's most likely penned the lyrics of that famous song Chand Balian. He was talking about how, having done his MD, he actually thought of pursuing his passion, which lay in the entertainment industry, specifically in the creative arts. So he chose to sing and pen down lyrics, and that really got me thinking. Like you just mentioned, why is it that we as educators, as part of the schooling system, we are not really able to show that direction or maybe gauge the direction in which our students really want to move? Partly because we are so focused on a result-oriented education system that while we talk about passion and interest, we hardly focus on that. So,
right. I think that is still an evolving place. I think more has to be done on that front to give students a clarity of what they want to become. Let me get some real example from Mr. Pradeep Paul, who is on behalf of Ms. Chadda here on the panel. At your school, at your institution, what is the kind of effort that you put in to understand the interest of students? You know, is there enough time? Do you make enough time for it, given there's so much of things, so many things that they have to do on a daily basis?
Yeah, I would like to give one example. It looks very simple. I mean, interest and aptitude and personality, I think every one of us know. Schools have changed. I mean, when we were in schools a few years back and now, and we have a very significant role to play to explore their potential. Now, for example, I am a child. I take admission in a school where only two games are played, cricket and football. And I'm told to choose one football. Is the school catering to the interest of the child? He doesn't know. He only knows two games. He then picks cricket, plays for 4 or 5 years continuously, and then fails badly. So what is the problem? The problem is that we are not able to give them explore their potential by offering more games. So if you come to my school, I'm giving an example of sports. It is applicable to other areas as well. So in my school, then I offer them 19 sports, and they can go maybe 3 months try this sport, 3 months try that sport. Then only he can know, we can know, teachers can know, students can know what is his real aptitude. So interest and aptitude are closely related, but again, we need to give some time. It is not possible for maybe the counselor sitting in a closed room, taking interview for 10 minutes to know what is his real aptitude. And then comes personality, takes years to build. So first thing is that being school, what we are doing wrong is not exploring, allowing them to explore more and more areas of their interest. And then only they are quite confused between interest and aptitude. I may be interested in cricket. I like to watch cricket. I like to play cricket. But when I go there, I can't face any ball. So my aptitude lies somewhere else. Where is my aptitude? I don't know unless I go and explore myself. So we need to provide plethora of those activities, or be it sports, or be it any area that is I think very much required.
I think you raised a very important point that, for example, you just offer them less. So how would they know what all they are capable of? You gave the example of sports in that, but not all institutions have the facility to give 19 or 20 sports, so they're limited by that. Ms. Bhatia, are we doing enough overall to understand the aptitude of students at a young age, or is it just a tick mark, just a fancy kind of a tick mark that we place in schools? How do you explain this? How do you see it?
See, I'll not say it's a tick mark. A lot is being done, yet a lot more still needs to be done. Why I say so is that we are still in that stage of transformation where we are still fixated with IIT jana hai, engineering nahi karna hai, IIT, we want to make it to IIT. That charm still prevails over many other vocations. We are still into that phase of transition where we need to go from conventional career options to many more that 21st century is offering, especially in light of AI coming in, the YouTube influencers who are, becoming very popular amongst youth. Likewise, many people, because of some young role models in good sports people, have started taking archery, javelin throw, shooting as their professional career options, which was a big no-no, I would say a decade ago. So at schools, as two of my fellow friends have already spoken, I would like to just tell you that I have been personally engaged, and also I think we need to take it at a larger forum about this career tripod, which I was talking to you in personal space, and I told you I'll be talking about that. Two of those legs, tripod has three key legs. Two legs have been explained by two of my fellow friends in passion and aptitude. But also we need to train our youngsters to see whether those two possibilities keep the lights on, the financial viability. Sometimes we're good at something, we have aptitude for it, but we can't fund for our passion or as a profession. Like, let's say I'm a very good photographer and I want to go underwater to capture some microbes, but I do not have money to buy lenses that can capture my passion or my aptitude either way. So these are like on a tripod, three legs, what I call what you love doing, that is passion. What you're good at is your aptitude, and what keep the lights on is your financial viability. And as you asked me at school, we have to cater to all the three. Like for passion, we need to have the interest inventory, which we've started doing in portfolios. And I'm sure all my friends who are here from school are doing wonderfully well in maintaining personal portfolios where we're capturing what children's interests are, then what are their engagements or preferences, even if they are passionate, they do not engage themselves in those extracurricular activities. Then for aptitude, sometimes we do it more under peer pressure. So we have the entire profile of the students, which tells us that which are the areas where they have better aptitude. And as far as the financial viability is concerned, that third leg is also the onus is on us to ensure that we are exposing them to job fairs. We tell them that these are the job markets. We connect them with the right people. So we like those dot connectors who do the job well. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderfully explained here. Ms. Khurana, there's another aspect to this. Even if at the school level you recognize the talent of the kid, and you guide them and all of that, but there's a cultural part, especially in the Indian context, where we have filtered out that our kid is gonna do this. I think this is a cultural part, and we cannot uh, do away with that. Uh, how much does that hamper what is being identified at the school level? Are there any real examples where you thought that this kid is good at sports, but the parents wanted them to become a doctor or an engineer, something of that sort? If you could share some story of that sort.
I think most of us sitting here, that's the apathy that we deal with on a day-to-day level, being educationists, and the smile on our faces would have said it all. Yes, it's a everyday story of passion versus parental aspiration. So the child's passion somewhere, I would say we are, from some privileged schools where we don't face the challenge so much. However, even there, parents would definitely have their personal aspirations plugged onto the child from a very early age. So when it comes to building portfolios, it is not the child's portfolio actually. It is
Extension of the parents.
extension of the parents' portfolio. And mostly students who belong to the business family circle, there, if the child wishes to deviate from the chosen path or the family business, all hell might, fall loose. So yes, as I think as school counselors, we have to be very careful to walk that path where we kind of build a balance between what the parents aspire and what the child's passions are. And somewhere finding that middle path also means giving the parent and the child plan A, B, and C. What if plan A doesn't work to, your aspiration? What happens then? So I think that's something we deal with every day.
I think we should put the students/parents, right?
Yes, actually.
Right. Mr. Paul, I'm sure you must also have come across such examples. Anything that you remember, which you can share with us, and how do you deal with such, where a student wants to become something else, and the parents have their own, what do you call, aim for them?
Yeah, so there are many examples. Maybe one of the examples where the parents, I mean, the mindset of the parents are still the same old mindset, and they still want to take this same kind of subject combination what we used to take in our times. So we need to train the parents accordingly. Now that training cannot happen when the child comes in grade 11. So I mean, what the career counseling used to take place earlier, and now things are a little different. Earlier, we used to think about giving them that particular subject combination in grade 11 only. And we used to call the parents for counseling sessions in grade 10 or maybe when the child was about to pass grade 10. Now things have changed. In case I want to change the mentality of a parent, the right age group is grade 6 and 7. So need to change the mentality of child, need to change the mentality of parent as well. And there are careers everywhere. About sports only when we were discussing about that topic. Normally people think that in case I want to go in sports, there is only one career, that I am a good sportsman. I mean, this is not the only career to become a sportsman. You can become a player, you can become a sports manager as well. Now the universities which offer the course to the player and the course to the managers are totally different. The requirements are different, the subject combinations are different. And we are privileged, at least in CBSE now. I mean, in IB and IGCSE board, they always they were allowed to tailor the subject combinations as per the child's choice. But in CBSE, we also have that privilege. But the only problem is to change the mindset of the parents. I had one student, he was exceptionally good in cricket, but we could not persuade the parent to continue with cricket. I mean, being a vice principal of the school, I tried to persuade my child to withdraw from the school and join some club in cricket. It is very painful for me. He was a boarder. He was with me for 5-6 years, and then telling the same child to leave the school and then join some club for his betterment, I could not do it. He continued. He did very well in studies. He's doing still very well. He has now joined his father's business, but I think his aptitude was something else. So neither the parent nor uh, uh, the society, they accepted it. Now, again, he just told about the food habit as well. Uh, I mean, eating the same food, paratha and then rajma and dal is also not good. I mean, you'll not imagine one of my child, very bright, he got admission in US doing his engineering, and he had to come back after 1 year. Why? Because he did not like the taste of food there. So whose
Please increase the menu,
responsibility?
yeah.
Whose responsibility is it? It is my responsibility. So in my school, they are not allowed to bring tiffins. The breakfast and lunch is my role, and then I'll ensure that he takes every
And there's
kind
20
of
kinds of,
yeah,
also 20 kind of.
maybe more. But the I will serve continental food also. We'll serve Indian food as well. So in case in place of paneer, he can taste tofu as well. In place of dosa, he can eat something else. It's mandatory also. I mean, first service is mandatory. So there are many things which you normally ignore and you never know later as well, that whether the child will be able to adapt to the situations or not. It needs training and many years of training. And I have also, I mean, which is the biggest problem in our country, is the coaching centers. Now, what happens is that in grade 5 only, the parent want to make him IITian. And they start going for tuitions in grade 6 only.
Because the schedules are so hectic.
Yeah.
The schedules are so hectic.
So this is unbelievable. I mean, it is not possible. I mean, is it possible for me or teacher or tuition teacher to know the aptitude and interest where it lies? I don't think that before grade 9 you are able to access whether the child is good in studies or not, whether he is good for art, humanities, or commerce or science. So this is the biggest problem, and I am disappointed with the schools where they allow the coaching centers to come to the school and take classes for 2 hours. I hope they are not sitting here, those principals. I mean, this is not done. We can't do this. Let the child explore the interest. We are killing his innovation and his creativity at this age only. So it should be stopped immediately. Government can't do it. But as principals, I think it's on hands. Now, what is the solution? The solution is to change the mindset. And I again tell that mindset of parent cannot be changed in grade 11. It has to be changed in grade 6 only.
So heartening to see, I mean, attention to those even cultural nuances like food items. You gave a real example, and it's so moving, that he had to come back just because his food choice was different, and you're working on that. Really heartening to notice that how far above and beyond the institutions are going. Ms. Bhatia, could you share any example of a conflict between what the child wanted, what the parent did? Any example if you have, that would be interesting.
I'll not say conflict, but yes, I would like to share one situation where I remember a young girl who wanted to be a doctor, very passionate about becoming a doctor. She had aptitude for science. Everything was super perfect. But sometimes the journey of being there kills it. As that girl, every Friday there used to be a dissection or an experimental class, the lab class, where the girl had to pin a frog on the dissection tray on the wax. And I could see every time she would puke. She could not kind of tolerate the smell of or the fear of pinning 4 legs of frog on the dissection tray. So there goes the dream of becoming a doctor, the passion of becoming a doctor. So sometimes during the journey, we come across hurdles and children have to, it's, like offering a lot on a platter, and children have to pick what suits the best. As I said, we have to be those dot connectors where they know that these are the things which make me happy. These are the things which will eventually, sometimes the journey is as important as the destination is. And nowadays, from what I understand, most of us um, can actually say it with conviction that children are changing their careers very often. So they cannot be prepared for a career A or a career B, because their lifespan of a career is also becoming smaller. They're changing jobs. They're changing, sometimes, you are an IITian, you want to become a photographer. You just want to become a wildlife tourist. Sometimes you just want to go out, earn money while you're pursuing your own passion. So children have to be prepared likewise. And also, one challenge that we have during this transitional phase is the career options that we are preparing them for are not going to exist. Like, I think 10 years ago, maybe I would say 2 decades ago, becoming a programmer was a dream for any Indian IT sector. Now, with ChatGPT and many more AI tools, the programming is being taken care by those AI windows, so that now they have to reinvent. So this reinvention, the ability to reinvent, is also, I think, essential while we are raising these children, is what I
Yeah, I
wanted
think
to
you
say.
really mentioned, I mean, now you don't have the marketplace, the job opportunities are different. We are living in a gig economy, which changes very frequently, and you have to prepare them for a certain uncertainty. Uh, Ms. Khurana, what can improve, which is really hitting the core in terms of, it's not just the students now, that's what we gathered. You have to involve parents. Are we doing enough? What can be done better to give the right guidance at an early age?
Thank you for asking that, because I think that's the most crucial aspect of this whole discussion today. Involving parents at the right time, like Sir just mentioned, that when a child hits grade 11, that's not the time. We have to start early as maybe grade 2 or 3, to first and foremost, as a school, discover where the passion lies, and giving them opportunities to explore those passions, not restricting them to a particular area, but giving them, different kinds of explorations. And like Ms. Bhatia just said, that opening the vistas for them. And at the same time, involving parents at that particular stage, so that they also see what the world has to offer to their child, and preparing them, like you just said, for the uncertainties of life, for the uncertainties of the career paths. What existed decades earlier doesn't exist anymore. And so preparing our children, preparing the parents for these evolving times is what schools really need to figure out and work on. What we have begun as a little initiative in our school is, we talk to the parents maybe every 6 months or so, because in these initial phases of their life, children are really changing. They are evolving themselves, and their interests are changing, really often. So letting the parents in on those aspects, at the same time giving them, taking them along in exploring those opportunities, is what we have begun working on. I just wanted to take a moment to add to what Ms. Bhatia was just mentioning. And I want to hear, give an example of my own child who worked through the IB, but was very keen on psychology. However, at college, when she interned with certain hospitals and institutions, the trauma of what she heard and what she bore was not something that she could sustain. And I mean, when we talk about passion, when we talk about the child's interest, aptitude, everything went out of the window because she came down with her own mental health issues. And so as a parent, that really put me at crossroads because all her growing up years, she only talked about being a psychologist, having keen interest, calling herself a people's person, being that ear to her friends. But it landed her in a place where I think she cannot pursue it as a career option. So as a parent myself, sitting back, going through that exercise again, was something I myself was not prepared for. So I think the role of parents, educators, schools, society at large needs to be relooked. And preparing ourselves first and then preparing our parents and our children is really, really important.
Absolutely. Can I request the hotel staff to just tone a little? Yes, yeah. Tone it down because I could hear them here at this. Mr. Paul, what are your suggestions to improve and make this counseling really effective and holistic also, like involve parents? What are the things that can improve?
Yeah, thank you. There are two, three aspects. First, like ma'am just told, that we need to make our child little resilient, and that only happens in school. School is not only for education. We are not coaching centers. We need to make our children resilient. Now, how will that resilience and confidence comes in? I went to a debate. Every time, definitely, I'll not win. Sometime I win. Sometime I lose. When I win, I should be able to digest that win. When I lose, I should be able to digest my failure as well. So resilience comes after continuous practice. That is our role. And we also need to tell them not to get disappointed. Second thing is there are some schools, so-called very academic oriented schools. The child is studying, takes admission in nursery, and then clears grade 10 from the same school, and whatever their requirements are for a particular stream, they are refused, denied to take admission. Your own child who is studying with you from last 12, 13 years, denied admission in your own school. So when you yourself are not accepting your child who has been studying with you from last 13, 14 years and expecting some other school to accept him, it will never happen. I mean, you can't imagine the kind of heartbreakage happens at that time. So this is one. Second thing is that, like ma'am said, that we have started offering many subjects. The subjects we never heard about a few years back, like handicraft is one of them, banking and insurance is one of them, information technology is one of them, AI is one of them in different grades, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Now that is okay. But the problem is that with that particular, I mean, even Hindustani music and others, but after passing out grade 12 with these subjects, are the universities accepting them or not? So as per NEP, they have changed the school. They have allowed children to take subject combinations, whatever they are good at, as per their aptitude and interest and strength. But are the universities ready to take those students or not? And being career counselors, it is very difficult for us to find those colleges. Now, all of us come from those schools where we cater to the privileged community. They are able to take admission abroad, where those subjects like tourism and other they are equally important, but not unfortunately in our country. Most of the students in India, I mean, DU is known for the best school system, best college system apart from technology. But they don't get admission because there are only few subjects where the CUET takes exams. So we need to change the examination system as well. So NEP has changed the schooling system quite predominantly, but not the university system. So this is one of the problems we are still facing it. So as principals, again, I think we should write to the education ministers and others, maybe the professors, to change a bit. Other thing which I like to again put emphasis is that earlier in the school system, I think we are all familiar that in a week, once a week, we have those subjects called SUPW or activities. So we are supposed to go for activity in that particular 40 minutes or 50 minutes lesson. But do you think that activities are done only during sports and during activity lessons? No. Every classroom is a laboratory, and the activities should happen every day in the classroom. If we are able to do this in our school, I think we'll achieve success. So we should be able to give leadership opportunity to each and every child to excel. I think in a school, in a setup, again, I say that we are a privileged school where we have at most 20 to 25 students in a classroom. We are able to do it. But in a classroom where 60, 70 odd students are sitting in a classroom with one teacher, I don't think it is possible. It is very easy for us to make rules and expecting the government to implement rules. But with the current problem with such a huge population, I don't think it is
Right.
possible.
Right. Very, very well said. Ms. Bhatia, your expert advice on what can improve, how can we make it more holistic, more effective?
See, the new National Education Policy 2020 has already given us an extra edge by doing away with silos in learning. We don't have any more offering of streams per se. Let's say, even if I'm a humanities student and I wish to become a journalist and I want to become a photographer along with that, and I want to learn more about nuances of lenses, how to use lenses, what kind of cameras would I need. So I can take physics as one of my electives, along with, let's say, history, geography, and political science. Well, that at the moment has its own challenges, because when I say I'm willing to take physics to learn more about lenses, I'll also have to learn about quantum mechanics. I'll also need to know about differential calculus, which I may not be interested in. So, somewhere within the subject options, we'll have to go further down and have the content options also, and we have already started working along those lines. CBSE is going through that. And then also, second thing that's happened as one of very positive changes is there's a tie-up with industries. Let's say if you're doing entrepreneurship, you're associated with some industry where you can do your internship and earn some credits. So those kind of things where what the child's future is, and also I feel the time is just right to have incubation centers within the school campuses, wherein we are like a nursery that prepares and kind of germinates the seeds as per the requirement of the larger world. And that started happening. That interface is going on, not just by inviting as guests, but also taking up a part of content in collaboration with those stakeholders. Second thing that I see as a very positive change is we have opened our doors to have a lot of experts coming into our schools who are guiding and mentoring these children. We're taking a lot of projects. I just met up with one of my colleagues here who spoke about how 10 years ago we started teaching our children about how to teach a man to fish. It was a part of School Enterprise Challenge, and it's taking its wings, and many schools are doing such projects. One more thing which has been very positive is that schools have started inviting, because children learn more from their peers than from grown-ups. So we have started inviting our role models in our alumni who come and interact with the students. Each day we have a 200-day program in our school where one student who is an expert in a particular domain comes and interacts with children for first 15 minutes of the day and sets the tone of what any child as per his or her need may have it as a take back. So students exchanges with their seniors is another way by which they've been doing that kind of role modeling. And as far as I said, the exposure, more the exposure in terms of options, and not just the options that exist today, but options that they may come along in the learning cycle itself. Let's say if I'm teaching them Chashme Ki Yatra in Hindi, I mean, a simple lesson that just came like a flash in a pan. Now, in that Chashme Ki Yatra itself, for those who are non-Hindi speaking, Chashma is spectacles and Yatra
I'm sure
is
everybody
journey.
understands this, right?
Yeah. So here, when I'm teaching that lesson in Hindi, I can take them about, how the progressive lenses happened. That was a need-based invention in 1959 when, we started spending too much time in front of screen. So progressive lenses happened.
Right.
How bifocals happened. And now with this kind of further exposure to digital spaces, children may need some other kind of chashma. We are traveling so much. When you go to Iceland and children have so much glare troubling them. So
Right.
they need different kind of shades. So need-based inventions are also happening in the journey of learning itself. And I think that is where, and I think one more suggestion, again, it came like flash in a pan, is the ideation is more important than innovation. So when they start ideating about any good thought, they should start pinning it on a pin board like an idea factory. And when they grow up, they may take it as a vocation.
Absolutely. Some very wonderful practical suggestions here. And I always believe that there's another panelist, which is the audience, And I want to invite if there are any questions, this is your moment. Else I'm going to my final question. Anyone has a question? Please raise your hand. We'll get you the mic. Yes, please.
I think you can hear me. Salam alaikum, Suhail Saab. BW has brought all the educationists come parents, and few of the young students, two students I met during lunchtime, the girls are from Parsuram College of Technology. Now the question, anyone on the dais or off the dais can try to respond. RTE शुरू हुआ. One of the lawyers, famous lawyers in the country was speaking. He was the education minister at that time. I posed that question that time and I repeat and I then move on. The question I want to raise right now is that there is a mushroom growth of schools, private versus government,
right,
state and all. Now, is the syllabus same in all the schools, one? Or it has to be different? Mr. Bhardwaj teaches in a village.
I'm sorry.
So
I think they
coming
got
to
the
that.
context. I think they got
Okay,
the
my apologies. Okay, let me stand here.
So they got the context.
Yeah,
think, do they? I mean, there is not an even playing ground. What's
No, let me,
Sorry,
come to that point. Career teaching, which I have taught, in schools, 6th standard onwards. Now, what is the status in government schools right now?
Okay.
Thank you for, anyone to respond. Thank you so much. And incidentally, my daughter, Kamlika, studied in the school of Dr. Vardi Sangeeta Bhatia ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Really lucky.
Thank you. I'm fortunate to answer your question, Mr. Gupta. See, syllabus is as per the national education policy. We do not have much choice in terms of deciding the framework. It's like, we have boundaries defined, but how we play within those boundaries is within our own will, within our own way of looking at it. So we have a field where boundaries are defined, but how we play is our own call. And it's not government versus private or a system A versus system B. It's about people, Within each system, there's so much diversity. And that diversity takes care of one shortfall by someone else rising to occasion. And rest assured, no one ever suffers during this journey.
So let me come to my final question. We just have around 3 minutes, so 30 seconds each. Starting with you, Ms. Khurana. Are you also training your staff, your faculty, to look at the changing demands, the nature of the aptitude? I mean, are you investing enough on that front? And what all are you doing to improve that they could fathom and understand what the child is going to become?
Yes, I would say affirmative, yes, that it all begins with our teachers. Most of us are parents ourselves, and therefore it is all the more important that we set the tone right with our teachers being trained and counseled to meet the changing demand of the industry today. Uh, we we carry out comprehensive training programs sort of weekly at the moment because a lot is changing, and we are a relatively new school, so a lot of emphasis on this aspect. And as I said, that we are taking the parents along, so training both our faculty as well as our parents is the thrust of the school at the
The
moment.
weekly programs, right?
These are weekly programs.
So, Paul? So, I mean, are you doing a similar thing? I mean, training your staff to understand the students? I mean, are you roping in external experts to understand? How does it work?
Yeah, external expertise is also required because we are not trained. We have counselors who are trained for it. Apart from the regular teaching, I think we did not touch upon one very important topic is inclusive education. So there are few students who are maybe weak, suffering from dyslexia, dyscalculia, etc. There are many exemptions from from the board as well. So like sir asked, that is the syllabus same for everyone? So not so. In case you have some academic challenges, they are allowed to exempt few subjects. Whether science will be exempted or mathematics or language, that depends on the kind of issue that child has, problem challenge that child has. Now in case a child which already has some challenge in mathematics and I expect my regular mathematics teacher to teach him, it is not possible. If I want him to sit, I mean, we also believe in inclusive education. Child is supposed to sit in the same classroom with the other children from grade 9 onwards. But in case I want to really help him, I need to sit with him separately for some time, and a real normal teacher will not be able to do it. So that empathy should be within everyone, but to cater to their needs, we need special teachers, different teachers. So we have a special department called special education department, the learning support department in our school in place, and they try to take care of them. So training is definitely required, and once a month, maybe twice a month, we need to bring in those experts as well, who will not only train teachers but the children
Right.
as well.
Ms. Bhatia, I mean, how do you make sure that your staff remains on top of this, the pulse of the students?
Absolutely. I feel one thing that's transformational or that impacts is love for children. If you love a child, you'll do anything to make sure that the child is successful. So that's what we are practicing very hard in our system, and I think that works.
Right.
Thank you.
And I also, just to sum up, I think maybe culturally also, we have changed, we need to change more. I think one of the bigger problems is that we don't celebrate failure at all. At the school, do we really do that? We don't do that, do we? I mean, just a quick 20-second example, if you could give me, I'll just wrap this
We
up.
do try. We
Right.
really try. I won't comment for the older grades, but definitely, in the junior grades, we do try and celebrate failures, because failure will then eventually lead to innovation, and that will lead to a change. So I personally do that. I won't
That's
vouch
hard,
for
that's hard
everyone.
to see. I think that's where innovation would come from. And
Because
we
I
still have
really
news.
believe in this.
When we still read the news that this IIT guy committed suicide because he was afraid of the exam, it goes back to the school system somewhere. I hope we are addressing that.
No, I beg to differ. A child who has gone to the regular school and then failed in IIT, he will never commit suicide. The child who is not socially active, the child who has gone to Kota and then he isolated himself in a closed room, and then he doesn't know how to then take the, I mean, this is very challenging.
My point is that it comes back to the school days somewhere, I think those conditions work, they have to be changed, altered.
Definitely. And what the thing which we practice in our school, there are no toppers in our school. So there is no first ranker, second ranker, third ranker, although we give them subject toppers. So I may be very good in physics and I have right to be bad in English or vice versa.
So everybody gets a chance to be a topper.
Yes.
Wonderful. Closing remarks, right?
I would say I would teach my children to accept failure, but also teach them how to bounce back. I am not from that generosity that I can say that I celebrate failure. I accept, but also I put them in reflective spaces as to what needs to be done differently, what needs to be tweaked such that they bounce back. Because bouncing back is very, very
That's still a
important.
far better approach than to really put them into depression. But thank you for sharing these thoughts. And can we have a round of applause for the panelists? Thank you. Thank you for them. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for picture, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rohil, for moderating that. Thank you. With that, it's now time to move towards our last panel discussion for the day, which is on outcome-focused learning, how it impacts one's career. And to talk on the same, to express their opinion, their views on the same, let's please welcome our panelists, Gaurav Shah, co-founder and director, Indian School of Development Management, Abhishek Pandit, Pro-Chancellor from Scope Global Skills University. Joining them is Professor Dr. B. Sendil Kumar, Dean, Allied Health Sciences, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, DU Salim. Joining them is Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, Dean, Amity University, Noida. And this session will be moderated by Harbinder Narula, CEO of PW Healthcare World and also of Wellbeing World. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. That's only 10 of you clapping. Let's try 20. We managed 18. There are still 7 of you left. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I think I've been sitting there quietly listening to what the educationists have to say about how to bring up children. In fact, I was talking to somebody right now, and we were talking about how we need to prepare the kids of today for a tomorrow that we don't understand. I think so that's where the conversation is going to be today. Professor Pratik, I'm going to begin with you to try and understand. He's not here. He's not here. Okay, cool. So then I'll go to Abhishek ji. Would you want to share with us some kind of an experience, some example to set the context for everyone of how in your journey you have seen learning, outcome-based learning work for someone to create a career that they otherwise would not have been ready for?
Yeah, so there's absolutely no doubt. There's been this debate going on in terms of OBE, outcome-based education, outcome-based learning, vis-a-vis input-based, right? And I think that we've gone past that. And the regulator also today talks about OBE, and we're all moving towards OBE. I'll maybe start with a frivolous example. There was this student who was asked to learn about how to fix a punctured tire, right? With all the steps. They talk about how do we jack the car and take the tire out and fix the puncture, fill the air in, put the tire back in. When you're fixing the tire, then the torque at which you need to fix, the pressure in the tire, etc. And the car starts moving, right? Now, in a regular theoretical class, he's done everything the right way, right? If it was a theory exam, he would have written all the steps properly. He would have probably got 100 out of 100. But what if the car punches again after a kilometer, right? What if there was another puncture which he didn't notice, and the car got punctured again? Now, that was a classical difference between a theoretical or a subject-based movement towards an outcome-based movement, where the outcome that we want in this case is to ensure that the flat tire is fixed and it doesn't go flat for a reasonable amount of time. So, identifying what is your ultimate objective, the outcome that you would want, and how do you reach there, the tools, methodologies to reach that outcome is, I think, what the current educational ecosystem is also focusing on. And I think that's the right way to go as well. And there are multiple real life examples where there have been, I can talk about our own university. We are a skill-based university, right? And our focus is on skills. There's knowledge, there's skills, there's attitude, and all of that. But because we're a skill-based university, we work directly with the industry, where the industry tells us that I expect the student, when he comes to my industry, for example, I'll give you a specific example. Volvo, as a client of ours, tells us that these are the skills that we need from the student when he comes to our campus. And we focus only on those skills to make sure that those skills he definitely has. And then there are additional skills we give him, so that if he has to look for life beyond the current employer, then he has that skill as well. So defining the objective, the ultimate objective is important. The course objective, the program objective, and then creating the rest of the curriculum and performance criteria, etc., is as important as just the teaching and learning by itself.
Mr. Khatri, we were talking of curriculum. When we are looking at as an institution, and we are living in an era where everything needs to be personalized. We have the ability and the technology to identify the interests of people. You have psychometric tests, etc. But when, as an institution, you have to cater to a wider set of students, how and what should be done so that students' interest is taken care of, while ensuring that we are taking care of the interest of every student who may be coming from different backgrounds, different interest areas?
Thank you for the interesting question. In fact, if we see, today we are talking about outcome-based education system. This concept is there for more than a century. 1930s, Kentucky state in US, the universities and in schools also, the concept of connecting the teaching and the learning was there. In fact, in one of a book by Ralph Tyler, 1949, he had mentioned that the effectiveness of the teaching should be a criteria connected with the outcome learning of a student. And outcome-based education that we saw today in schools also, it is there, in universities, higher education also is there, which is different countries have adopted it in a different way, different point of time. 1990s onward, it's going on, with India getting into the system very aggressively from 2014 onwards. In fact, in our university also, we had started in 2013 itself, the outcome-based education system. What you are asking about is that how it can be aligned with the students' preferences and his strengths, or his hobbies, or likelihood where he wants to move on to. Now, every university, if you see, this outcome-based education is somewhere it is skill-based, somewhere it is models-based, somewhere it is method-based. You cannot see the same OBE system across in the various universities also. So the universities have a broader graduate attributes, that what they want their students to have attributes after the graduation, which not only include the professional and vocational skills, but also life skills and communication skills, soft skills, including the skills which are related to team skills also. Then at every program level, there are learning outcomes, and then every course there are learning outcomes. So the student
based on their interest, based on understanding that what is the expected outcome of these courses and the programs, can pick up the courses with a basket now with the new system of NEP, which was referred to in the last session also quite actively. And this NEP has a provision where you talks about the student choosing from different basket and aligning a course system where they can understand the various outcomes which are there, measurable, qualitative and quantitative from the courses, and can make a basket of their own. So that flexibility has come on very well over the last 4-5 years as we had seen this NEP introduced, and now progressively all the higher education system institutions have imbibing it in their structures also.
That's fantastic. I think, you've touched upon a very important aspect. And Professor Sendel, let me come to you. Gaurav, we've got, this is the challenge of not having a conversation before the session. Gaurav, when we're looking at outcomes, this is very similar to something like the goals that we have. We have these SMART goals, very clearly communicated. Outcomes are like that. But as an educator, how do we align these clear, specific goals and align it to the outcomes so that, it actually turns out to what it is set out to create, rather than just leaving it to a chance? Because like I said, I mean, we do not know the future that is going to be there. We do not even know what careers are going to be available at that point in time. So how do we make it clear, specific, measurable to be aligned to the future that could be?
So we've talked a lot about curriculum, and I think Professor Khatri also talked about the fact that there is a lot of flexibility within the curriculum that is being provided. Also, learning outcomes are defined at various levels, starting from graduate attributes, getting down to program, then course, even within course, you have modules. So there is a science behind this madness. Now, I mean, for decades, educationists have cracked on how to do this. Like the corporate sector has cracked SMART goals, and you talked about it. Educationists have also cracked this. But I think what's very important is to continuously make sure that one is plugged into the realities of the space you are catering to. And let me give you an example. So I represent the Indian School of Development Management, which is a management school for the social sector in India. And so when we created our one-year postgraduate program, we started by trying to understand what the management needs of the social sector today are. And I think every educational institution over a period of time, periodically, should go through that re-evaluation exercise. Because then you start saying, is my curriculum suited to the needs of the market? That's what outcomes-based education means. I'm not getting into the pedagogy of it. I'm getting into the outcomes of it, which is you're trying to narrow the gap between learning and education on one end and employability on the other. It's a very narrow definition, unfortunately. But since that's a topic today, I'm speaking on that, right? So if you're able to have a much stronger pulse on what the market needs, you're able to very clearly target the market that you're looking to cater to, then you'll be able to do a very, very good job of creating the right kind of curriculum and periodically updating it. You will also then be able to evolve, innovate, and create the right kind of pedagogies needed to deliver that curriculum, and the right kind of assessment methodologies needed to figure out on a regular basis whether you are achieving the outcomes you set out to achieve. At the course level, it's normally simpler. At the graduate attributes level, it is very hard. It's not, because it's more philosophical actually at the graduate attributes level. But if you continuously take feedback from faculty who are teaching, from students who are learning, and from the employers who are hiring, you will get a sense of where you're going right and where you're not. So this plug into the happenings of the world outside, rather than being stuck in a tower inside, is one very, very big, I think, success factor for OB.
Got it. Dr. Khatri, one of the things that when I framed my question earlier was around measurement. How do you measure that we are on the right path? How do you focus on assessment especially at the time when you are, suddenly we are finding that there are self-paced programs that they have access to. There are clearly defined outcomes that they have an expectation in their mind. And we are also talking about creating and enabling our children to have life skills for the future, but yet they have to be assessed on a system which is probably a legacy system that we have inherited. So how do you balance between this, creating life skills for the future, and the assessment based on the legacy system that we have inherited?
Thank you for this very interesting question. I think everyone will agree it's a very interesting question. See, earlier we used to go through a traditional educational system, and now we have moved on to OBE. Most of the universities and even the schools are now moving towards it. And when we talk about OBE, definitely outcome-based education system, outcomes to be measured and to be assessed at the different levels have different parameters, different ways of assessment. When we talk about assessment of outcomes at the course level, it's very easy because course has mostly the direct outcomes, and these direct outcomes can be measured through the assessment, whether it is in the classroom, whether it is in the practicals, field-based experiential learning, or maybe through assignments as a cell work. But when we talk about outcomes which are at higher level, for example, at program level, as Mr. Gaurav was saying, there's some generality comes into picture because then it becomes partially subjective and lesser objective. But when we move towards a more higher level, that is graduate attributes at the university level, which are purely subjective in nature, the assessment is very difficult and it is always challenging. And in fact, one of the challenges today this OBE is facing is in terms of the assessment techniques, parameters, and the outcome related to it. So if we bring more refinement as we move on progress and see with the feedbacks, as mentioned also by the speaker, then definitely we can bring in that system where OB can be more effective and both qualitative as well quantitative assessments can be combined together, moving across the various levels of granularity.
Gaurav, let me ask you this very interesting question. I think it is very interesting because as a student, when I was in my management school, when I look back, I really find that it was very tough for the professors, etc., to engage the students productively. It was always a challenge to have them sit for an hour in the room and make it interesting for them. Today, we are finding it even tougher because the education expectation is that it will be interesting, it will be motivating, it will be inspiring. So keeping in mind the measurement, assessment, etc., what are the challenges that you feel we are facing to engage the students and keep them aligned to the outcome that we are trying to create for them?
How many people here have children? Many people. So when you had children, you would have gone and met your gynae, right? Multiple times, not once, but multiple times. One of the challenges I faced during that process is because we used to read so much before going to the gynae used to get really, really worried. Like, it's good to read, but at times you don't fully understand what you read. Sorry, I mean that analogy is very similar to what the students are going through. The role of education today is not to impart facts. When you talk about engagement, I mean, this is again a standard model in education, is the idea of a flipped classroom. The role of a classroom is to build perspective, is to build discussions, is to build arguments, is to build thought processes, not to teach ABC anymore. That students can learn on their own. Educational institutions which continue to do that will continue to struggle engaging students. The average attendance at ISTM, we're a postgraduate program, we're a management program, is anywhere north of 85%. I mean, it's unheard of in a postgraduate program that you will have such high attendance. But the reason students come to class is because the kind of culture that you create, the democratic and the Socratic way of asking questions, continuously exploring on the why. So there is no right answer. in the social sector and in social issues in the country, it's very hard to say ye sahi hai aur ye galat hai. It's many times a question of perspective. So continuously pushing students to think through things, asking the right questions is what engages them, because suddenly you are treating them as adults and not children. Nobody today likes to be treated as children. Even actual children don't like to be. You know, my son, he's all of 11 and he's telling me that y'all treat me like little people. Little people. And he doesn't like the fact that he's treated like little people. So, I mean, we're talking about college and all. So you have to treat people as adults. You have to give them, everybody in an educational institution should have the same right to voice. This is how you build the culture of engagement. When they are when they have a connect to the educational institution, to the program, they will come to class and they will engage. But if you treat them as customers and make education a transactional process, it's very hard. Today's kids are way smarter than we were at that age. It's very hard to keep them in class.
Awesome. And Sendel, right? So I'm getting the name right now. Finally, you know, we've been talking about outcomes, but what I actually want to take a step back and try and understand what do we mean by outcomes? Because when somebody is joining an institute, they have a framework in their mind of the outcome that they're expecting. There's an expectation of the parents or their mentors who've been guiding them. And also, I think that the outcome or the understanding of the expected outcome also changes, evolves as and when you're studying. So how do you as an institute or as an institution identify what outcomes are you working towards? What is the expectation of an outcome of the student, and align and realign during the journey of the education?
So good evening to all. So we are into the medical sector. It's very difficult for us molding the students. Their expectation is very different. Someone expert this thing, that thing. So it's very difficult to identify them. What we will do means we'll mold students. We'll give the training how to attend the interviews, how to behave during the job, the periods. We started giving the trainings like mock interviews, kind of thing. Many things we have started training. That is after they'll feel that. I'm sure that they will feel that that is thing they'll fulfill. And a lot of trainings also we are started giving, like industrial postings, industrial trainings also we have started giving. We have approximately 47 MOE we have done with the hospitals and the industries, and we are running the 13 more courses. 13 more courses, and students are around 585 students. So the expectation is it's very different, and according to the expectations, we have started the training also, and the clinical training also. Training is different. It is like mock interview sessions, how to behave with the patients, mainly with the patients. If you are going blankly means it is like very crucial thing for us. In health sectors, how to you should know the ethics, the medical ethics. Then only you can go for the medical sectors. If a patient dies, means that we have the response. We have to answer. Management should answer how we are training the students, how we are molding the students, how we are fulfilling the things. Before that, we are started the things was like what I said.
Got it. Abhishek ji, people have preconceived notions, and students, when they're there, I know that as management students, everybody, the first thing that they teach in a management school is that who is a manager? Manager is the one who gets work done. And the perception that is created is that boss, आपने strategy बनाई और उसके बाद आप कुर्सी के ऊपर बैठ गए और आप delegate करोगे, because the focus is on the definition of management and delegation, etc. How do we as responsible educators, align their perceptions to a reality, because when they go out in the real world, they have to face something which is very different from what they have created in their mind. So as an institution, how do you do that? Because, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because, you know, all of us have Google, all of us have access to chat GPT, and we have preconceived notions which we believe as a reality. But when we really go to the workplace, we realize what the real work looks like. So how do we prepare and realign the reality, them to the reality?
Right. So first of all, you started by saying manager, right? The first thing we tell them is when you join the workforce, you have to be clear you are not going to be a manager. You're going to start bottoms up, right? Expectation setting, as you rightly said, is the most important thing to do with the student, so that he's very clear in terms of what he's going to do post the course that he's currently doing. But what most of us do today is to make sure that the student understands the industry, student knows where he's getting into. Most or almost all our courses have internship or apprenticeship embedded as a part of the course. So there is a period of 6 months where the student is actually in the industry. In fact, we have a course called as Bachelor of Vocation, where the student is in the industry for half the time. Out of the 3 years, 3 semesters, he's in the industry. And we've also noticed that those students who are in the industry for 3 semesters out of 6 are much more confident at the end of the program than those students who don't go to the industry. And it's very important that they get a flavor of the workplace, not only the skills, but the attitude, knowledge being used at the right time, and obviously whatever happens in the office, your boss, your colleague, all of that flavor for the first time in their life is what they get. And these are small skills that as institutions we can't teach them. We can tell them, but they get to know only when they go to the industry. And there's also apprenticeship program that we do. There's apprenticeship embedded degree programs that we run. These are programs which give them life skills, which we would never be able to give in our institution. And that's one of the ways where you could actually tell them. And when they go and come back, the expectation is also very clear. They know, what they've done. They would know what they would be doing later as well. So slowly and steadily bringing them up to speed to what the industry wants them to do is what we try and do our best.
Gaurav, continuing with that, what happens is that we have professors, teachers, academicians who are highly experienced, but things are changing really fast. It's not just the business environment, even the education environment is changing, the expectations are changing, and the understanding of the outcome and objectives could be very varied when it comes to between what a student thinks about the outcome and what their objective is, or what perception they have of what is going to happen once they complete the course versus what the professor has. So how do we bring them on a common ground so that we are doing justice by preparing them of the reality of today and not what it was when we passed out from our completing our education?
So Arvinder, I'll go back to what I started with, saying that it is very important for academicians and education institutions to have a plug into the world outside. If you're able to create that plug, and that is happening increasingly even in the current educational space through the idea of professors of practice, where you get practitioners, पहले भी था, अभी उसको और formalize कर दिया है. Earlier also we used to have, even in our management schools. So if you're able to actually design and offer courses which combine the academic framework key knowledge that academicians bring, which is very important, by the way, with the practical real world applications that a practitioner gets, you will create gold. Otherwise, and one in the absence of the other is actually a waste. So even at ISDM, when we started, we said the idea of development management does not exist. So let's start from practice and get practitioners to come and teach. Very powerful for practitioners to come and teach, but practitioners do not have the ability to theorize. So a practitioner will come and give an anecdote and will teach through anecdotes and examples. Academicians, on the other hand, theorize very well, but are at times divorced from the changes, the progress. Okay, I won't say progress, but the changes outside. So being able to marry this and continuously plugging into both realities is what's going to keep you modern and abreast. Otherwise, you will become archaic. And in fast-changing world, you'll become archaic very, very fast. Last thing, and you talked about students, bringing in students in this. As educational institutions, we have to increasingly be more and more honest about what we are communicating through our websites, through our social media channels, through the PR that we do. If we are not honest, then this gap will become even larger and larger. And there are enough reasons why we are not honest, but we have to find more and more reasons why we should be honest about what this course can do, what this course can't do, what you will learn, what you will not learn, and what will happen after this. So, my MBA times, I'm talking about multiple decades ago, एक नौकरी लगती थी 1 करोड़ रुपए की. इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स के फ्रंट पेज में आर्टिकल होता था, IIM से 1 करोड़ की नौकरी लगी है. एवरेज सैलरी 5 लाख 6 लाख की ही होती थी, लेकिन सोसाइटल एक्सपेक्टेशन बन गई है कि 1 करोड़ की नौकरी लगी. So that is the kind of games we all play. So you have to be careful and be as honest as we can.
Dr. Khatri, we were talking about getting people from the real world, real work environment to come and speak to the students, teach them on the practical aspects. But, you and me were talking some time back, and we were talking about how can we create practical experience. Because when we talk about entrepreneurship today, and there's a lot of focus on that, I don't think we can teach somebody to become an entrepreneur. It has to be something which is experiential. You have to experience it. You have to go through that to understand. And the last panel was talking about preparing people for failure. You can't learn failure until you experience it. So what is it that you at Amity are doing to create that practical exposure and experiential learning for students to be prepared for a real world outside? What is it that you are doing?
Thank you. In fact, if we talk about giving the opportunities to the student, we have a very holistic ecosystem being developed at the university. One thing you have already mentioned, entrepreneurship development. So we have our incubator, we have our entrepreneurship cell, which initially handhold the students to have the awareness programs, and then from there onwards, innovation incubator cell takes care of industry interaction and collaboration, both not only for training programs as being mentioned, but also industry driven and industry led programs in partnership with them are also there. For example, we are running degree programs in partnership with CII. We have for logistics, we have in built environment with RICS UK, with TCS Tata, we have in mechanical engineering, we have programs in management, we have programs in collaboration and partnership with industry. At Amity, we have programs also with other national defense and non-defense laboratories also. We are very strongly partnering and doing activities with the labs such as DRDL, DRDO, CSIR. We had offered defense technology programs, and definitely industry collaboration and very active participation and contribution from industry has to be there. So interaction is one thing. Giving opportunities to the students by going to the industry through apprenticeship, which is mentioned, or other field experiential based programs or courses is another thing. But definitely opportunities within the ecosystem of the university at higher education has to be there with the help of entrepreneurship activities, innovation, design centers we have at our university, and also with the help of various industry-led and driven programs to account for.
Dr. Sendil, you're specifically working on the healthcare side, right? We've seen medical colleges prepare doctors who are very, very qualified, very learned, but they don't know how to run a practice, right? Similarly, when you're talking about healthcare services and preparing students to come and work in the healthcare environment, the basics of empathy, following the rules, the code of ethics, they're not aware of it until they start working and they're told that ye kar sakte ho, ye nahi kar sakte ho. Yeah, the underlying fundamental basic of every healthcare practitioner is empathy. And but they're working in India specifically, they're working in an environment which is very pressured and they break down. So how do you prepare students specifically in healthcare industry to go equipped with life skills that are extremely important in creating experiences and patient centricity?
So two things we can do. One group of students they will go accordingly their own by their own. Another thing is that is some people have the professionalism. They'll follow that. These people they are very clever. They knows how to act. So the next one that is that people they'll come for time pass. Like time pass, they'll goal is we have to complete. We have to do the job. That's all. And the professional people who are having the that dedication, this type of the kind of people will go high. So they will achieve the goal.
My next question is actually just stemmed out of what Gaurav you touched upon, and I think it is extremely important that we address this here. When we're talking about outcomes, these are outcomes created on the perception to a large extent, which has been created by the healthcare industry, education industry. Like you said, the kind of press releases that we do, creating an expectation that, if you do your MBA from this institute, you will get a 1 crore rupee package, which is far from reality. How should we handle this, keeping a balance between the sustainability, financial sustainability of the institution that we run versus being responsible for creating the right kind of expectations which will set the outcomes that we are creating in their mind? Any one of you, who?
So if I attempt this, it's going to be a very unpopular opinion, actually. I don't believe that higher education should be a commercial endeavor. I somehow, and a lot of this kind of market failures happens because the motivation behind higher education is now very different. So if higher education can be a philanthropic / government / subsidy driven effort where the focus is not on leaving students in debt, then we will stop doing press releases like this. Then we will do other things. But as I said, it'll be a very unpopular opinion, but higher education has moved very, very far, maybe from where we started from.
Okay, I will give a different perspective to it. Sis Budya sir is sitting here, and definitely we are talking about outcomes everywhere. Even in the new NAC format, outcome has been very strongly emphasized on. And to look into that, how we can see the effectiveness of OB system at the universities, because the universities have now a mandate from UGC, from or accreditations bodies, that they have to upload their graduate attributes, which can easily distinguish also at the first level that what type of skills the university is going to emphasize upon. And then every program learning outcomes and course learning outcomes are also available easily on their web portals. So if the stakeholders such as parents, students, and even industry who have to recruit these passing out students, if they go through these outcomes mentioned at the course and program level, and also as a graduate attribute at the university level, they can easily compare and distinguish the primary objective and the focus of the universities, which can make it easy for stakeholders to decide what they want to do it. At the university level, you had mentioned about press release also, it's okay, but there are many sources of information, and there are sufficient enough such sources which can make it clearly easy to understand what really the university is going to offer to us and what are the facilities available at the university. So we can utilize those information which are available at different sources.
As long as the universities exist, as long as the number of universities keep going up, will be very soon 1,500 and 2,000 maybe one day. there will be competition. When there's competition, everybody wants to say I'm better than the other, and there will be numbers which will be exaggerated, inflated. This is going to happen. I don't think we can stop it. Transparency is the only way we can get this sorted, and we should try and push for a transparent system. And there are regulators who will ensure that this happens.
I hope we start focusing on how we are different rather than just focusing on transparency. But if you create a differentiation on what we are going to do and how we are going to impart education, well, I feel there are three aspects to the education industry. One is the student who turns into a professional, and then the industry, and then the academicians. But I think to sum it up, what I understand from listening to all of you is that it's time that we start looking at beyond knowledge and we start focusing on skills. We start preparing our students on having skills and the mindset so that they are able to adapt to the changes that could be happening, because we don't know what the industry of tomorrow is going to look like. We don't even know what kind of jobs will exist tomorrow. And we build them with skills that help them adapt, accept the change, adapt to the change, and then are ready to unlearn, relearn, upskill, reskill themselves, and be successful in whatever they are doing in any situation that they are put into. So thank you so much for contributing your thoughts on the outcomes of the what is there in the mind of the students when they come in and join the institution and have a journey till they touch the industry and face the reality. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. Hello. Console. Console. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, while they are sort of getting the stage ready for the next session, since the morning we've discussed degrees or skills, what matters more in a career. We've discussed what exactly and how is AI helping, or is it not helping people in cultivating the next generation of educators and students as well. We spoke of clarity in career. When there's lots of information to access, whether it's based on interest, aptitude, or personality. Now we discussed outcome-focused learning and, of course, how it impacts one's career. For the next session, we will hear from the expert himself. And after that, we shall proceed with the awards of the evening. Come tomorrow, and day after, we will also be hosting the Festival of Marketing at the Imperial, followed by a healthcare summit on Saturday. Okay, as I mentioned, it's now time to invite on stage an expert when you talk of the realm or the umbrella of education and, of course, of its various branches as well. To share his opinions, let's please welcome on stage Shri Anil Sahasrabudhe ji, Chairman, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Everybody, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Anurag Batra does not leave me. I had a lot of engagements today, and so I said I'll not come. So he said, come for at least 10, 15 minutes. So I'm here. Along with me is also Director of NAC, Dr. Kannaviran. He's here. The program has been very extensive. I've heard last panel discussion, and it was really eye-opening that some of the remarks made by the panelists was really music to the ears. You know, the higher education system is going beyond what we used to earlier do just for doing teaching learning, but going beyond to outcome-based education. We are all aware as far as the accreditation is concerned. National Board of Accreditation, which is a signatory to Washington Accord, always followed the principle of outcome-based education. Therefore, for every program in professional education, in engineering, in management, in architecture, in pharmacy, hotel management, we all talk about program objectives, program education objectives and program objectives. And therefore, what all outcomes we want to achieve out of those programs. And to achieve those outcomes, what all courses are to be offered, give the experience to the students in terms of learning, thereby those outcomes are going to be achieved. And that's why a special matrix where you link every outcome with the courses and the course outcomes. And that is the desired objective of the entire process of accreditation. All of this is a model which is theoretical, but in the real visit, whether all of that is followed or not is going to be inspected. Many a times, some organizations, institutes do take the help of some consultancy firm, and they will prepare the chart, table, the metrics of outcome of the entire program to that of the course outcomes. But whether those teachers who are taking those classes or the students who are learning in those classes, have they also understood the relevance of those outcomes? Why are those courses there? And then how are the students actually evaluated in the examination? Thereby, the achievement of those outcomes is evaluated. All of this is many a times not understood by, forget about the faculty and students, by also the heads of the institution, because they would have employed some consultant for doing all this activity. So my appeal to all the education sector people, those who are vice chancellors, directors, principals, faculty who are attending this program, is try to understand the nuances of it and develop your own model. Ultimately, one cap fits for all does not hold good, and therefore you can be different from another organization or an institution. But what we are doing, what you are claiming must be achieved. You know, that is the whole important exercise that is the process of accreditation. Because in accreditation, we are actually not comparing X by Y with Y, Y with Z, Z with B and C and so on and so forth. You are trying to improve yourself from what you were doing previously to now to future. And that's why it's a continuous improvement process. Whereas when we come to the other part of that of ranking, which many ranking organizations do, both within country and outside, NIRF, India ranking, or QS ranking, or Times Higher Education ranking, there is a comparison. And this comparison is between similarly placed, similar institutions. And that's why there are rankings for management schools different from rankings for universities, different for engineering colleges, and so on. But when it comes to accreditation, you are competing with yourself. You know, that is the first principle which one has to understand. And constantly, how do we improve upon what we were doing last year to this year to next year? And that's why the association or involvement of all the stakeholders becomes very important. You know, in the panel discussion, many of them were talking about students' experience in terms of when they went for internships or when they go out for a variety of things. That was all mentioned. And therefore, when we talk about stakeholders, be it then in the form of the faculty themselves, the management, or the employers who come and recruit your students, or the students and the alumni who have gone through the same process some time ago, and then now they are sitting in a place of creating some jobs or providing jobs? And what is their input in terms of what changes are desired in the today's world? And that's how the entire process has to involve the stakeholders. And it starts with what are the desired outcomes. They may also keep changing from time to time. An institution, as far as our national education policy is concerned, talks about 3 significant types of institutions: research intensive universities, teaching intensive universities, and there are degree awarding institutions. And therefore, an institution which has been in existence may transform from one category to the other depending on the vision that the institutional members, that means the business of whatever you are conducting. If it is government, it is government. If it is a private organization, then the board of management or the owners, they must sit together and decide on the vision of the institution. If they want to transform from a teaching university or a college to a research intensive university, the choice is yours. No one is asking you to change by yourself, but it is your call that your board of management has to take. But once you have decided that you would like to be a particular type of an organization, then what all is required to be done in order to excel has to be again decided by the same set of people who are associated with that institution. That means the academic council or the senate or the board of studies of that particular institute, who are all associated with the institute, should sit together and look at what are the objectives and what are the outcomes that one needs to achieve, and then accordingly start moving in that direction. This is being already followed, as I said, in the National Board of Accreditation, NBA. But when it came to the NAC, and the NAC director is here, so it's very important, that we were following for a long time different types of processes. Both had started from 1994, by the way. Both UGC started NAC as an independent body in 1994. AICT also created a body called NBA in 1994. But the journeys have been different. NAC continues to be still having an embroilage with the parent body NAC, and therefore whether it is the appointment of the director, the chairman, everything is done still by the UGC. But when it comes to NBA, the track was different up to about year of 2010. Subsequently, it was made an independent society, and to get a signatory of a Washington Accord signatory status, it had to be completely what we call miles away from the what we say regulatory body, AICT on one side, and also the government. And that's why an independent action started. We got the Washington Accord signatory status, continued after 6 years, review was done, and it is continuing. Even in that world's different countries were associated with this philosophy of Washington Accord with 12 graduate attributes is gradually changed to now 11 graduate attributes, which are defined by all these signatory countries under International Engineering Alliance. And these are followed as graduate attributes and professional competencies 4.0. And that is under consideration right now. The changes have happened there too. Similarly in NAC, which from time to time there were changes, and subsequently in the last decade, we have a 8-point graded system starting from C, C plus to B, B plus, then A plus, A double plus, so on and so forth. And this is continuing for some time. And some of the points which were raised in the last session are very noteworthy in terms of somehow to get a higher grade, there were certain wrong things happening at different ends. And to overcome that, Ministry of Education constituted a committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Radhakrishnan. It came out with a very robust plan of action for both approval, accreditation, and ranking. And thereby, NAC adopted those changes that are reforms that were given by the committee, approved by the Ministry of Education. And finally, the format for accreditation is ready. Maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow, we are going to have an executive committee meeting where finally the matrix will be approved for different category of institutions. Universities may have some 58 odd parameters. 48 odd parameters for autonomous colleges and 40 parameters for the affiliated colleges who have less amount of autonomy in order to change curriculum, in order to have their own examination. We will have to consider their aspects, their situation, their location, especially rural, urban area, or whether it is an old institute or a new institute. So certain changes are going to be there in terms of some of the metrics parameters. But nevertheless, two important things which have been adopted in the NAC accreditation hereafter would be there would be no grading system. There would be what is known as binary accreditation. An institution will be declared accredited or not accredited. So that unnecessary competition which was going on between institutions to get higher grade and to display it in the newspaper advertisements to get students higher fee and all of that is going to dissolve on one side. But at the same time, all of these institutions were not coming to accreditation because of two reasons. One of them is the fear of failure, fear of not getting a reasonably good grade. So all those institutions will also be motivated to come for accreditation. That is one purpose. Second purpose is all the whatever wrong things were happening, how do we overcome them? By way of having a totally highly integrity driven system. And that's why we are also talking about one nation, one data. All the institutions were required to give data annually to different agencies, maybe to UGC, maybe to AICTE, maybe for ranking for university where there are affiliated colleges. So instead of all of that, a single source of truth will emerge when you are asked to give the data only once in a year. Then even institutions will take proper care so that the data submitted is authentic, accurate, and no one can challenge that data. And this data is also to be reflected on both your website and the common website of the One Nation, One Data. Thereby, if you have given fake data or the data which is fudged, any other institute or any stakeholder may give a complaint and then they will be looked into. This is one part. And to authenticate, we are also trying to develop a system where the peers will review this data and give the rating about the authenticity or accurateness of that, truthfulness of the data. Thereby, credibility score of the institute will go up and down. If you are giving more credible data, your score will go on increasing from 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, and so on. So as soon as you reach more than 0.8, 0.9 means whatever you say is always accepted without any pinch of salt. And those institutions who are not giving data accurately, which is challenged by many people, and therefore it's not acceptable, the credibility score of the institute may go on down from 0.5 to 0.4, 0.3, and unreliability of that institution gets established. And therefore, it's a sort of warning to give correct data, truthful data to the extent possible from your angle. That is one part. Even those who are evaluating, if for the reasons of their own vested interest, deliberately are giving low score or not giving correct input in terms of the achievements of an institution, not one case, but multiple cases, they will also be tracked. And through the mechanism of artificial intelligence, credibility of an individual also can go up and down. Those who are more realistic, more truthful, their score will go on increasing from 0.5 to 0.6, 0.7, 0.8 as individuals also. And those who are not giving their input correctly, their scores will go down and someday they will be removed from the list of asking or seeking what we call as their inputs about different types of institutions. I think this is a methodology which is going to be more robust based on technology, that is artificial intelligence on one side, and on the other side, a lot of data analytics. Thereby, the entire education system in India will become more and more truthful. We are all aware when it comes to research publications, of late, there were many articles about how people have been gaming in terms of more citations or in terms of publications, large numbers, and some of the publications are withdrawn after some time, giving even the nation a bad name. And therefore, all of us need to be truthful. And that's what was reflected in the last panel discussion. And I was very happy, delighted that even from private institutions, people, instead of getting only higher grade, they are all talking about how we should become more and more quality conscious, move on towards excellence without worrying about what is the temporary outcome out of that particular activity that we are doing. Maybe we will get lesser grade or lesser marks or lesser rank, but if our approach is correct and we are truthful, it may take a couple of years, 3 years, 4 years, but we will certainly be able to improve. And that is the spirit. And if we do all of that, as envisaged in the national education policy, it is not just 1 or 2 institutions. All institutions will be onboarded into the accreditation platform. Those who are not doing well will know where they are lacking. There will be mentorship provided, and all of them will be lifted. And that is the purpose of the accreditation of all the institutions in the country. And if we do that, overall quality of education in India will improve. Our credibility across the globe will improve. And we all know that we talk about demographic dividend. So unless all the graduates who are coming out are skill-oriented, they are honest, high level of integrity, we will not be able to provide them jobs here as well as elsewhere. And we are the ones who will be providing jobs for the future, not only in India, but all across the globe. With that as the spirit behind the entire national education policy, tools of accreditation ranking are only the means for achieving the end goal, which is excellence in terms of education, leading to development of economy, Vikasit Bharat, all of that embedded into that. With these few words, I stop here. I have very short time to be here with all of you. I conclude here. If there are any pointed questions about what I have said, I'm ready to take questions also for about a couple of minutes, and then take your leave and then go. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Haji.
A professional body has been running a distance learning course, and they have quoted postgraduate diploma. And they have said it is recognized by Government of India. Now, they cannot run, to my mind, a postgraduate diploma course through distance mode of learning. So does that stand credited to the institution, Government of India, or anyone, any other institution?
No, I think I don't know what is the name of the institution or organization you are talking about. But without getting into that, there are regulatory bodies in our country, UGC for degree programs. And for technical programs, we have AICTE. For teacher training program, there is NCTE. For skill development, variety of programs, vocational education, there is NCBET. And similarly, for medical science, there is National Medical Commission. You have also what we call for architecture, Council of Architecture. You have Pharmacy Council of India for pharmacy education. There are several such regulatory bodies. As far as the degrees are concerned, they are all related with that. For giving certificate or diploma, NCBET for some kind of professional skills, they are giving approvals, where sector skill councils do evaluation and then give you the certificates. And when it comes to diploma, most of the diplomas which are after 10th grade 3-year diploma, they are handled by the respective state governments, what we call DTE, Department of Technical Education of the state. But when it comes to postgraduate diplomas, they are also approved by AICTE if it is a professional program, maybe in management, maybe in some kind of AI, data science and such degrees. So these are bodies which are available, existing, and they should go through that. If someone starts a program which is not through any one of these regulatory bodies, still they may be continuing to give those diplomas, or it has no authenticity for higher education or certain government employment. But if someone still from the industry is accepting that for giving jobs, no one can stop them. And there is a classic case I will just mention about the ISB, which is there in Hyderabad, a management school, which runs 1 year, whatever the program, whereas all IIMs were running 2-year program of postgraduate in management. Even AICT approved all institutions also run 2-year programs, but there is an exception. They are not seeking approval also. They are not claiming also. So if you are claiming, then there is a problem. If you don't claim and run some program, and if it is highly skill oriented, and if students are willing to pay that fee and then take that and then also get jobs. Long ago, if I remember, NIIT was there, which started a lot of computer training courses, and huge number of students who went through that. There was no recognition of any kind, but they all placed in the time of Y2K problem, when the 2000 was coming. The year 2000 was a transition year where a lot of software needed to be changed, and all of that happened, and many of them became not only employed, but many of them started their own industry and have become big wigs in the society. So I think all of these kind of things do exist. But if you want formal approval for government approval or higher education, or now Madam is also sitting here, who is Association of Indian Universities, and therefore Mittalji will look at whether it is an approved program or not before a student goes abroad, and the people from abroad ask AIU whether this is a recognized program. If it is not recognized, they will say not recognized, then that student may have difficulty in that case. So these are the contours which you must understand. Yeah, Madam, yes.
I don't know whether this is the right platform to ask this question, but this is bothering all schools across the country. And this is the bridge that is between schools and colleges. The bridge that we are looking at is one that students are leaving school after grade 10 for dummy schools. Two, quota, we all know, is a devil out there which is waiting to be tackled. Thank you, ma'am.
Third, sir, is about how the students, we've had recently, calculus has been removed, statistics has been removed, whereas IIT asks you for these questions when they are doing the JEE. So there is a dichotomy here, sir, that schools do not know how to overcome this. And if you could just give us a way forward, because this is something which is being, I think everybody will agree, is being discussed in every platform, but we are not able to get the right person. Because I know of a principal who told me that 87 of her students left the school for dummy schools. So it is a very worrying situation. Then recently calculus, statistics, and one more topic has been removed from mathematics grade 12, 11, 12, sorry. But these are there in IIT syllabus. So sir, I hope you understand.
No, I understood your problem. See, some of the curricular changes may have come in from which boards, I do not know. But nevertheless, CBSE will have to take care of what is required for IIT entrance exam, or IIT entrance exam also should take care of what is the syllabus of the 11th and 12th. So it's a mutual thing actually. It's not exclusive. Whatever is happening in one place will get reflected in the other place. Maybe not immediately, it will take 1 year gap because they have to understand each other, what changes have happened. But the real tragedy is most of the parents and as well as peer pressure pushing our students to go to the coaching classes. Forget about, you are talking about after 10th grade. There are students who take education only in the coaching classes right from 6th, 7th standard onwards, and they don't even go to the schools till the 12th standard. They are completely burnt out because there is no game, there is no sports, there is nothing other than only cramping and cramping right from morning 4 o'clock till late night 10 o'clock, hardly any sleep. And such students, even if suppose they get through the JEE exam, they are burnt out and they don't perform when they go there. And therefore, this is what is to be understood by the parents more than anyone else. Children are not so interested in going there. It is the parents who push them there. Therefore, a lot of exercise awareness campaign for parenting is more important right now than the students themselves. Secondly, in order to overcome the challenge of all that, the government on its own had started in the Swayam, a very interesting program earlier which is called as IIT PAL, which is equivalent to 11th and 12th grade science, physics, chemistry, maths, biology. Not only is teaching, but also a lot of questions asked there, etc. Even going beyond that, IIT Kanpur recently has created a portal called Sathi. Under Sathi, one can just hook on to that. It's all free of cost, by the way. And therefore, true level playing field is getting created. So whether you are in a city or even in a remote area, as long as you have an access to internet and you don't have to pay any fee, you can get the high quality education from the best professors that are available in the country on those subjects of physics, chemistry, maths, and even biology for preparing for NEET exam or for preparing for JEE main or advanced. That being the case, at least parents should now understand that there is no need of sending your children to Hyderabad or Kanpur or your Kota and then get the right quality of education. Let them enjoy sports, let them enjoy family living, and at the same time get the best quality education at their doorstep. This is all possible. It is only people like principals of the school should tell their students, their parents in their parent-teacher meeting, and create that awareness about this. And after going through to the quota, we all know if there are only 15,000, 20,000 seats in all IITs put together, and if there are 2 lakh students going to quota, can you all get the admission? Even if the best coaching is available there, still it is going to be 1:10 ratio. And that too, if all of them are from only that one place, that is also not going to happen. I think this is what we need to make people realize. And this is where the role of the media, the newspapers or the TV channels, parents, teachers, including the government. And that is what we are attempting. I hope you will be with us in our campaign for doing all of that. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So once for sir, everybody, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us your views and, of course, for also listening to understanding the concerns of many of us. Thank you. Okay, moving ahead from the discussions that we've had throughout the day to the evening's celebrations. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to be a host for many of you who've just entered, and of course, for the ones who've been here since the morning. Thank you. I welcome you to the 7th edition of BW Education's Top Education Brand Awards. Today, we gather here to celebrate and also honor the exceptional leadership of the education sector and also best schools, institutes, edtech companies in the country, just like many of yours who've demonstrated exceptional commitment and also dedication towards shaping the future of work in our country. I also take this moment to thank our partners for today, our education partners, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Indian Institute of Management, Amritsar, and Scope Global Skills University. Our event partners, the Exchange for Media, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Pandrum, Beanley, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. Before we start with the awards ceremony, this entire process from where we open the awards nominations and you send in the nominations, you meet jury members, फिर एक shortlisting होती है, there's some pointers, and then we arrive at this list I've just got with me, जो मुझे अभी just दी गई है of the winners. ये कैसे होता है? What's the entire process like? How difficult it is for the jury members to finalize winners when stalwarts like yourselves apply कि किसको क्या मिलना चाहिए? That's of course a very rigorous and a tiring and a tough process as well. क्या होता है इस process में? We would love to show you an AV. Can you please have the jury AV?
Entries over the years. The increasing number of entries definitely means that the Business World Awards have now become more and more aspirational. And there are many more who are wanting to get this award. So congratulations, Business World.
And once again, I'm very, very privileged and honored to be on the jury. Business World has this habit of making this a very consistent event every year. And I think that's beautiful because it just gives you a chance to recognize some of the best brands and the best entities who are trying to contribute so much to the world of education, both school and higher education. This year, I think it's been more interesting final list that made it. More than 500 entries, as I understand, right down to about 40 or 50 finalists, which came to us as a jury. And it was a beautiful experience to talk to all these folks and get to know what they're doing. I look forward to meeting them all on the day of the award function. And I wish Mr. Batra and his team and Business World all the best and more power to them to continue to do this year after year.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our jury members, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. And to formally welcome all of you to the awards ceremony, let's please welcome on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and founder of the Exchange and Media Group.
Good evening. After Mr. Sesbuddhe's address, I don't think I can add anything to the discourse on education or higher education. I just want to express my gratitude to Mr. Sesbuddhe. Many years back, about 6 or 7 years back, when we started the first BW Education 40 under 40, he was the jury chair. Through his leadership at AICT for the last 7+ years, and now of the accreditation body for the last 3 years, he's been able to really make the industry more relevant. And if I take from the last panel discussion, sir, one of the panelists, Mr. Shah, said, higher education is about higher calling. It's not about money. He didn't say it like that. But in the morning, I talked about how education in the US was done by large industrialists as philanthropy, as CSR, as a way to give back. In India, that is happening. There have been new universities set up in the last decade. Ashoka is one. There are many others. I can take at least 3, 4 others, which are preeminent. And the role of technology in education in every value, creator within the value system is getting added, whether it's in terms of the learning management systems, whether in terms of education institutions, using edutech to be able to do a blended or a hybrid learning, whereas we've seen that the role of traditional learning or classroom learning or faculty-student interaction learning continues to be strong. And I think one of the strongest ministry in terms of continuity on policy is the education ministry. Very dynamic ministry, very dynamic minister has consistently looked at what can be done to be able to improve skills, to be able to keep the curriculum up to what is required in the industry and truly implement the NAC that the government brought in. So I don't want to stand between you and the winners. Some of you have flights. I wish you luck. I think we'll be more consistent and scale up what we do. That's what we got to do over the next 12, 15 months. Thank you once again for being here. Gratitude to Mr. Sesbuddhe, Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Mrs. Rupa Chakravarti, and Mr. Vinesh Menon. He gave us time from the jury. I think his 5th jury. So thank you to all the jury members who gave their name, lent their time, looked at the entries, and finally arrived at the winners. So God bless you. Look forward to celebrating your good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Today's award ceremony, it's being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag top education brands. Once you've received your award, we'd request you to please step down, go to the stage left to get a picture. Also stay back till the very end for a group picture, both for promotions on offline and online platform as well. And now time to reveal the winners of the 7th edition of PW Education's Top Education Brands Awards. And to felicitate our winners, let's please welcome on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and Founder, Exchange Media Group. I would also request Shri Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman of NAC, and also Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. Please, let's welcome them. These are categories of schools, of preschools.
You know, if we had a BW Education Person of the Year, which we are launching, Mr. Sahasrabudhe would qualify to be a BW Education Person of the Year. Please give him a big round of applause. The transformation but he could also be a brand ambassador for Healthy India and Fit India. नहीं अभी नहीं सर.
Chaliye. So we have winners in gold, silver, bronze, etc. We shall first have it on the screen and then we shall also announce. First, it's academic excellence in K-12. And the winner, please. And the gold goes to Vibgyor Group of Schools. We have with us Mr. Kiranjit Pannu, the CEO, to receive the award. Everybody for. Thank you. Congratulations. Please don't forget the pictures, winners. Quickly moving ahead again. Academic excellence in K-12. Please. That's a goal again. GEMS International School. We have with us the COO and Director Education, Dr. Amrita Vohra, to receive the award. There she is.
Yoga. The only thing I do in the morning is yoga. They say clapping is good for heart muscles. So it's very good for heart muscles.
Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, the next is Leading Residential School of India. And the winner, please. And the gold goes to Sai International Residential School. We have with us a headmaster, Shri Amitabh Agnihotri, to receive the award. Everybody, for the leading residential school of India. Congratulations. Our next award, this is in the category of higher education, emerging B school in India. And the winner, please. Indian Institute of Management, Amritsar. We have with us the Dean, Academics and Programs, Professor Mahima Gupta ji, to receive the award. Emerging B school in India. Let's give everybody at IIM the applause that they deserve. Congratulations, ma'am. Quickly moving ahead, next, coming back to the category of schools, it is School of the Year. Please. And the bronze goes to Indraprastha International School. We have with us Shafali Gupta to receive the award. That's the School of the Year award being presented to Indraprastha International School. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Moving ahead, next, it's in the category of higher education, leading university of India. Please. And the gold goes to Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research. We have with us a Vice Chancellor, Dr. S. Praveen Kumar, to receive the award. Leading University of India, everybody. You know, you're teachers. We tell our students to do this. Congratulations, sir. Also, before we proceed, Dr. Sastra Buddhi is taking a leave. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Pleasure having you and listening to you, sir. Thank you. Please. Once more, sir, everybody. Give us his time. And may I also request Manesh Menon ji, co-chair, CII National Education Committee, and also CEO of Ampersand Group, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards, sir. He also moderated today. Chaliye, next, the category is in the category of schools. Emerging School of India. Please. The silver goes to JBCN International School. We have with us the principal, Mr. Todd Basley, to receive the award. Let's give them a round of applause for being the silver winners in Emerging School of India category. Congratulations. From silver, we now move to gold in Emerging School of India category, and the winner. It is Geeta Global School. We have with us the principal, Mrs. Priyanshi Sharma, to receive the award. The winners of Emerging School of India category Gold. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. Next category, Innovative School of India, the bronze first. I think we've replayed the same. Never mind. Congratulations again. Yeah. The next one, please. The next video. This was double celebration. This is for KIIT World School. We have with us the principal, Dr. Sangeeta Bhatia ji, to receive the award. Innovative School of India, bronze. Let's please give them a huge round of applause, everybody. KIIT World School. Congratulations. Congratulations. There's a lot of innovation happening in the country because the next award is also Innovative School of India. And this time the award goes to and the silver goes to Sharda World School. We have with us the principal, International Curriculum, Aarti Khurana ji, to receive the award. I only see 4 tables here which are just interested in clapping. बाकी अब कर रहे हैं. Thank you. Innovation continues. The next award is again Innovative School of India, and this time the winner is and the silver again. This time it goes to Bal Bhavan Public School. We have with us the principal, Vivid Gupta ji, to receive the award. Bal Bhavan Public School, where goodness before greatness happens. Congratulations, sir. Gupta ji, and to everybody back home. Next one, it's again Innovative School of India. And the winners. And the goal goes to Chaman Bharatiya School. We have with us a head of school, Geeta Jainath ji, to receive the award. This is Innovative School of India, gold. Let's give them a round of applause, the gold winners of Innovative School of India. Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual pictures and then also a group picture in the end. Congratulations. And the next category, it's Innovative School of India Infrastructure and Learning Spaces. And the winners, please. DPS International, we have with us the head of school, Ms. Rima Singh, to receive the award. DPS International. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, K-12 Education Group of the Year. And the winner, please. It's St. Emma Jaipuria Schools. We have with us the VP Academics, Arijit Ghosh, to receive the award. We have a representative of Arijit in the school to receive this award. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir. आगे बढ़ते हैं. It is next for School of the Year and the winner, please. And the silver winners are DPS Tarav High School. We have with us the principal, Miss Seema Sehajpal, to receive this award. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, it is School of the Year Gold. And that goes to? Pathways World School. We have with us a head of boarding, Mr. Ashish Arora, to receive this award. Let's give them a big round of applause. School of the Year. Congratulations. Next, it's Star Principal Award for School Excellence. And this one goes to? Ms. Aditi Mishra, the principal of DPS Gurgaon Sector 45. We have a representative of school and ma'am to receive this. But let's give Miss Mishra a big round of applause. What? I meant a big one. Okay, let's do a bigger one. Thank you. Congratulations to ma'am and the entire school. Moving ahead, our next category is innovation in curriculum for preschool. Please. It's Kidsonia Preschool LLB. We have with us Rajiv Kothari ji to receive the gold for innovation in curriculum for preschool. Kidsonia International, everybody. Oh, biggest, if there's a word उसके आगे भी हम वहां भी कोशिश कर सकते हैं. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, our next category, it's again innovation in curriculum for preschool. Well, okay, this is the leading preschool of India, Bronze, Magoon's Play School. We have with us the president, Dr. Dilip Mishra ji, to receive this award. Leading preschool of India. This is Kids Unplugged, Preschool Daycare Activity Center. Please. Congratulations. Next category, leading preschool of India again. Please. And the bronze again goes to Hello Kids, a chain of preschools. We have with us the founder and CEO, Dr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal, along with ma'am to receive the award. Hello Kids, everybody. Leading preschool of India. Congratulations. Congratulations. There are lots of preschools in the country, I believe, because the next category is again leading preschool of India. And इस बार विजेता है It's a Little Millennium Education. We have with us the COO of academics, the one who's also consistently clapping, Geetika Bahuguna ji. taking the first big step, a little millennium. Let's give them. She's consistently being clapping by everybody. I think she also deserves it. हालांकि आखिर के 3 टेबल को बिल्कुल इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, मैं देख रहा हूं. अब है. Congratulations, ma'am. Please. Quickly moving ahead. We love preschools. The next category is again leading preschool of India. Please. Another bronze, and this time it's for Little Ellie, the happy preschool. We have with us a brand manager, Miss Tripti Bandari, to receive the award. It's the happy preschool. Little Ellie, everybody. A happy preschool, the bronze winners. Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead with our next category, which is again leading preschool of India. And the silver goes to Kitsonia Preschool LLP. Rajiv Kothari ji is here with us to receive this award. The silver in leading preschool of India. The silver winners, everybody. Congratulations, sir. Quickly, now for a gold in the leading preschool of India category. I believe you've. Okay. This is not, they've changed, but I'll announce it for you. The leading preschool of India gold winners are Eurokids Preschool. We have with us a zonal business manager, North, Sarvapreet Nanda ji, to receive the award. Sir's here? Nope. You can check, we'll go to the next one. Yeah? Okay. Next category, it's best e-learning online tutoring company of the year. And I hope they played the right one. Winners, please. Okay. This is outstanding in training and placements. The silver winners, Sunstone. We have with us the VP Learning and Outcomes, Samta Arora ji, to receive the award. Sunstone, everybody. Silver winners of the outstanding in training and placement category. Congratulations, ma'am. Winners, don't forget individual picture here and then also a group picture in the very end. A couple of awards more. Our next category and the winners on the screen, please. Upgrade, we have with us a marketing director, Upgrade Abroad, Mr. Amar Jyoti. Congratulations, sir. Okay, our next category and the winners on the screen, please. STEM Education Solution of the Year and the gold winners, Avishkar. We have with us the co-founder and CTO, Rajiv Gabaji, to receive the award. There he is. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Solutions. Congratulations, sir. Quickly moving ahead, our next category on the screen, please. Emerging Higher Education Institution in India, and the silver goes to World University of Design. We have with us the Dean, School of Fashion, Professor Devender Singh, to receive the award. For our silver winners in the Emerging Higher Education Institution in India, congratulations, sir. Next category, please. Excellence and innovation in engineering, and the gold goes to Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. We have with us the head of innovation and patent, Dr. Sudalai Motu, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. Excellence and innovation in engineering. That was gold. And the next category. Institution with excellent training and placements. And the gold winners are School of Allied Health Sciences. We have with us the Dean, Professor D.B. Sendil Kumar, to receive the award. See, they're concerned with the training and placements. I think they deserve a big round of applause. They'll eventually help you a lot. What been talking since the day. Congratulations, Professor. Next category, please. Institution with innovative infrastructure, the gold winners, Dr. C. V. Raman University. We have with us a registrar, Dr. Jayati Chatterjee, to receive the award. Congratulations, ma'am. Next category, please. Institution with quality industry academia and the gold winners. Rabindranath Tagore University. We have with us a director, Aditi Chaturvedi ji, to receive the award. But of course, we have Sir with us to receive the award on behalf of the university. Congratulations, sir. Down to our last four now. Our next category, please. Well, this is Emerging Higher Education Institution in India and the gold winners, Scope Global Skills University. We have with us a Chancellor, Karanpreet ji, to receive the award. Let's give the gold winners a huge round of applause. Huge, or huger, hugest to the power of huge. You can try that with congratulations, sir. With that, our next category, please. This is innovative technology solutions for schools. And the gold winners are Asoka. We have with us the MD, Miss Monica Malhotra Kandari, to receive the award. What now? Okay, I'll announce this, then we'll invite. Yes. This category is the Innovative School of India. And the bronze winners are Sun City School. We have as a director, Mrs. Rupa Chakravarti ji, to receive the award.
I know it's your internal decision, but I'll feel it's incomplete if you didn't come on the stage. Yes. I personally know this institution, and I think while Mr. Snehdeep Agarwal has built the Chamanlal Bhartiya School and he brought a very eminent academician from Copenhagen, I think there are enough schools in India who are doing good work.
You know, ma'am has been clapping since the first award. I think we need to give it back to them also. She's been consistent with me. Congratulations. Please. Our next category, please. On screen. It's Geneva Education Best E-Learning Online Tutoring Company of the Year, Silver. We have with us the CEO, Siddharth Banerjee, to receive the award. He's not here. We have a team member to receive the award. Congratulations. And the last one now. And please. It is Asoka Innovative Technology Solutions for Schools, gold winners. We have with us the MD, Mrs. Monica Malhotra Kandari, to receive the award. It's a learning app by MBD Group. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations. With that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. All the winners with your trophies on the stage, please. But before we do that, because we couldn't have the time before, Dr. Mittal, because you've graced us, may I please request you to say a few words.
So thank you very much. So I must thank Business World for instituting these awards, because awards are something which people look forward to when they are doing good work. So as a jury chair, and when everybody presented their pitch, that too in 2 minutes only, it was very difficult to decide which is good. Actually, everybody was good. How to decide that who should be getting the award? So it was a very, very tough decision. There were a lot of deliberations among the jury members, and ultimately the winners are here, who are the trailblazers. So congratulations to all the winners, and all the best, and keep doing good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All the winners with your trophies, please, on the stage. Let's get a group picture. Aye. And also, if you have any jury members in the house, we'd also request you to please join us. Well, also with that, we come to an end for today. My name is Aditya Malik. Thank you so much, everybody. Winners with your trophies, please. Aye. Also, while you get ready for this picture, winners, if your video bites are still pending, we'd request you to please also do the needful. Any more winners who are yet left to join us on the stage? And winners, after this, if you've not given your video bite, please do so.